Doing? Hiya, Dean Raid. How's everyone doing? I need to move my camera. It's so tall right now because I made it taller for the stream. Okay, there we are. Put it down right there. All right, there we are. What's good, everyone joining in? Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, we're going to get the first person up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates. Do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I was watching debate and you got destroyed.
Do you actually want to give me like a reason you're voting Trump?
Yeah, bro, I watched the whole debate and I mean, he gave some really good reasons for why I'd be voting Trump.
Who?
The other dude, I was watching YouTube and I seen you on the debate and you got destroyed. And then you started talking over him because you started talking over him because you were getting destroyed. You do it all the time. Every time I see you on here.
Can you give me 1 point?
I just told you that was my point. Is because I was watching the YouTube thing that you were on.
I'm asking 1 point I got destroyed on.
Well, basically the whole thing. I don't really know anything about it, but I was watching it and it seemed like
he
knows what he was talking about.
Just one thing in particular that you think he destroyed me on.
Like I just said, the whole thing.
That's not a specific thing. Just give me one. Can I just have one?
The DEI is the one you were trying to argue about and you got destroyed on that too?
Can you tell me what point he won on?
Bro, I just told you the DEI. Now you want me to go into specifics?
So what point on the DEI? Tell me something about the DEI he won on. Because I clearly showed to him that what he supports, i.e. the Senate and the Electoral College, for standard, thank you so much, is DEI for white people.
At this point, I think you just like talking to me.
Do you have no idea?
What are you talking about?
Do you have no idea?
Okay, what are you asking me exactly?
Did you even watch the video? You said that I got destroyed. You just came on here to like rage bait or something.
Oh, is it working then?
No, clearly not. Okay, so if you think it's working, then can you give me an actual argument or like?
I just told you. Well, I'm only answering the question. It says you're voting for Harris and I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, so because you couldn't give me a single point that Charlie Kirk destroyed me on.
That's exactly. I told you why I was voting for Trump, bro. That's the reason why I'm voting for Trump. Now you want me to argue against you?
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's called the debate. So I argued with you on that, and I showed you how you didn't even know what you were referencing. So you clearly just came up here.
I'm not debating. I'm answering your question. It says why are you voting for Trump. That's it. I answered your question. Now you want to debate me?
So prior to that, you weren't voting for Trump? Julia, appreciate the $10. Thank you. No?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. All right, buddy. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Matt, by the way, you can join up, man. If you wanted to test out your thing, I think I sent you an invite for you to join up. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Rizal, appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
Sorry, I was I'm in the other room. Sorry.
You're fine. Don't worry.
No, I just got new color lighting, so to seem brighter.
I think it's brighter on your head.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm facing back, but it should like be more just illuminated. So does it look more just like illuminated?
I think it looks pretty similar.
Okay.
Kia, appreciate the $1. Thank you so much.
This light that I have, like,
some people are saying it's brighter though. Marty, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Why so?
Okay.
Just a better candidate.
Why is he a better candidate?
Well, he's just got, better policies, better support, and no wars when he was president.
So there were clearly wars. There were 65 service members that died in conflict under his administration. How were there no wars if 65 service members died in conflict?
65. Okay. So, what about the hundreds of soldiers that were killed?
You said there was no
after
wars. No. During the Biden-Harris administration, there's been 16 in conflict.
Okay.
So there more under Trump happened.
That
Yet you said there were no
sounds
wars.
very, very false to me, but
Well, this is from the military data, so you can say it feels false to you, right? But the facts don't care about your feelings. Now, could you give me like
don't care
one
about your
policy
feelings.
that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the lower and middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I've heard you ask that question like 47 times the
You
past.
should have the answer.
It's just hilarious to me because you guys just repeat the same things over and over and over and over like a clown.
Marty, we're having the same conversation over and over again. Alicia, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. So of course I'm going to have a similar conversation with multiple people because we're having the conversation about whether or not you're voting for Trump or Harris. That's not really a crazy thing, but since you've heard it so many times,
I mean,
you should have
to
an
put
answer,
it
right?
very simply, if you're voting for Kamala Harris, you're a deranged individual with no sense of direction of like literally anything. Like you have to be on
policy?
another level of delusional to think that she is going to lead this country better than Donald Trump. You actually have to be delusional. I mean, like, dude, like open your eyes for once, please. You and Dean and all of these fucking people. I would really like to
what was the
I would
policy?
really like to wonder, like, how come
push the
you
box up,
always
thank you. What was the
see
policy?
on TikTok Live, I'm voting for
Yeah, we appreciate
Harris.
touchdown.
Why
Thank you so
are you
much.
voting for Trump? It's always on TikTok Live, but you know, I don't know, man. I talk to a lot of people, and everyone says the same
do you need a
thing.
baby bottle? Because you're still not answering the question.
I don't know. It's just something.
You need some
something
milk?
about it. It's just you clowns. It's so obvious.
Says the one
Like,
who can't
Trump
answer the
supporters
question.
don't do this. The Trump supporters don't do this. You won't see any Trump
Is the
supporters.
clown
doing
the
this.
one that you're laughing at? Because we're laughing at you right now. So who's the clown?
No. It's just it's funny to me. It's funny to me that
You still haven't answered the
find
question.
me
What's the
being
answer?
a clown. Like that's just hilarious.
What's the answer?
It just
What's the
shows
answer?
how unintelligent you are.
What's
Like
the
it's actually
answer?
funny.
You're not answering the question. What's the policy?
I don't
I'm
really
so
care at
unintelligent.
all
What's the
what you
policy?
have to say. It's just
What's the
I really
policy?
just came on here to just tell you that you're a clown.
Marty, do you
and
have like a policy?
You and Dean and
Lucy,
all of
thank you
these
so much.
fucking
I'm
clowns.
just
It's
asking for
actually
one
just-
policy.
No,
You're getting mad and like freaking out. Like, are you okay?
I'm not freaking out. I'm just telling you the
You
truth.
clearly
The
are.
matter.
Just answer the question. If you don't have an answer, just say you don't have an answer. It's totally fine.
No, I don't have an answer for you. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. If I'm so unintelligent, how many continents are there?
There's 7 continents.
And
Don't
what are
try
they?
this bullshit. It's okay. Yeah.
Marty,
How many
Marty, what are the-
continents?
what are the
like,
con- what are the
can you name
continents,
one?
Marty?
Blah, blah, blah.
Marty,
we're
what are
not
the
stupid.
continents?
You're delusional, and you
Marty,
are actually
Marty, what are the
deranged
continents?
If you think Kamala Harris
Hey,
is going to
what are the
lead this
continents,
country.
Marty? Hey, Marty, what are the continents? Can you name them? You can't name them? Marty, you can't name them? Marty's running away? Yo, David, thank you for the $5 from Marty is a clown. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. And Chandler with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Chandler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chandler. Alicia with the $10. Thank you so much for teaching me so much. Julia, thank you for the $10 for your great. Ed, thank you for the $10 for dinner. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Trixie, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Are you there? Are you there, Marty? Or did you get so angry?
No.
Oh, he simmered out.
I'm gonna head off too because I gotta eat dinner. So I might be back, but you know if you see
For
me
sure.
about. But,
Appreciate
but
that.
thanks for having me up. I appreciate you very much.
Of course, Matt.
Yeah, thank
Good seeing
you.
you.
Bye bye.
Go.
Yo, what's up, Howdy? Hello? Okay, they seemingly got some MAGA mobile. Yo, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah! All right, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? You voting Trump?
What's up, man? Can you see me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second, okay? Let me run outside. Is that good?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Going good. So why are you voting Trump?
That's a great question. First of all, I just want to say I did talk to Dean yesterday. It was fun. I had a great time. So me and Dean did hash it out. Dean did a great job. Everyone told me that you were a lot better, like as in like more respectful. So I really appreciate that. So that's good. Why am I voting for Trump? Dude, I don't know. I feel like we did so much better through 2016 up until the pandemic. That's how I feel. But I want to hear your thoughts.
Okay. So just because we did better doesn't mean I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. That like it was caused by Trump, but actually we have higher real median wages right now than we did in quarter 4 of 2019, according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay, cool. All right, so
It's
you're
accounting for inflation.
okay, but so then you're saying that we weren't doing better in 2019?
So actually, according to real median wages, we are doing better now.
Okay.
Push the hand out. Thank you.
Economically, yeah, economically, I don't have the data to prove that otherwise. I mean, that's totally understandable. I feel like on a world status, on a foreign status, foreign policy wise, and on social status in the world and how we are doing, like currently all of us, I feel like we're doing better in that aspect. And I would like to get into just kind of a foreign policy aspect of how America helped, like the, I don't know how to, let me phrase this better so it makes sense. I feel like in 2019, and again, we can talk about the pandemic, we can talk about how Trump had the pandemic, it's a completely different issue. I just want to judge his presidency pre-pandemic. I feel like we did pretty, we had a lot of peace on a world stage. And through 2020 and 2024, we don't have the same peace we did through 2016 or 2017, January of 2017, through all the way up until the pandemic. We don't have that same world peace. And I feel like there's a lot of good reasons that Democrats use to justify why that is and why Trump was not the reason for that. But that is objectively true, how the world was at more peace through 2017 through 2020 than it is right now.
Okay, so did you know that there were more service members that died in conflict under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration? 16 under the Biden-Harris administration and 65 under the Trump administration. So if the world in the United States was in so much conflict under the Biden-Harris administration, how come more people died in conflict under the Trump administration?
I can't answer that. I'm sure there are plenty of reasons. I do know that a lot more people have died through foreign conflict under the Biden-Harris campaign, Biden-Harris administration, than the Trump administration through wars, through foreign wars and what's happening globally. And I feel like we have not done a good enough job to contain that. Although it's not the United States' job to contain everywhere, I totally understand that. However, I feel like the Israel-Palestine conflict was largely due to what Biden-Harris have done through their administration.
Okay, so
and
what did they do that caused that? What did they do that caused that? Because you understand that Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed, right, for over 70 plus years, right? This is not a new scenario.
I feel like Trump was pretty harsh with Iran on peace accords, and we were able to contain a lot of the conflict that was going on between there and Israel. I don't have the specifics. I just know that the conflict wasn't as near dangerous as it is now. And so I'm sure you have the specific data, the specific policies. However, I do understand that it is ironic on multiple issues how it is a lot worse right now than it was when he was in office. And so I would like to hear your opinion on how, on the reasoning for these issues being right now in 2024 while Biden and Harris are in office and why they weren't back then. Like why issues are so much crazier on a foreign level, on a world scale, basically.
So you said that he was harder on Iran. But that's not true. He pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement, right? Like that specifically was worse for our communications in our relations with Iran. It also was worse with our relations with Iran when he killed a top military general. Do you not agree that was good? Do you not? So
I'm
not saying like General Soleimani is a good person. What I'm saying is that it makes relations between the United States and Iran worse. And Gerard, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate both of you. Thank you.
So do you think on how Trump handled the situation with foreign leaders, terrorist extremist leaders such as that, do you think that was a bad move on his part? What do you think what do you think was the proper way to handle that? What do you think Biden and Harris would have done?
As it relates to what conflict, sorry?
Soleimani, you mentioned, and
Soleimani. So they would have stayed within the Iran nuclear peace agreement, which would have restricted their ability to get access to the nuclear weapons.
Okay, and so under Trump's presidency, al-Baghdadi was assassinated, or I don't know what the proper term is, but removed through what was happening. And I feel like that was a shutdown, it was a power move by a leader. And I feel like we kind of just let foreign leaders like that kind of slip through our hands. And we have crazy stuff going on. Hamas is at an all-time high right now.
Well, I have a question. So if it is the case that we let foreign leaders go through, how come it is the case that Trump believed Russian intelligence over U.S. intelligence about Russia interfering in the 2016 election? Because Putin said that Russia didn't interfere in the 2016 election to Trump, and Trump had U.S. intelligence that said he did, and he decided to believe Putin over the U.S. intelligence. So how is he supposed to be strong?
I'm not sure he decided to directly believe what Russia was saying. I think he decided to believe through what his advisors were saying, and that there was no Russian interference.
No, the U.S. intelligence was indicating that there was Russian interference.
And
he was deciding to believe Putin in saying that they didn't interfere. Araceli, appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Against U.S. intelligence.
Of course, I feel like, of course, Putin's going to say they didn't interfere. I mean, that's just classic if you're a leader like that. No, of course we didn't interfere. However, him saying they didn't interfere is not directly correlated with what's Putin saying. Also, after what was primarily thought of Russia interfered, it turned out there was not the interference on the scale that was broadly broadcasted by the media and showed to everyone right after the election.
Interference doesn't mean it was stolen. Interference just means that they were trying to interfere at the processes. And Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
And I feel there was no
So how can he be strong against foreign dictators if he bends the knee to foreign dictators when he has U.S. intelligence otherwise?
If we want to use the case of Putin, he didn't bend the knee to Putin. Putin invaded Ukraine shortly after Biden was in office, and I believe mainly due to American presence and American dominance of what Trump established during his presidency. And the second they were out, Russia invaded Ukraine. And I feel like that's another example of world craziness happening right as Biden and Harris get into office due to lack of leadership.
Okay, so I don't think that means that it's due to lack of leadership just because it happened under this administration. That's a correlation causation fallacy.
Correct, and I hear that term often. Can you expand on that, on why?
You have to give reason why they did something to influence this. You can't just say because it happened under the administration, it's caused by them. Because the same thing could be said that, oh, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration, therefore it's the cause of the Biden-Harris administration. Which is a ridiculous statement. Or the 14.8% unemployment that happened under Trump's administration is Trump's fault. Or the 65 service members, all of them are Trump's fault.
Correct. I understand. Okay, that's good. That makes sense. In that case, I feel like Trump had much more documented communication with Russian leaders than the Biden-Harris campaign has, or I keep saying campaign, the administration has. It's well documented that Trump was in much more contact with Putin. Now, you can argue that's better or for worse our country, but the more communication and the more understanding between leaders, and especially America as the greatest military force on the planet right now, I feel like that was one of the causes that when Biden and Harris came in, that they didn't continue the communication that Trump had. They did not meet, and there you go. Putin goes in. What's up?
So okay, how about we look at the relationship that he has with our allies? We saw multiple leaders of our allies, Emmanuel Macron, Justin Trudeau, and even Boris Johnson laughing at Donald Trump insofar as that Donald Trump saw that and left the G7 summit.
I would. So can you repeat? It's Justin Trudeau, Boris, and who was the third one?
Boris Johnson and Emmanuel Macron.
Okay, I feel like those three leaders are not a very good representation of how anyone else feels. Specifically, Macron and Trudeau are not popular in their countries right now. They're viewed very unpopular. Trudeau right now does not have a majority of Canadians' interest, and Macron has much less than Trudeau has. He won by
Does Donald Trump?
Of the majority of Americans, much higher than Trudeau and Macron, correct?
But they are they our allies?
Correct, and yes, we have to have good relations with our allies.
Okay, so it demonstrates that they are, again, not having good relations with our allies. So you sit there and you worry more about the good relations with dictators, which seemingly didn't bring us much. Kim Jong-un didn't bring us much. He called them Rocket Man after and before. Mm-hmm. And then those relations, soured, and they did missile tests, and they're building up their nuclear program. And then also with Putin, in terms of Putin lying, Putin invading. You understand that just because it didn't happen, just because he didn't invade under the Trump administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. We actually have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate they think that Trump is easily manipulated.
Sure. And again, I feel like the allies, Trudeau, Macron, France, Canada, and England, they have not dealt with Putin in any good way at all. I feel like those are terrible examples. I feel like this has been a failure on the part of everyone's allies at this point to contain Putin. And I feel like Biden and Harris were not even, you can say that Trudeau and Macron likes Biden and Harris much more than he liked Trump. However, the communication lacked. Therefore, we have what we have today in Russia and Ukraine. Don't get me wrong, Putin's been up to no good this entire time, I believe. However, it really does take someone who communicates and kind of slams the hammer down through communication, which Trump showed the American people through communication and contained what Putin had. However, if you're going to say that for external reasons that Putin was going to invade Ukraine either way, we can have that conversation. I feel like that's valid. I think this relates back to the same topic of, again, as
good question.
Sure, one second, just real quick. I feel like as an independent voter and someone who kind of tries to see all politics, I feel like for the last, 12 of the last 16 years, Democrats have been in office, and granted, for a good chunk of that, they have not had majority of the House and the Senate at the same time, so they can't do whatever what they want, obviously. However, I find it very ironic that the 4 years Trump was in office, we had very, very good foreign conflict under control. And now we can say, you made the mention that more American troops died under Trump's presidency than Biden-Harris's. I can't debate that, refute that. I don't have the evidence to say so otherwise. However, it is very interesting that peace was at a pretty all-time high on a global level while Trump was in office. And we hear the same claims from Harris today in her campaigns that he's going to destroy the world, where in the first 4 years he did.
Kurdistan.
I would argue.
Is there more or less conflict?
Less. It definitely prevented conflict.
So having an increase in drone strikes is not more conflict?
I think it prevented greater conflict. And so for temporary...
You can say you believe that, but at the time it is conflict. It objectively speaking is conflict.
No, correct.
So
and
for you to argue that there was less conflict, I'm disputing. So please let me dispute that real quick. There was also the self-proclaimed war on ISIS. There was the veto of the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. Right? There are multiple scenarios I can give to you in terms of conflicts. But just because foreign conflict exists under a particular administration does not mean the foreign conflict was caused by them. So again, if we relate to the things that the U.S. was involved in, again, we actually have reason to believe that the U.S. increased its conflict under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden administration.
What do you think the reasoning for, if you had to guess, what was the reasoning for increased conflict through drone strikes through Trump's administration? What was the reasoning you think they would have done that?
So the reasoning, right, because Trump was trying to be hard on ISIS and trying to continue the war on terror.
Okay. So he's
extending the war on terror. That's what he's doing.
Okay. So 2 parts in that. Being hard on ISIS, do you agree with that effort to be hard on ISIS? Through drone strikes?
Yeah, so you could, again, the point that I'm bringing up is not whether or not I disagree with these things. That's a separate conversation. We can have that conversation, but the point I'm bringing up is that the fact that there was conflict. And you don't think that the fact that there was conflict means that it was caused by Trump. And that's what I'm trying to demonstrate to you. Okay. So I don't see how you view this as a foreign policy success for Trump and a foreign policy failure for the Biden administration just by saying under the administration there was conflict. Now, we can identify certain things they did that perpetuated these things, and I think that both the left wing and the right wing, in terms of the Democratic and Republican Party, both perpetuate the war system, right? The what's called the weapons industrial complex, the industrial complex, sorry, military industrial complex, right, and the weapons manufacturers. I think that both sides perpetuate the war machine. So I don't think that this is a relevant difference between the Biden or the Harris and Trump administration that means that you would view one to be preferable to the other one, because they are both perpetuating the war machine.
Yeah, we agree. I agree. They both perpetuate. And that's a very good point. I just find it hypocrisy if the Biden-Harris or Harris-Walz campaign now runs on that Trump will do much worse than we will do. I find that as kind of a dishonest, intellectually dishonest, because that's just objectively not true. They have not done a better job, I feel personally, or actually not I feel personally, objectively of containing foreign wars and thriving in peace. And so,
say what you want. I'm okay to appreciate the box. Thank you so much. Say what you want. I think that there's foreign policy failures on both sides, right? I'm not like a pro foreign policy for either the Democrats or Republicans. I think they both have bad foreign policy. Now, we can talk about which one we consider less bad. The hands up, thank you so much. But I'm okay with even just saying, let's separate that conversation and say, if that's not a relevant difference, well, then we have to talk about some other quality that would be relevantly different, that would say that one candidate's better than the other one, right? Unless you want to have the conversation of whose foreign policy was worse.
Yeah, okay, good point. Again, Trump and J.D. Vance, their campaign strongly runs, again, they advertise on strong leadership, put these countries in their place. We have to have communication. And we have to shut down. We have to shut down these conflicts. And that's been one of Trump's main focuses through his campaign, is that on day one, the Russian-Ukraine conflict will end. And he claims that it will end through communication with Putin and communication with Zelensky and finding an agreement as fast as possible, because we need to contain foreign conflict. Because at this rate,
can you tell me what the agreement would be?
1 second, sure. And so we need communication with these leaders, and we need to end this conflict because we don't want more conflict. We don't want World War III, and I hopefully everyone agrees with that. Biden and Harris are in office right now. They're not doing what I would like as an American citizen with our powers currently to end this conflict.
What's the agreement?
Oh, of the agreement that Trump would make, that he's claiming to make on day one? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because Zelensky and Ukrainians don't want to give up land.
Correct.
The only way that Putin will accept an agreement, Little Ukraine, thank you so much, is if Ukraine secedes land.
For sure.
So are you going to force or obligate Ukraine to give up land?
Again, Trump makes the same claim that it's going to end either way on day one. It's going to end day one. And so whether
that makes me think it's a lie, because either he's going to force Ukraine to give up Ukrainian land, which would then go directly to Russia, or it's the case that he's lying.
Correct, but this goes back to the same thing, that this happened under the Biden-Harris administration, where there was a lack of communication, obviously, with Russia. Putin does not respect Biden in any way, does not respect the military under Biden. And so if Trump gets into office and makes any type of agreement, let's say they give up Kyiv, let's just say Kyiv is now under Russian control, but lives are saved, Trump ends the conflict. And that conflict was directly caused, what we believe,
Caitlin,
by Biden and Harris. And so
how do you know that ends the conflict? The same way that when
the same way Putin did not.
Do you know what appeasement? Do you remember Chamberlain and appeasement?
Yes.
Where they gave up the land and then Germany just reinvaded. Why don't you think that would happen with Russia?
Because it did not happen under Trump and Pence as president. Like, again, the same reason they wouldn't do more.
That doesn't mean that's a ridiculous statement. Just because it didn't happen doesn't mean it was caused by them. Alexander, push the subscription.
Correct. And so my point is that I'm trying to make is that you're asking, why would that end, like lives being lost? Why would that end the conflict? And it's the same reasoning that it didn't happen in the first place under Trump and Pence, and that communication would be key. Not everyone can win this scenario. Obviously, what we want.
What is that reason?
The reason is through communication through Putin.
Okay, so you're saying that they didn't communicate. You understand they did communicate, and we know through communication that the only way that Putin will end this conflict is if he gets a land. But again, we have good reason to believe that he's just going to lock and reload, as he did with Crimea, as he did with Georgia, right? Because he wants to expand Russia to the borders that existed previously as the Soviet Union. Araceli, appreciate the $2, and Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
That's a good point. And so what would Biden or Harris-Walz provide a better solution to this crisis that's going on right now, while they're currently in office and trying to run for re-election?
Melanie, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
I'm actually I feel like I hear these live streams 24/7, and I just hear a bunch of F you or blah, 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 with Trump or blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. I am very intrigued. So instead of doing that, what do you believe Harris-Walz would provide better than what I'm trying to say is what Trump and JD Vance claim is strong leadership, communicate with Putin, and end this conflict? What is Harris's
allowing Ukraine to self-determine? Right, they're determining what if they don't want to fight for the land. Well, then that's what would happen. If they do want to fight for the land, well, then that's what it is.
I feel like
because it is the case that there was a Budapest memorandum that if we signed an agreement with them to give up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. George, I appreciate the $4. Thank you so much, George. And Jillian, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you.
So that's currently the stance Biden and Harris are running on right now, correct?
Harris-Walz.
Oh, so what is the Biden-Harris administration doing now? Remind me. I'd like legitimately in terms of
Russia, they're supporting Ukraine.
Correct.
To defend Ukraine against Russia.
Okay, and so just by sending aid and money, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so
which is how they defend Ukraine without causing World War III.
Okay, and the Harris-Walz campaign has a different policy than the current one they're running on.
No, they have the same policy.
Okay, so things would continue at the rate we're doing. There's the solution is not giving Ukraine more money and letting this ride out while more Ukrainians and Russians die.
Rachel, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Again,
So you think that we should force Ukraine to give up land, which could put them in a position where they are less likely to be able to hold on to the land in the future because Russia will just reinvade?
Lives have to stop dying. There's again, this is World War III cannot happen. And I feel like at this rate, it's not being contained through just strictly financial aid. However, I can't speak for what I think should happen, or I think that Trump's 100% correct. I'd much rather prefer lives. Again, I have two stepsisters from Ukraine with family.
How is giving Russia more power containment?
Again, how is giving Russia more power containment? I don't think we're giving them more power.
Objectively speaking, giving Russia control over those land, right, ending that would give them more power because it allows them to lock and reload and then reinvade with the new land that they have.
But that would be part of the agreement, correct? Like if a communication, we give up land, lives are now saved. We're not losing lives at the rate we're losing. And in accordance in future years, build on more peace agreements and hopefully, like the USSR, regain land through peace agreements through future leaders.
What? Say that again?
So, for example, you said giving Russia more power. How would that be a good thing? For example, if we end the lives...
I said, how is that containment?
Because it would be part of the peace agreement, be part of the...
What is containment?
Them not expanding farther.
So is giving them more land expanding farther?
It's a solution, correct? But yes, correct. It's a solution.
So it is antithetical to containment. So you can't say you're pro containment of Russia.
Do you prefer?
Right? And then also say that you want to give them Ukrainian land.
Okay. For example,
especially against the will of Ukrainians.
Can you explain to me how the United States contained the USSR in the 90s?
In the 90s?
Correct.
In like what context?
For example, Ukraine was a former state of the USSR, correct? And it's now its own independent country fighting for its independence. Currently, what's happening in the conflict? Why is Ukraine?
You understand the Soviet Union collapsed in 91, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. So how would there be containment? So when you mean containment of Russia, you mean the after 19, like you mean the 1991 to 2000 time? I don't know what you're trying to say with that.
Okay, let me try to explain a little bit clearer. So right now, Ukraine and Russia are at a conflict because Putin is trying to take back and rebuild what was the former SSR. It was what we believe, right? He believes Ukraine should be part of Russia, so they're invading. Ukrainians are defending their independence in their country. The same way that Ukraine is now an independent state, an independent country, trying to preserve that as we speak. That was gained through peace accords and shutting down Russia from the Cold War and them trying to be more aggressive, and through presidential and leaders' powers of coming to a peace agreement and getting to Ukraine and releasing those unions that are in Eastern Europe to become independent countries. And so it would be something similar like that. And that's your original question you're asking. Ukraine gives up land in regards to saving lives, and for Ukrainians to have more saved lives, to Russians having more saved lives. Russia agrees to the terms because the United States puts very hard communication through them. Do not advance, or this will go much worse. And through years of leadership and power exchanges, Ukraine can become an independent state again. And that's kind of similar to what's happening in Taiwan and Hong Kong. Hopefully it turns out for independence for those countries as well. But a peace agreement would look something like that. And I just don't understand Biden Harris right now just giving them more money while more lives are being lost. I feel like that doesn't work.
Wait, I'm sorry. That was kind of like misinformation about the Cold War. Like, America didn't contain the USSR. The reason as to why the USSR collapsed
allies of America.
Yeah, so the reason as to why the USSR collapsed was, number one, the dependency on oil, with regard also heavy military spending. Also, you had Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms, like the perestroika reform, like the economic restructuring, right? The reforms, including the glasnost reforms as well, that kind of led to open criticism of the government corruption and ineffectively implementing economic reforms and political reforms as well. They're like, it's very complex to with regards to why the USSR collapsed, but it's not because America contained it. That's just misinformation. And secondly, I wanted to also
everything you just shared, I agree with, by the way. So we're in agreement.
Okay. Okay, so another thing I wanted to say was you saying that there was no conflict under like a Trump presidency or administration is just kind of like misinformation, because the United States under Trump also continued to support the Saudi and UAE-led intervention in the war in Yemen, which was one of the most egregious examples of destructive military foreign policymaking in years. The Yemeni genocide was happening under Trump as well. And not only that, I think it was the largest arms deal ever with Saudi Arabia happened under Trump.
What I can't. Is your name Covey? How do you pronounce your name? I just want to address.
Exactly.
Covey. Okay, that's a good point. I don't believe it's I mean, I understand. I agree with some of the stuff you were saying. I don't think it's misinformation to state that there was less conflict under the administration of Trump and Pence than there is now at the Ukrainian and Russian border and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's not
what you said. You said in the world. You didn't just say Russia, Ukraine.
Right now we're focusing on just Russia and Ukraine.
But like when you were saying that, what she was referring to is you referring to the overall conflict in the world.
Okay, we can get to that, but I can't address.
You did.
Okay, that makes sense. I said that. Wonderful. Going back to Covey to the Russian-Ukraine conflict, you did mention that I was spreading misinformation on how the USSR collapsed. I agreed with everything you said. Let me reword that. Through the strength of allies, the USSR collapsed, and the lack of resources that Russia or the USSR at that time contained, obviously was a lot less. And through the strength of military forces of our allies, we were able to see independence through those countries. And again, this is not misinformation. There was much less conflict at that border during the administration. We can argue because of policies or whatever that it wasn't so like that, but it's not misinformation to say there was less conflict at the border. That would be egregious, because there's hundreds of thousands of lives that are at cost right now during the Biden-Harris administration. So we can talk about policies, or we can talk about the reasons why.
So you're not understanding that it's factually true that there were hundreds of thousands of people that died under the Trump administration as well, and that's exactly what we were referring to. But you completely ignored all of that and didn't want to reference that. And we're also talking about things that the U.S. was involved in versus things that just happen around the world.
Okay, so good point. Let me touch on that real quick. There has been much more lives lost through foreign conflict under the Biden-Harris administration than the Trump-Pence administration. That is, again, objectively true. There is.
Can you give me a source?
Sure. Let me look.
Okay. Because I just haven't seen all the numbers totaled up on both sides.
Okay.
Like I don't know how you.
Can I pull up my laptop, or are we in like a hurry? Or are you in like a moment?
Yeah, I can talk to someone else while you do that.
Okay, but just put me on pause. Is that good?
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Athena, is there anything you wanted to address with him before I get another person up to date?
Yeah, I didn't like the kind of imperialist language and like rhetoric. This idea of putting countries in their it was very jarring to hear from the comments. This idea that America needs to put countries in their place when
are you referring to the
reason
language
as to why we have a lot of what you said, your rhetoric.
Can you refer to
when
what
you
I said?
Yes, when you said we need to put countries in their place.
I didn't say that.
That is imperialist language.
If I said that,
you said America. You said Trump. You said Trump can put countries in their place.
For example, I refer to Russia.
You talked about reprimanding. Yeah, you did. That's why I requested.
Right, and I said Russia in their place. Do you not want Russia to be put in its place?
No. You didn't specifically say Russia.
I'm sorry.
You didn't specifically say Russia. You said.
Can I rephrase?
Countries.
I mean Russia. Can I rephrase? I mean Russia. I'm sorry.
Okay, good. Because in general, you had like and also you said drone strikes were good, when they're not. When Parker mentioned how there was an immense level of drone strikes under the Trump administration, you said, is that a bad thing? When drone strikes are not good because they lead to more destabilization in these regions, which make them a cesspool for these supposed T organizations that you're talking about to be able to radicalize more people, right? So you did say drone strikes were good when they're not. And that's the imperialist language and verbiage that you're using that was very jarring to hear from the comments.
We can address that in 1 second. Thank you. I want to go back to what you were saying, Parker, of the source. So according to, this is the data source so the UCDP published on ourworldindata.org. It's the first result that pops up. Deaths in armed conflicts by type world.
Purdy, thank you so much for the 20 subscriptions. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate the 20 subscriptions. Give me some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Niche, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Lazada, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. And Maxine with the $30 on Cash App. Give me some W's for Maxine as well. W's for Purdy and Maxine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. What you were saying?
Oh, you're good. No worries. Through 2021, the beginning of 2021, we'll say that's the start of Biden's presidency. And this is death in arms conflicts by type. Data source is the UCDP, published in 2023. And so I won't have the full data for 2023. I can send the link if you would like. And this is, again, by type world, and this is armed conflicts by world. There's been 250,000 deaths in the year of 2022 on a world armed conflict race. In 2021, there was just under 150,000 at 137,000 deaths. In 2020, there's a missing for data for pandemic, not reliable. And 2019, there were 75,000. In 2018, there was 80,000. 2017, there was just over 100,000. And so in the first year and a half of the Biden-Harris administration, more people were killed through foreign conflict than 4 years of Donald Trump. That's what the UCDP reports.
I'm on the ourworldinourdata.org, and it only has until 2011.
Oh, do you want me to send you the link?
You can just tell me the title.
Yeah. So type in ourworldindata.org/war-and.
That's not the title. What's the title?
Oh, the title of the graph of the data.
Mm-hmm.
Deaths in armed conflicts by type.
I meant like on the thing that you're looking at.
Okay, here I can show you it's like this. Hold on. Like it's Our World in Data. Like, what part are you trying to get me to go, bro?
It seems to be at the similar trend. I'm looking at ourworldinourdata.org/grapher/number of armed conflicts, and you can see that there's very similar. It's like basically the exact same trend. Maybe there's a little bit more in 2022, but there was more in 2017.
Okay. Are you? Sorry, you have this graph right here, Parker. You have this graph right here.
That's not the one. I'm looking at the one that says number of armed conflicts world, and this is on Our World
I'm looking at deaths in armed conflicts. Deaths.
Okay, yeah. So, not the number of deaths.
What's that?
You're just relating to deaths, not the number of armed conflicts.
Correct. So yeah, lives lost. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. And so
okay, so there were more armed conflicts, but you're saying that there were
more deaths.
There was less deaths.
Under the Trump administration, yes, much less deaths through armed conflicts than the Biden-Harris administration. Correct.
And so I still don't see which one you're. So again, then you would say that there was more conflicts, but there was just less death.
Can we focus on again? I want to hear.
Think of the $5. Thank you.
I want to hear your opinion.
Can you go on? Can you show us the graph? Can you show us the graph, please? Because I can't see
my camera. We got this. We're good. Let's see if we can. All right. Can you guys see this? Can you see that, Parker?
No. You haven't saved it.
There it is. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So let's see if it. So 153,000. Again, this is from the UDCP.
Tell me. Let me see what the title is.
Okay. Deaths in armed conflict world, and this is data source Uppsala Conflict Data Program 2024. Okay. Again, we can argue about the source. This is the first thing.
Because again, I'm looking at the same one as you are, and in terms, so what you're saying is that there were more deaths under the Biden-Harris administration,
correct?
Right? Even though there were less conflicts or the same amount of conflicts.
Sure. Correct. And I would argue.
Okay. So then when you reference the amount of conflicts, well, then I would just like it sounds like you're saying that there were just more deaths, not necessarily more conflicts. Because you were earlier referencing conflicts.
Correct.
Because earlier you were referencing conflicts between different entities. right? And now you're referencing just how many people died in the conflicts.
Okay. The permission.
Taylor, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Permission to change my statement of deaths. I was trying to argue, you can take my word for it, the efficacy of conflict and that lives are the most important stat. And so conflicts are a completely different issue. I understand that the other graph shows differently, that it's mostly the same through Biden, Harris, and Trump and Pence. However, more people have died through foreign conflict, much more.
Okay. I would accept that. Okay, again, we could just ask the question: how was that caused by their administration?
Dude, I don't know. We're gonna have to get to a solution or an agreement, me and you on it. I think it's through lack of communication, through dictators, and through bad leaders of other countries that dehumanize people. And so I think a very good example.
You'd have to give me an example of how they caused all of these conflicts by having bad relations with those particular countries. And if you can't demonstrate that to me, well, then you can't actually say that they're responsible for it.
Okay. So you're now mentioning the graph of conflicts, correct?
No.
Oh, you mentioned conflict.
Yeah.
Can we restate that?
You have to tell me how the U.S. caused each of these different conflicts then.
Good
So
point.
what conflict are you referencing, and how did the U.S.
You don't
cause
want the
it?
fallacy of me just saying it. Okay, that makes sense. Again, okay, so we'll go with exact policy here. Dang, I'm not very good at knowing exact policies. My bad. Again, documentation of communication through dictators of other countries, and we can do the same thing if you want, of communication of the Trump administration and the Biden-Harris administration. Communication was much higher under the Trump administration through in-person meets. I want to specifically touch on that, meeting in person with these leaders, and then obviously you have over the phone and video conferences and whatnot.
Okay, you just said that communications were higher. That doesn't mean that the communications being higher caused there to be less conflict. Push the cap. You have to show me specifically what they did that caused the conflicts.
Okay. Trump here's okay, but again, more in depth.
You could say you don't know.
I can't say exactly what Trump
You need to look into it, right? So before you make a claim of they're responsible for all of these conflicts and they've done a foreign policy failure, you have to know what they did that would have caused the failure, right? And if you could identify that, well, then we can have a conversation about it. But if you don't know what you're specifically saying they did that's a failure, then we can't even have a conversation related to which would be better or worse in this foreign policy situation.
You're right. That's a good point. The one thing I can touch on, though, and again, this is the only objective truth I can share at this moment with what I have. The only objective truth I have is announcing to the world that these leaders were meeting together in person, and what was discussed in private, I cannot touch on, and what was discussed publicly, I don't have the sources right here to display it. However, it is not a fallacy to correlate in-person contact with these leaders and foreign conflicts and foreign deaths around the world. And so in-person contact with Putin and Trump, in-person contact with Kim Jong-un and Trump, Trump's travels to the Middle East to try to attempt to assign peace accords and to try to...
You're saying that this caused a decrease in conflict. So again, you're saying that when there is a higher level of in-person contact, there is less conflict. And then you'd have to give me a source to justify that claim.
Okay, so we're going back to the source. I'm going to have to pull up in-person contacts through presidents and dictators. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, you'd have to see that. And then you'd have to run an analysis to indicate that accounting for other factors, right, it is the case that it still shows that, right, this leads to higher levels of conflict. So, you're not even like on step one of identifying causation here. You are just on step one.
No, correct. I'm definitely on step one of identifying those two. I'm failing to address the source, so I'll do that right now if that's what you're asking, of in-person contact, and then we can correlate and run the numbers. So if you want, again, I'm going to...
Also, Trump's foreign policy with regards to the Middle East was a complete disaster. The Abraham Accords that he kind of tried to engage in actually led to the conflict in Palestine and Israel today. The normalization with other Arab countries. Secondly, he moved the embassy. I don't know why you keep interrupting me every time I talk.
Without any proof of that. You just said
Can you
that.
be quiet, please?
I did not make a basis.
Forrest, please be quiet. She let you speak the entire time. Respectfully, please let her speak.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Parker. Second of all, he moved the embassy, the American embassy, to Jerusalem, declaring Jerusalem, which, by the way, goes against all of Israel's allies. He declared Jerusalem to be the capital city, which led to more conflict actually in the Levant region. So, no, but what you just said was completely wrong. He did not lead to more peace in the Middle East, as he claimed initially. Instead, he escalated tensions.
Okay. I'm pulling up the sources right now, Parker. I can't address the Middle East because we're currently talking about in-person contacts with Putin, through Trump and Biden.
Every time I make a claim, you just gloss over it. I've noticed that every single time I address a point, you just completely gloss over it.
Okay, you addressed a point that Trump liked to brag about his Abrahamic Accords that he likes to own, that he did himself, and that it was so wonderful. And then you made the claim that that was the cause for the Israel-Palestine conflict without giving any justification for it. And so, however, if I'm going to be treated for doing the same claims, and I feel like I'm owning up to every time Parker points it out for me, I'm owning up to it. You kind of have to own up for the same thing and give the reasons for that. Are we on the same?
So the reason as to why the age group even did October the 7th was largely due to the normalization that was happening in that region due to the Abraham Accords that led to the Palestine issue being largely ignored by other Arab countries.
Okay. Can you expand on that?
Yes. Yeah, I just expanded on it. Palestine as an issue the Palestinian struggle was being largely ignored because America was trying to help Israel normalize with other Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, like the UAE during the Abraham Accords. That normalization is what led the age group to do October the 7th to disrupt the status quo.
Oh, so you're justifying October the 7th through the Abrahamic Accords is what you're saying.
Did I fucking justify anything? Or I'm just telling you what the Abraham Accords did.
You said the reason for October 7th, that was motive for October 7th.
You can talk about the reasons without justifying
that,
anything.
Led to a conflict, yeah. Appreciate the head mustache.
So your claim then, Covey, your claim would be then the Abraham...
Oh, I muted him literally 2 minutes ago, and it just now muted you. Unironically, just now muted you, because you're lagging so bad.
Am I still lagging? Can you hear me? My bad.
You're still on 1 bar.
Dude, I'm sorry. That's why I went outside. Tell me if it keeps lagging like that, and I can change locations real quick.
I think it just lags in terms of my ability to mute you, but.
Oh, okay, no worries. So then your claim is that through the Abrahamic Accords, that October the 7th was the Abrahamic Accords were a motive for Hamas to attack on October the 7th. I can't justify.
Partially, yes.
Okay. They were an attempt to establish peace, and Hamas was outraged by Israel through their conflict of wanting their motives. Again, I can't speak on that. But I don't see the correlation between the Abrahamic Accords and Hamas wanting to attack Israel on the 7th.
What part of the Palestinian issue, the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank, were largely ignored and set aside?
And so,
and Palestinian groups wanted to disrupt the status quo. Yes.
Okay.
Because the status quo had been to ignore Palestine.
Okay. Now I understand what you're saying. Okay. And so that would mean for October the 7th and these Palestinian groups and Hamas, a terrorist organization, that they were outraged by this, and so they attacked Israel. However, I would say that an attempt to make peace by establishing peace in the Middle East through the Middle East countries, that has no justification for October the 7th. That event that happened a year after.
Forrest, what makes you think she's morally justifying October 7th?
Oh, sorry. I do not. I'm sorry if I'm making that claim. I'm not saying she's morally justifying it. I'm saying that the Abrahamic Accords justified for Hamas, those Hamas people, to do October the 7th. And I still fail, even though...
No, I'm saying it was horrible foreign policy planning. It was horrible foreign policy planning because it did not take into account the conflicts that existed in that region. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to the Middle East, all the conflicts that exist within that region were not taken into account effectively. The same way when Trump decided to just randomly move the embassy to Jerusalem, that all the conflicts in that region were also not taken into account.
Okay, so October the 7th was midway through the Biden-Harris administration. And if they did not agree with the foreign policy that was established through Trump, they could have changed the foreign policy. They could have done more efforts. And so I can't personally blame accords that were put in place during the Trump-Pence administration that led and bled over into the Biden-Harris administration, and then it happened under Biden and Harris. They needed to have a better foreign policy, according to you, if they wanted to prevent that from happening. But they did not. They just let that stay in place.
Yes, they have. No. As Parker just mentioned, both sides have horrible foreign policy making. But you're trying to make it seem as if Trump did a good thing, right, with the Abraham Accords, when I'm telling you he didn't actually do a good thing because it led to where we are now.
Okay.
The Abraham Accords literally led to a destabilization of the Levant region, which is what's happening right now.
That makes way
so
more.
So no, he didn't lead to he didn't lead to more peace in the Middle East because he didn't take into account all existing conflicts and all existing dynamics when he was pushing for the Abraham Accord. The same way he didn't take into account everything when he was pushing for the embassy to be moved. The same way he didn't take everything into account when he was pushing for supporting the UAE and also Saudi Arabia in genociding Yemenis, which the UAE is genociding Sudanese people now.
Can you get a source for that last claim you made?
So that's what I'm saying.
Can you bring up the source for the last claim you made?
What claim did I make? What claim?
So you have to repeat it. Again, it was so I've yet to hear it. So
is it that people in Sudan are being genocided?
No, not that claim. No, heavens no. The claim that again, I'm lost a little bit, and that's my fault. Maybe I'm not making sense, but
maybe because you're not listening.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. No, okay. But the last point I do want to touch on, Parker, and you can talk right after. This is the last point I want to touch on, is that we all agree that foreign, or at least Covey and I agree, that foreign policy under the Biden-Harris administration is trash. What I'm trying to agree is that the war did not start and these conflicts did not start until the Biden-Harris administration. So maybe his foreign policy was trash.
Forrest, that is such a misleading way of referencing it, because you're not acknowledging that what we're saying is that given that you would consider the Biden-Harris administration foreign policy trash, you would have to then say the Trump administration foreign policy is trash.
Are you saying because it's the same foreign policy?
No, I'm not saying it's the same foreign policy. I'm saying that they're both perpetuating the war machine. They're both engaging in these types of conflicts. So if you say that just because there are conflicts under the administration, that means that they have bad foreign policy, well, then you have to say that for both sides. You're only willing to say it for one side, and that's why we're calling this out right here. Because again, we think that the foreign policy decisions of both Democrats and both Republicans are bad foreign policy decisions. Not always, but in plenty of scenarios. And I would argue maybe even in most scenarios. Think of the cap. Tiffany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Zeta, I appreciate the $1.50. And Molly with the $50. Can we get some W's from Molly in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, make your last points in right here, and then I want Athena to be able to respond to that point.
Yeah.
And then I do want to move on to another person.
I appreciate it. No worries. I appreciate the time you've given me. So you're right. That makes sense. That makes total sense. But if you're under the assumption, which I think we all agree, that the foreign policies are different, if the foreign policies are different and conflict occurs under one administrations and not the others, then it's objectively, you can objectively, not meaning it's true, but you can try to objectively make the argument that because the foreign policy of Biden-Harris is different, that these conflicts occurred. And so if we were to all come to the agreement that the same foreign policy, the fine print doesn't really matter.
Of course, you can argue that conflicts that happen under either administration could have been caused by the presidency. Now you have to give me the argument for that. And also you're not really providing that. You're kind of just saying that the conflict means that there's cause.
Dude, okay, so let's go back to the same one. Putin, Trump. Putin and Trump met at least 19 times according to the New York Times. And here's the article. Every time Trump has talked to Putin, and it has 4 letters, 9 phone calls, and 5 meetings. Biden has only been reported to meet with him 2 times, and 1 in person and 1.
Wait, Forrest, can you tell me how many times Obama met with him?
Well, Putin did not invade Ukraine under Obama, so I'm not vouching.
In 2014, there was the annexation of Crimea. Melissa, thank you for the $1.87.
Maybe Obama did a great job. I can't argue for that. I'm sure Obama.
The annexation of Crimea is part of Ukraine. Crimea was part of Ukraine.
Can you expand on that, dude? You know way more about
Russia in 2014 annexed, which means they illegally took over Crimea.
Okay, yeah. All right, I remember. Gotcha. Expand. And what does that mean?
Expand. Expand on what? What the fuck do you mean expand?
Sorry, what does that mean in the context of the situation?
I'm telling you that there was a conflict that happened under the administration, and yet there was probably a greater extent of communication between Obama and between Putin. Actually, at the beginning of Obama's administration, what they wanted to do was they wanted to create new conditions with Russia. They literally went to Putin in the very beginning of the administration. Actually, Hillary Clinton did this and gave them some quote-unquote button that is meant to show new relations between the United States and Russia. So there was plenty of relations under the Obama administration. So I think you have to look at that. You're only just looking at this from the particular lens of like the Biden versus Trump administration, which under the Biden administration, you understand that the invasion of Ukraine can lead to a lesser likelihood of them then communicating with Russia. You'd have to argue that the lesser communication of Russia then led to this happening, which there wasn't enough time in the administration for you to be able to indicate that.
You could, just because there's conflict doesn't mean you cannot meet. You can still make that argument. Just because a conflict between Ukraine and Russia has happened, that's not an excuse for not meeting with the dictator of Russia.
If they're actively like engaging in things that we would consider bad, I think that's part of a reason not to.
That's part of peace, though. You have to meet with those leaders. It's unfortunate that it happens, but a strong leader has to come up and meet with those leaders when they're acting not accordingly. And that's
like
what Trump
unnecessarily. So you're saying that they have to meet with them unnecessarily?
No, if conflict happens while someone is in office, you have to communicate with them.
What would be the reason? What would be the reason to go and communicate with Putin as of right now?
The same reason Trump communicated with al-Baghdadi, saying if you don't...
Can you ask me right now, like with Putin specifically, what would be the reason? What can we gain from engaging with Putin?
The same exact reasoning Trump communicated with al-Baghdadi, saying if you act accordingly, we're going to take you out. And they took him out, and ISIS, that was the last we heard of ISIS. Now, that would be...
So the United States is going to assassinate Putin?
You have to communicate with him, and you have to crack down.
Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that they're going to threaten to assassinate Putin?
No, but no.
Okay, so then what is he going to do?
My point wasn't that. My point was communication. And again, the communication with al-Baghdadi was, if you act not in accordance, we are going to take you out. And
we're going to take you out. So are they going to say the same thing to Putin, which then is going to be literally threatening World War III?
But you can't use the example I used in exact specifics because it's a different situation.
Well, then why are you using it?
Because I'm giving you asked for an example that would work.
I know. I'm asking you, what specifically are you going to get from communicating with Putin?
You get to become an agreeance, like you.
On what? What are you going to agree on?
Stop killing people. Start pressing. Have Biden meet with Putin.
But he doesn't want to do that because he wants Ukrainian land.
You're saying Putin does not want to meet with Biden? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying Putin doesn't want to just pull out of Ukraine. Putin wants Ukraine.
I agree. 100%. But we have to try to meet with the guy. We have to communicate.
What are you getting from communicating with him?
What are you guys telling me? You show up and you say we're the United States of America. Quit it. That's what Trump did.
You don't think they've fucking done that? Are you trolling? You don't think they've said U.S. says no? You don't think that's happened? Come on. What the hell are you talking about?
They have not showed up to Putin and said no. They have not. I don't.
Yes, they have.
Okay, give me your source.
You understand? I can give you a source of them both calling Putin a murderer and a war criminal.
No. Again, we're talking about communicating. You said, what good would it do to meet with a leader? And I gave you my reason. You said they've done that. And I'm saying they have not. Give me your source.
Give you a source for them meeting?
Correct. And telling them
you said they met multiple times.
Remember how every time
you already sourced that. Wait, Forrest, earlier in this conversation, you yourself, when you looked it up, said they met multiple times. Do you agree?
With who? Biden?
With Putin.
Since the foreign conflict, they have not met. No.
Oh wait! Oh no, wait! Hold up! That's completely different. I'm talking during the administration.
Yeah. Okay. Let me pull up the specifics. I have the Washington Post uploaded right here.
You just said it earlier.
Can I also just say, ISIS is very much still alive and well, and they're still terrorizing Iraq and Syria. Just because you don't read up about them or you don't know much about them doesn't mean that they've disappeared. They still exist. But also, second of all, how is such a conversation supposed to pan out? Is Trump just supposed to say, "Yo, bro, stop it," and then he's gonna go?
Yes.
Forrest, I'm not taking that seriously. Come on, dude.
Yes.
Come on, bro. He thinks Putin's just gonna be like, "Okay, I'll stop. Okay. You know what? I didn't consider that one before. Never considered that one."
Okay, you guys
Like,
can
you
laugh
know
at the
what,
death of
bro?
foreigners.
Okay,
Laugh
just-
at the death
just
of
'cause
foreigners.
you're
Oh,
asking
fucking
me, I'll
hell.
do you a little
Forrest, I'm going to kick you
favor.
for saying that. You just said that we're laughing at the death of foreigners. That's a fucking ridiculous thing for you to say. We are not laughing
did
at
he
that.
say?
He said that we're laughing at the death of foreigners. What the hell are you talking about? That is the most disingenuous bullshit claim
what?
I've ever heard.
No, I'm saying this is a serious topic, bro. I'm saying
What were we laughing
The
at?
death
Tell
of
us,
what?
Forrest, what were we laughing at? We were laughing at the fact that you said that he can just tell Putin stop and Putin's going to stop. And you
Yeah,
said we're
actually,
laughing at fucking, don't even talk. You said we're going to laugh at people dying in foreign countries. That's not what we're laughing at. We're laughing specifically at, again, you saying Putin's going to stop just because we said stop. Come on, that's a fucking ridiculous claim. Don't sit there and act like we are literally saying and advocating it's good to fucking kill people and
Oh,
laughing
I
at
don't-
that when
I
you sit
don't-
there and you know that we weren't saying that.
I don't.
That's
I don't wanna
fucking
advocate-
ridiculous. You don't even deserve to be talked to after
He
that. Your
laughed.
stand art. Justify to me
By
right
the
now what you just
Parker,
said, Forrest, or I'm
he
going to
laughed
kick
as
you.
well.
Okay.
Really?
He
I
laughed
was like
as
crazy.
well, by the way.
Hold
So
on.
technically,
we were treated.
you
hold on,
laughed as well, by the way, Forrest. So technically, you also laughed at like people dying by your logic.
Hold on, I gotta answer. I gotta.
You
answer
also
the first
laughed
claim.
with us.
I have to answer the first claim. The claim was, should Trump do this so that peace comes out, so that the conflict ends? And I said yes, and you guys laughed at it. And I said, are you guys laughing at the hand of foreigners and at the deaths of foreigners? And I just don't.
You
dude,
know we're not saying that,
I'm-
and you're saying that. Tell me why you said that.
Okay, I'm saying that because I found it very disrespectful for me to offer a solution to these crises that are going on.
Just saying stop it is not a solution. We were laughing at how ridiculous of a solution you think that is. It's a
Okay.
ridiculous solution.
Now-
So for you to sit there and you to act like we were saying
Give
that
the
when you
claim-
knew we're
give the
not saying
claim
that
it's a ridiculous
shows that you are
solution.
stop talking. Shows that you are not worth engaging with because you literally disingenuously took that and said, "Oh, are you laughing at the death of foreigners?" when you knew that we weren't saying that.
Give me the reason why that would not work. You're making the claim that
Because you know that we were clearly laughing at you just saying that saying
You were
stop
talking
is
about something else. I'm talking about something else.
I
I'm
literally
saying-
brought up. You just think he's gonna stop because he says it. That's what we were talking about. We weren't laughing at anyone dying, and you know we
Yeah.
weren't laughing at that, and yet you still decided to say it. Again, that tells me you're disingenuous, and it's a reason for me not to engage with you. Now you're sitting here and you're
hold on.
fucking gaslighting us because you're acting like you didn't fucking know that we clearly were not saying that. Did you know we
but
were saying
I
that? Yes or no?
I said that, correct. I find
Did
it
you know we
disingenuous-
were not saying that?
But I also find it disingenuous that you laughed at my remarks and saying yes. You have to give the reasons why. not just laugh
Did
at
you
it.
know we weren't saying that?
You said that would never work and started laughing.
No. So did you know that we were not laughing at
No,
people
that's not why we
dying?
laughed. That's not why we laughed. Yeah,
correct.
no,
I
we
don't-
laughed.
Oh, there you go.
because
He
I
just
said,
conceded
how
to
is that
being
gonna-
disingenuous. Appreciate the glasses. Thank you so much. He just conceded being disingenuous. He said, yes, I knew that you guys weren't saying that. Yet he still made that point. So he's gaslighting and being disingenuous. Ridiculous statement. I can't engage
No,
with it any
literally.
further.
He also dismissed every single thing that I said. Completely dismissed it. Right. So, yeah, I'm gonna drop. Can you please kick me? My screen is
No, I got
glitching.
you. Don't worry. I appreciate you coming up as always at the end.
Thank you.
Of course, of course. Yo, Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Jennifer. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Gustavo, thank you for the love you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I believe that
How old
Trump
are you?
is a master negotiator and could just say stop.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you cross-eyed and a feminine boy. You wonder why ain't nobody like you.
So, why are you voting Trump? Okay. All right. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
You voting Trump?
Not a doubt.
Okay, why so?
I've been seeing you on here, and you've definitely been growing your viewers. I got to give it to you, bro. You might be the only one that's really organic and not like paid up, non-player characters. But you know, I see you on here talking, and sometimes you're on point, but other times you're, flawed.
Can you give me one example?
Well, I mean, for instance, you really, really over here every day repping Harris when, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. So in all reality, and no disrespect, but you just haven't had time yet to have real life experience, right?
Really strong argument. Shikari, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really strong argument.
Well,
Really
I mean,
you know, that's
let me ask
super
you,
convincing. Terry, thank you.
are you happy in life?
Yeah.
You are? So you're not like miserable and like don't care if the world ends tomorrow. Like a lot of people in America have like
the money guy. Thank you so much. I love what I do. I think what I do is beneficial. What the hell are you saying? I love what I do. I think what I'm doing is beneficial. I have people in my life that I love and care about. Right? I find purpose in my life. Yeah.
But I just don't understand how you really would think that she would be a better president than Donald Trump.
You still haven't given me anything I'm wrong on, but as it relates to, I do think she'd be a clearly better president, because I don't think that someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud as 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, has a racist and misogynistic history, has at all the character and or the policy that would be beneficial for the American public.
But you're so redundant, repetitive, like a script, and you say the same things verbatim every time. But when it comes to morals, do you really have any? I'm asking you, being real. Do you really have morals and can understand what's better for this country or not? Or
so I do have morals, and also, by the way, the reason why I'm talking about the same things is because we're having the same conversation, and I have to bring the same things up because they're relevant in demonstrating that Trump is a bad individual. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Either you believe that these things are not bad, right, or it is the case that you literally just aren't informed about them. So I typically bring that up because a lot of people are uninformed about these things, which once they hear about them, they clearly know that they're bad.
Do you think Donald Trump does not love America? Is that what you think?
I think Donald Trump loves Donald Trump.
Okay. Do you think Kamala Harris loves America?
If he loves America, then the biggest issue he thinks exists, which is border security, he wouldn't have undermined the border bill. Fantastic. Thank you for that mustache.
Well, I mean, he's close to being president. So, but I mean,
but you just completely ignored that. So, if he cared about the country, then why did he undermine the border bill?
Let me ask you this: have you ever traveled out of the U.S.?
Nice response.
No, I mean, have you ever traveled out of the U.S. though? Like, been anywhere? Do you really think that on a world level that Kamala Harris is going to represent 330 million Americans in a better form than Donald Trump would?
Sir, you're pivoting.
No, I'm trying to.
I'd love to talk about that further.
I'm trying to get you
I think she's better than Donald Trump, of course, and she's going to represent us way better. Now, can you please answer my question? Vanessa, thank you for the $25 for your morals and amazing ability to deal with.
We said a lot. What was the exact question?
Hold up. Let me read the thing real quick. Yo, Colin, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was halfway through reading it. I apologize. Amazing ability to deal with mega morons. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I asked you why, he specifically undermined the border bill if he cares about the country, because that's the main issue that he's running on.
Well, for one, we're close to an election, and it's probably an election move, which I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's right.
He cares more about getting elected than he cares about solving the biggest issue he's running on.
He's playing long game, bro.
That tells you he loves Donald Trump.
No, it's a ploy.
He does not love.
Why didn't they do
Donald
it
Trump.
before?
He loves Donald Trump. He does not love the country.
Why didn't they do it 3 years ago?
So
she is second in command, brother.
You can ask why they did.
And she really can't be first. You get what I mean? She's second in command. She can't get nothing done. Why? Would it be any benefit to us to make her first in charge?
Why didn't Trump do it under his 4 years?
He tried.
No. So you could say that he tried, right? But then you can understand that the Biden-Harris administration also tried, and they had policies. And the reason why it didn't pass is because Trump undermined the border bill. He torpedoed.
He was fought on everything, though.
That's you're completely pivoting every single time I address something that you think is negative about Trump.
No, but it's just odd, though. You're talking about
if he cares about the border, he would have done something to fix it, regardless of whether or not it would have changed the likelihood of him being elected.
60 days out.
Also, he could have ran on this. He could have said they didn't do things for the first year under the administration. They didn't do anything about immigration. He could have said that. And then also, I appreciate Little Crown, thank you so much. He could have ran on that. But no, he decides to not fix the issue because he thinks it's going to have a better likelihood of him putting in the office, because he cares more about he cares more about being in the office than he cares about fixing the fundamental issues he's running on.
Oh, you don't find it weird she did it the last 60 days? They're trying to push this through. You don't find that a little? Why did not they?
Tori,
what about 2021?
Tori, this was in 2023.
No, I'm asking you.
This was in May 2023.
Well, it has to run the course, right? Takes a minute,
You
right?
understand May 2023 is almost a year and a half ago at this point.
Yeah, so it takes a minute to get to where it's at, is what you're
So
saying?
Tory G, do you understand that, again, he undermined the border bill, right, over a year ago, okay? And you're sitting here and you're telling me, why did they just start it in the past 60 days? Where the hell have you been, Patrick Starr?
Well, I mean, I'm not keeping up on all these policies, brother. Some of us live and make money, bro, and got to work. Some of us don't get to sit on TikTok at 22 years old.
I understand, but then don't sit there and tell me that I'm too young and I don't know enough if it is the case that I've been able to put more time into learning these things.
Well, you don't
where
have,
was the
you
20,
don't
30
know
years
enough,
that you
bro.
have extra on me?
I'll tell you how you don't know enough.
Where was the extra 20, 30 years that you had extra on me? I didn't
I'll
have
tell
those
you how
20,
you don't
30
know
years.
enough. If you let me tell you, I'll tell you exactly. Do you have any children? No, correct?
I have 10 children.
You have 10 children. See, you'll find out when you have children, it makes you weaker every time you have one, because something on this planet you love more than yourself.
I love my 10 children.
You really would love your children to grow up in a society of like Southern or Northern California? Is that how you want them to grow up?
Yeah, absolutely. Southern California is an amazing place. Colin, think of the galaxy. I appreciate it.
Wow, bro. I'm from San Diego, dude, and it's tore back, tuna snack, tore up from the floor up. There's some pretty parts. Of course, there's some good people there, but for the most part, the true Californians left.
The true Californians? What the fuck?
Yeah,
does that mean?
most true Californians left, bro.
Thankfully, so you're the racists, you mean?
No, I'm just saying
The
because
racists move out of the big cities
changed.
because there's too much diversity? Is that why?
Oh, dude, there's like needles on the ground and people
No.
sleep. I mean,
Torji, you're like
disgusting in some
literally
other
making
areas.
this up. I live in Los Angeles, okay? I walk around in Los Angeles all the time. You're making shit up. Is there some places
Really?
I nowhere in Los Angeles have I ever seen that. Nowhere.
When you drive off the interstate, does it look like 1982 anymore?
No.
Or does it look like
No.
Venezuela
I drive
or
in
Pakistan?
What the hell are you talking about? One, you're trying to associate it with what you consider bad places. Two, is the case I live in Los Angeles, and the Los Angeles is incredibly beautiful. You have no clue what you're talking about. You're making this up because you want to make blue areas look bad.
There, bro. I mean, so I don't think you understand.
I live there
the
right now.
change.
I live here right now. What the hell are you
You don't
talking
understand the change, bro. You didn't
You sound
see it.
deranged. You sound deranged.
You didn't see the change.
You totally sound deranged. Chandler with the $52 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chandler. Hannah, thank you so much for the hand rock. Give me some W's for Chandler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chandler.
What you're perpetrating is truly bad for America, brother.
What? Say that again?
Brother, you and I both know you're a non-player character. You're a paid op, paid through the slush fund of
you
the
came
DNC
into my live
TikTok
saying
fund.
that you think I'm not paid, and now you think I am paid. Can you give me any evidence?
No,
that
I
I'm
never
paid?
said you weren't. I mean, you
That's
see
the first thing that you
gifts
said
or
to me.
whatever.
That's the first
I
thing
never
you said
said
to me.
you weren't paid. I never talked.
You
I
did.
said I saw you grow your account. Is what I said.
Yeah.
Verbatim.
So was I a paid op while getting 5 people in my live for months on end? Was
Well,
I
you
a paid
didn't have
op?
5 people. When I first
did.
ran across you, I think you had a couple grand. But you and I both know.
So that's
that
when you saw me.
You are
I've been
benefiting
doing this
though,
for years.
from
I've been doing
this.
Appreciate the hand art. I've been doing this for years, and I literally would go live in front of 5 to 10 people for months. I did not get more viewers than that. I went live in front of people with 5 to 10 viewers for months because I genuinely love going live. Okay.
You're suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, though, and you just got to
pivot every single time I make a point that you don't like. You pivot every single time.
Nobody's pivoting, bro. I just find
did.
it odd that a 22-year-old
You just randomly brought up
man
Trump when
with
I
no
just was
children
explaining that I
is
wasn't
on
paid by the
here
DNC. You
every day
Because
perpetrating nonsense.
This isn't
and
nonsense.
baloney.
None of this is nonsense. You're just saying that I'm 22 to demean me, but you're giving no arguments. Apparently, a 22-year-old.
Well, I mean, when it comes to life experience.
So you say you have so much more life experience, but apparently you don't have enough experience in life. Appreciate Little Crown. Thank you so much to look up the same information that I have right now. I'm a 22-year-old that knows more than you, and you're mad about it. And you're
Brother,
trying to make yourself feel stronger. You're trying to make me feel less
politically
significant.
aligned with Kamala Harris and Biden and Obama.
Are you
really
going to
don't-
pivot every single point that I make, or are you going to
No,
address
because you're
specifically
getting
what I have to say?
information on Google, which is
Send
flawed.
message, thank you. I'm not just going to Google. I look for like particular types of nonpartisan sources, right? For example, like the Bureau of Labor Statistics, appreciate the handout, thank you so much. The St. Louis Federal Reserve. Those are nonpartisan sources from the federal government that provide us economic data. You dispute those things because you don't accept facts and reality, and instead you accept fringe conspiracy theory.
Hey, let me ask you this. Do you think it's good that Kamala is going to come and most likely, if she is elected, and go into, I have a video, it's on, you can check it out on my page. It's saved, where she's going to actually go into people's houses if need be.
Does he address any points I make? Are we having a conversation? Are you an NPC? Like, are you a non-interactable NPC?
You stand
because
on
every
nothing
single
morally,
point that I
though.
make, you never respond to. You
just stand on
every
nothing
single
morally,
point that I make, you don't respond to.
This
guy's an
more than
NPC,
election.
dude.
It's a moral battle, bro. It's a spiritual battle.
Give me one policy that
is.
Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
Oh, really? That's why I think
Sarah,
it's
think of the $10 on PayPal.
something % of millionaires in America.
One policy
are aligned with Kamala.
Mustache, thank you. One policy. Give me one.
What's that?
Give me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
Well, I thought it was really cool, and I don't know if it is considered a policy. I thought it was an executive order, but it's when he what he did for black colleges. I thought that was
historically
very
black colleges and universities. So the $255 million a year, you actually know that was reducing
I think that was really
funds.
cool.
Hey, you know that was actually reducing funds because Obama gave $4 billion over 8 years, which is $500 million a year. I'm pretty sure the money gun, thank you so much, which is 2 times more than what Trump gave. And then Biden gave $4 billion a year. 16 billion over his entire administration. So Trump reduced funding to HBCUs, and you just said that it was a good thing. Also, that's not a policy that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people because
America's a business,
because it is the case that you're referencing, again, not even like an overall policy that benefit people who are rich more than people who are poor, because it is the case that, again, it reduced funds. Vanessa, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Vanessa, on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $25.
Tonight, you really ought to pray to whoever, whatever Lord it is, and ask for some guidance, because you're on here trying to tell each day 9,000 people. You got a lot of followers right now, a lot of people on the live. You're trying to persuade them with nonsense.
So you just keep saying what I'm saying is nonsense. You actually actively have not responded to a single point that I brought up. Appreciate Little Crown.
Because you brought up the same redundant, stereotypical, racist.
You said
rhetoric.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Super hard. Thank you so much. You said that Trump did something good by providing HBCUs money, but what he actually did is he reduced funding to HBCUs. Okay, so I just acknowledged that he cuts the HBCU funding in half, and then Biden literally increased it by 16 times.
Oh, well, you know, in the end of the day, I grew up watching Donald Trump. You didn't. You were like not the apple of of the eye yet. And I watched Donald
I was a Trump supporter in 2016.
And he was held high in America, and he graced covers of magazines. And I never saw him drink. I never saw him smoke.
Was he held up in magazines when he, was by the DOJ, was indicted for, or was going through civil litigation for not renting to black people? Or what about
you saw him go up and go down?
What about when he called for the execution of the Central Park Five, which were exonerated based upon DNA evidence? What about him expanding, I appreciate the blocking of, thank you so much. What about him popularizing the birther movement, saying Barack Obama, because he was black, was born in Kenya, right, to undermine him running for president of the United States? So you can sit there and you can act like it is the case that throughout the entirety of his life, he was only but loved. But that is absolutely not true. And it is the case that we can point to many things that he did that discriminated against people, oppressed people, and people were not very fond of.
Well, we're measured by our children as men, and you'll see that someday when you see your children. And
Carlos, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Good, and they represent you well when they go places, and they're very well behaved and well spoken. Look at
Donald Trump Jr. calling his 17-year-old daughter sexy. So Donald Trump Jr. calling his 17-year-old daughter sexy.
Have you not seen Harris's child?
That's a good representative of Donald Trump. Him calling his son, calling his daughter, a 17-year-old daughter, sexy.
See,
is that what a good father does? Calls their 17-year-old daughter sexy?
Brother, dude, that is really, really weird. That's all you got is you go back to some lame ass something you heard that came out the side of his neck. Instead of actually looking at the human being himself. Why is that? Because your generation gets their feelings hurt.
Yeah, when someone
So
sexually
easily.
abuses someone, yeah, I think that's bad. When someone
but I
doesn't
mean,
rent to black
words
people,
hurt.
I think that's bad. When someone tries to coup the government, I think that's bad. When someone tries to restrict women's access to abortion, I think that's bad. When someone denies science and climate change, I think that's bad. When someone doesn't have a healthcare policy after 9 years of running for president of the United States, I think that's bad. When someone who's running for president for 9 years doesn't have a single childcare policy, I think that's bad. When the guy running for president of the United States, appreciate the hand art, thank you so much, has actively undermined our democratic institutions and actively advocated to be a dictator on day one, I think that's bad. My generation is voting against people who actively destroy the foundations of this country because we're advocating for progressive change. And you're sitting there
you're wrong
advocating
right
for
now.
systemic oppression
Because
and
most
to
of your
continue
generation
the
is voting for
conservative
Donald
values
Trump.
of this country that have actively demonized minorities, have actively demonized people of color, have actively demonized women, have actively demonized people who are GAY, people who are trans, and across the board. Because you
You're an
don't give a
anomaly,
shit
though.
about them. You
You're an
only care
anomaly.
about cis, heterosexual, white men in the United States that have political power. And that's
You're
why
an anomaly,
anything
though.
they do, you never hold them accountable. But everything a woman
majority
does, you hold them accountable.
Of young men your age are voting for Donald Trump. And something's like mama didn't hold you enough.
Because they
or I
want
don't
to
know
keep
what
their
happened,
power,
bro.
and they don't want to give everyone equality. They want to stay in the position where they can oppress people instead of actively fighting against that system that oppresses people to create a better society for the
I see
people
it now.
of the future, for their daughters, for their sisters,
I
for
see
their
it now.
mothers.
You truly
Christian
are
confetti.
miserable. You probably
I'm
don't
not
have a
miserable. I'm
girlfriend.
not miserable. I'm not
You're
miserable.
probably
I'll
made
fix that
fun of as a
mustache.
kid, and I'm sorry for that. They probably
confetti.
treated you bad growing up. I'm sorry for your life on that.
Christian confetti.
But it gets better.
Because I advocate for women's rights.
You just have to
Christian the hand art.
persevere, push through, turn that frown upside
John,
down.
thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so
And go
much.
to the
Dexter,
next
thank you for
day.
$3. Thank you, confetti.
But you and I both know what you're doing on here is wrong.
How? How is fighting for women's rights wrong?
Because you're not
Christian
fighting
confetti.
for women's rights, bro.
Yes, we are.
You're a non-player character in a game, sir. That's
Says
what
the
you
one who
are.
hasn't responded
You're
to
a-
a single
you're a
point that I've
non-player
made.
Character in a
Christian
game,
lights.
and you're
Says the one
here
who
for financial
says the one who hasn't
gain
responded to a single
only.
point that I made.
Because you don't want to actually go out and live in the real
kidding.
world. You want to stay in your
Brittany,
room.
thank you for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Emmy, thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. This is the real world. Purdy, thank you for the Leon. Thank you so much. Gustavo for the pitch face. You say that I'm only on here for money. Percy the D, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Because you don't understand empathy. Because you don't understand fighting for people's rights. Rain for the manifesting. You're sitting there and you're projecting from your own standpoint. You would only fight for people's rights if it meant making you money. Percy the gem
Hey,
gun.
brother,
But
and
I'm
I
doing
can
this
tell
because
you
I want a
something
better
right now.
society for my children. I want a better society for the women in my life, my girlfriend, for my mom, for my sisters, for everyone in my life that I care about. Gabriel, I
tell you
appreciate the
how
10 month
wrong you
subscription. I want a better society for everyone. I don't just want a better society for people who are just like me. I want a better society for everyone.
Okay, well, let me point out something to you then, okay? Let me point one thing out before I go. Okay, and you don't know
Oh,
this.
you're going to
but
run
I'm-
away now?
No, no,
Appreciate the
no,
IC. Thank
I
you
didn't
so
know.
much.
I
Look at
just
him
wanted to tell you
running.
this. No, let me tell you
He's
this.
our
And it's
little
a good-
runner.
It's not a bad
Just look
thing.
over
It's
to
a
defend.
positive thing, and I'm
Here's
just
the
gonna
animal
share it
band.
with you.
Appreciate the gold medal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Sharp with the champion. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharp.
you
Catherine, thank you for the goose.
Do you understand
thank you.
what a pro and a con
Crystal
is?
with the superpower. Thank you so much.
And a cause and effect, right?
I see. Thank you.
When somebody makes decisions, there's a cause and there's effect of things, right? Well, let me point something out to you may not know. And I'm gonna share this with you. I've never shared this on live, but I'm gonna share it with you. Okay? In 2017, January 17th, yes, directly right after Donald Trump became president. Yes, like the day of almost. I think it was the day of, very close. My 23-year-old son was gunned down.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
And it was at an ice cream parlor.
You
Okay.
did just get flagged for harassment and bullying. I do apologize. Purdy, thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Dutch. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mama, thank you for the hearts. You just got flagged. It doesn't let you refer to those things. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. He actually got flagged for harassment and bullying. Never mind. That was for something different. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's get on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. I can't keep him on because it will take down the live, everyone. Appreciate the hand arts. Thank you. Appreciate the confetti. All right. Yo, Birdie, thank you for the under. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Birdie, holy shit, it's going crazy. Thank you so much, Birdie. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you, Mama. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on?
Care, I appreciate the hand art. Are you voting Trump?
I'm an English person who lives in Sweden. I'm just more interested.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. But I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. Thank you so much. Let's get on to this next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. Purdy, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. I'll bring you up. Purdy, thank you for all the corgis. Follow me here if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. So make sure to follow me here if you haven't already. Kathy, thank you for the cat. Purdy, thank you for the corgis. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Yeah, honestly, I think from now on, I'm just gonna. I think that's like what I need to highlight. I need to highlight that those people are saying that because they're projecting, and that's the only reason they would fight for other people. They appreciate the class. Thank you so much. That it specifically shows their selfishness. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you for the glasses. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 23.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting, but I did just want to.
All right. Appreciate everyone. Thank you so much for all the gifts, y'all. Y'all are incredibly nice. Thank you for the corgis. Thank you for the DJ glasses. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up,
Hello?
man?
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Oh, why so?
I mean, dude, there's so many reasons, but number one, the guy has came in to an institution filled with people that are literally looking to enrich themselves and tried to shut it down.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I completely missed a lot of these things, so I need to address this real quick. Holy shit. Oh my God. I didn't see a lot of these, chat. Holy shit, let me address these. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Ashley with the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bev with the $10. Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hannah with the $10. Thank you so much. Misty with the $10. Megan with the $66.60. Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Michelle with the $50. Josephine with the $50. Thank you so much, Josephine. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Josephine. I really appreciate that. And Eddie with the $100. Thank you for standing up with us in the pride flag. Thank you so much, Eddie. Let's get some W's for Eddie, Josephine, Michelle, Megan, Misty, Hannah, Gerard. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Y'all are incredibly kind. And Purdy with the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. Also, get some W's for Purdy as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, everyone. Y'all are incredibly kind. But yeah, go for it. I really apologize.
No, you're fine. I mean, get your money, boo-boo, because after November, you won't have any of it. So
the Galaxy, thank you so much.
Enjoy it now.
What makes you think that?
Because Act Blue won't be paying you anymore, and these people won't be on your lives.
Sir, I've never been
that's
paid
the
by
bottom line,
Act
right?
Blue.
It's all about money for you guys, you and Harry and everybody else.
Emlo, thank you for the golden party. Thank you so much.
Paid.
Dude, I don't get paid by Act Blue. I don't have any management company. Appreciate the hat and mustache. I don't have any businesses I work with. The only money I've ever made is people that send me money through TikTok, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal.
Page and everybody else, the money that's been paid to you guys. So you can say you don't get paid by anybody, but you absolutely do. And what the fuck do you know about it anyway? I mean, really?
DJ, respectfully, I don't work with any businesses. How could they pay me? Versus the Cheer Squad.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure, but I can point to that's what sucks about this is that I can't post the shit in real time for people to see. But even if you didn't get paid by him, I mean, dude, what do you know about it? Like, we were living real life when Trump was elected. You were like 12. You don't know what the economy was like. You don't know what it was like as a parent to provide for their children under Trump, and now under the Biden economy. You have no clue. You just don't. You don't understand it at all.
Yeah, but I did study economics, so I have an understanding of how the economy works. I studied economic history, including that time, and I've actually written multiple papers.
I studied ancient history, but I didn't fight.
Chill out. So I've actually written papers on statistical analyses, right, and econometrical models, right, that specifically relate to these particular times within economic history, and like relating to like the economic effects of certain policy. Push the cap. I've written papers. Push the handout. Thank you so much, on the Federal Reserve and the effect of the different types of legislation the Federal Reserve engaged in during the pandemic and how that had effects on the economy. So I have a degree. I understand the economy, and I can reference what has happened from a macro and microeconomic lens. Now, if you would like to engage with that, you can, but don't just call me young and say that I can't engage with that.
Okay,
because there's a lot of things I could say that you don't know, that you haven't studied, that would be relevant to that as well. Because I have experience with these concepts, and you don't have experience with some of these concepts.
No, I don't have any experience with paying my bills over my lifetime and providing for my family. I don't have any.
That's not
of
what
that
I was saying.
experience.
That's not what I was saying. I was relating to these economic concepts from a macroeconomic perspective.
So
We appreciate the $5 from Act Blue. Thank you so much. Chad, thank you for the $30 for Bro is a Liar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Lauren, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
You know what? You don't even engage with people.
Go for it. I'm waiting for you to say something.
I've been talking, but you just keep interrupting me to cater to your donors there. Listen, I mean, here's the bottom line. How about this? How about instead of asking me why I'm voting for Trump, why don't you tell me why you're voting for Kamala without mentioning gender or race or Trump? Just give me a quick overview why you would vote for this woman without those things involved.
Yeah, for sure. Mariah, thank you so much for the $10 from the DNC. I really appreciate that. Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 for Ben donating to Parker for 3 years now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind. And I've seen you for a very long time. Been part of the community for a really long time. And Charles with the $200 from Act Blue in the LGBTQIA plus community. Thank you so much, Charles. I really appreciate the $200 on Venmo. Thank you so much from Act Blue in the LGBTQIA community. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Donna, appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for fighting for women's rights. Thank you so much. James with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for wanting a better life for everyone. Thank you so much, James. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yes, I got you. So Kamala Harris was the most influential vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. And it had the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. And it was even deficit reducing.
That was Trump's insulin cap there, Super Chief.
So that was a non-enforceable executive order, right?
Yeah, okay. Okay, so he tried to cap insulin,
so much. It didn't have like an effect on the price.
Because y'all Democrats didn't vote for it, you get to take credit for it now, right? So he tried to do that for insulin and everybody else, and he said, hey, we need to do this for our citizens, and then the Democrats voted against it. And
so you think the $10 from Antifa.
You're such a fake fucking piece of shit, dude. You're so pathetic that it's remarkable. I can't wait till November comes and you lose your paycheck, you piece of shit. You're worthless. Fuck you.
Yo, DJ, it's totally fine. Oh, he's so mad. Bro actually thinks I'm paid by Act Blue and by the DNC, bro. Does he not know I had a platform before the election time? Jeez, bro. That's so funny, dude. It's so funny. You know what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
You know, I'm thinking about it, but I honestly can't decide. I want to find out more about Kamala. If there was reasons
Would
you could give
would
me.
you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't think I would put that in as a reason, as a deciding factor.
Tony, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So sexually assaulting a woman isn't a disqualifier for you?
Yeah, because how does that affect the country as a whole?
So if he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him?
Oh, obviously no.
Okay, so why would you vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Because there's a difference between a child and a grown woman.
You think there's a difference between a child and a grown woman? And what's the relevant difference insofar as that raping one is okay, but not the other one?
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to give me reasons to vote.
Okay. Oh, no, because you said you would vote for someone who was held civilly liable of penetrating a woman against her will, in her vagina.
Well, that's not what I said.
You wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of doing the same thing to a child. So the only difference is that the victim in one scenario is younger versus the victim in another scenario is older.
Yeah, I understand.
Right? So what about assaulting them is different insofar as that you would vote for one but not the other? Because I think assaulting both of them is excessively bad insofar as that you shouldn't vote for them.
Yeah, you have a point there. I want to find out reasons why I should vote for Kamala. Because this is my first time voting, you know?
I think this is the solid reason. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And I can give you plenty of others. We can talk about the policy.
Okay.
But this should be enough, it seems. Like, it should be enough to say you shouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will.
Right, but what other reasons, like for the economy, border security, etc.?
Jenny, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. So Trump undermined the border bill. He called people in Congress to not vote for the border bill because he didn't want the Democrats to look good. He said it was because of the appropriations. Laura, I appreciate the following for you. But they separated the appropriations from the border bill. The border bill didn't get passed, and the appropriations did get passed. So clearly he's undermining it with the explicit reason of making Democrats look worse and being able to use the border as a talking point to get elected. So he cares more about using it as a talking point than he cares about actually fixing the problem. Most of his tax policy went and benefited people who are rich, right? Predominant amount of it went to the top 1%. Most of it went to people who are rich. And appreciate the paper crane, thank you so much. And there were small benefits for the middle class and for the lower class. So what I would argue for is the tax policy of Harris, which extends tax cuts mostly to people who are lower income, right? And increases taxes to people who are rich to compensate for it so that there's not deficit spending.
Okay.
Because Trump wants to pay for his TCGA by increasing tariffs, which will cause the prices of consumer goods that are imported into the country to go up, which would cause inflation, would make houses more expensive, groceries more expensive, right? Everything that you buy on a daily basis more expensive because of how much our economy relies on imported goods as a part of the process of production.
Okay. So not mentioning Trump, could you give me reasons to vote for Kamala? Like what things she can do, like for economy and whatnot?
Yeah. First, let me thank some people real quick. Gloriani, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Jenny, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. And Charles with the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much. With some W's for Charles in the comment section. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Yvette with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Yvette. I really appreciate it. Thank you for speaking up for women's rights. And thank you for your patient teaching, as difficult as it may be. Thank you so much, Yvette. I really appreciate that. Donald, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for what you stand up for what is right. And Vanessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the hashtag when we fight we win. Thank you so much. Karen, I appreciate that. You're amazing. Thank you so much. So sorry, can you want me to mention like things that she's advocating for? I got you 100%. $50,000 deductible for starting up businesses, for small businesses, from their taxes, so they can deduct $50,000 off their taxes. Appreciate the Corgi. Thank you so much for the first year. She also wants to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to stimulate the production of new houses. She's also advocating to expand the child tax credit from $2,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18 years old, which, when implemented, decreased child poverty by 50% in 2021 as a part of the American Rescue Plan. She's also advocating to cap pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket at $2,000 a year and do a $35 cap on insulin, not just for seniors, but for everyone in this country. She wants to limit the effect of medical debt on someone's credit, get rid of that, and allow for Medicare to negotiate drug prices. And Elisa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Kizzy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Is there anything that she's said that she's going to do like for the border?
Yeah, the border bill. She wanted to get past the border bill to make it faster for people to go through the asylee process. Instead of it taking 8 to 10 years, it takes 6 months to 1 year maximum. Angel, thank you for the subscription. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I really had. I was just asking questions. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Comment in the comment section. It helps push it out to more people. And follow me if you haven't already, y'all. That actually definitely helps push. And you might not follow me here on my main account because I have been on my third account for a while. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24. I'm so sorry. I'm not voting for Trump. I just
You're good,
wanted.
don't worry. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you a lot, but let's get on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 27. I had a few questions.
Are you voting Trump?
I want to vote for Trump.
Why so?
But my questions are: you have a very strong feeling towards Kamala and all her policies, and I just want to ask this question about this rape charge that you keep bringing up. Why do people like Megyn Kelly, Tulsi Gabbard, strong Democrats that turn independent are still going towards him instead of Kamala? Why are people trying to lead the Democratic Party because of all these policies that she's not portraying into the media, all these fact checks that she keeps coming out about fracking, about gun banning, all this other stuff.
So Megyn Kelly was not a Democrat. And as it relates to Tulsi Gabbard, Gabbard is very prone to very prone to conspiracy theory. So I don't see them as like a source for you to look for in terms of like a better individual that they're going to vote for comparative to anyone else. So like the reason why I bring up this civil, I appreciate the axe. Thank you for the subscription. So let me specifically reference this first, right? As it relates to Trump, the reason why I bring up the civil case as it relates to sexual abuse is because I don't think you should vote for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, because I think that it is a very likelihood true that it's the case that they did it if they go through the civil litigation process where it specifically indicates that 9 jurors unanimously said that she was sexually abused by Donald J. Trump. Now, I think that the jury is most likely to be accurate, so I have best reason to accept the jury unless given good reason otherwise.
I understand. I was just trying to figure out why all these people are still trying to go towards him, even after all these rape allegations that he allegedly has.
Because they're morally bankrupt. They know it's true and they're morally bankrupt. Or they're so misinformed into believing the conspiratorial claims that it's false and that everything is rigged against Donald Trump because he's perpetuated a lie over and over and over again that everything is out to get him and that he's always the victim. But yeah, no, I'll let you go hang out with your kid. I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Sabra, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sabra. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Eric with the $40 from the Queer Mafia. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Annalisa with the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Annalisa. And Sharp with the $100 on Cash App. Y'all are going so crazy today. Give me some W's for Sharp in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Philip, thank you for the $10. W's for Sharp in the comment section. W's for Sabra. And W's for Eric. Everyone, thank you so much. Y'all are incredibly kind. Y'all are so kind. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all are incredibly nice. Incredibly nice. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. John, thank you for the sage. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Chelsea, I appreciate the Rocky. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
And why is that?
Because he's got a great record.
Okay, what is that record? Is there a way you can unplug me from the speaker because it sounds like I'm having a little bit of an echo?
Are you having a problem with my orientation?
What? No, I was just saying that there's echo. Appreciate the I think it's gone now.
Okay. So anyway, his record speaks for that. Have you not read the newspapers? Were you alive when he was president?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a job when he was president?
No. I was in high school.
Yeah? You were in high school? Okay, that's good. Did you graduate?
Yeah, I have a degree in economics now. I graduated college too.
Awesome. Good for you. And did you pay for that or did you get a loan?
I paid for it.
You paid for it. Awesome. Sounds like maybe you worked while you were in college or something?
Yep.
Good for you. You're a standout in your generation. Good deal. Yippee-ki-yay. So you were obviously alive. You were in high school. You didn't have a job, which that's understandable because you're doing what you're supposed to do, studying. And did you observe what the economy was like when he was president?
Yeah, actually, at that time, I was a Trump supporter. And the reason why I'm not a Trump supporter anymore is because it's very clear that his economic policies didn't benefit the middle class more than they benefit rich people. It's very clear that he cares more about himself than he cares about the American people. Actually abusing women. He tried to coup the country. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. And he called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. So he's backed religious persecution.
That's a pretty long statement you made to encapsulate his character. However, I'd have to disagree that he didn't benefit the middle class. We had more Hispanics, more people of color employed. They were very happy with his policies. They had jobs. The stock market was doing great. We had plenty of energy. Gas prices were phenomenal. We weren't at war with other countries. They respected his authority. And so food prices were great. We didn't have the inflation like we do under the current administration, which the real inflation rate, you studied economics, you probably know if you look at all categories, not just the consumer price index, the real inflation rate was closer to 19%.
Yeah. So you are
not 9%. They've skewed the numbers. And so the fact is, things were really great under the Trump administration. People were working, stock market's great, energy.
Hey, Nick, you're lagging a lot there. Can I address some of these things? You're lagging a lot there. So there's a few things here. So the stock market not only is higher now, but the unemployment rate.
What does that mean?
That means you're cutting in and out because your connection is bad. But yeah, so the stock market is higher now. There was lower unemployment rate under Biden's administration in 2023. Not only that, but it is the case that you said inflation. Inflation happened globally, Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. And it is the case that the inflation rate annually right now is lower than what it was at the Trump's administration in 2018. Appreciate that message. Thank you so much. Not only that, but CPI is a good standard and a good index for prices. I don't say that it was 19%. I don't see what index you're using that shows that it's 19%. But 9% was the highest month-over-month inflation rate that relates to the CPI. Okay, I think he's lagging too much to respond to him, everyone. But I'm going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Sally, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Michelle with the $10. Thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate it. The Queen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, The Queen. And Bethan, thank you for the $19. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Y'all are incredibly kind. Thank you so much, everyone. Y'all have been so nice today. Today's been a very crazy day. Thank you so much. And Owen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thoughts on I appreciate the hot mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thoughts on an inter-party debate sometime. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. What do you mean by inter-party debate? You mean on like people who have like similar views as me? Thank you for the you're amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Every do tap that screen, comment in the comment section. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section and I'll bring you up. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Sorry, I accidentally did this. How do I?
You're good. Don't worry. I got you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Liz, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Liz. Let's get some W, Liz, in the comment section, everyone, right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24, man. What's up?
Are you voting for Trump?
No, actually, I think it's best to not vote this year or this time around for either of them.
We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. Journey, thank you so much for the $20 for thank you what you do. I really appreciate that, Journey. Thank you so much on Cash App. I really appreciate that. Thank you. By the way, everyone, the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal are in the bio, just so that you don't accidentally send it to the wrong account if you do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20. I'm actually from Australia, but I am a Trump supporter.
Okay. I don't know why you'd be a Trump supporter in Australia, but we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's like living in the United States and liking that Pierre guy from Canada. The guy that doesn't believe in climate change. All right. Or is it Poliver? I don't know. I don't know the name. It's that guy that I see saying like axe the tax. Yo, what's a pal to you? Appreciate Little Crown. Thank you so much. I actually get those on my For You page because I watch them because they're actually like kind of interesting. Sometimes I think it's funny to see what other politics are like. Karma, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, it's a pal to you? It's not Pure Guy in France. I meant in Canada. Everyone.
41.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Yeah, I just like him better.
Well, why so?
I got a question for you, Parker.
What's your question?
So, do you think OJ unalived his wife?
I think OJ is guilty. Luke, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I typically accept civil courts
Because he was found
jury determinations.
Because he was found not guilty
In a criminal court, but he
So you
was
think that-
held civilly liable
Right, so you think
in a civil court.
So you think a criminal court is not as that doesn't fare as well as a civil court?
No, what I'm saying is that it still meets the standard of evidence. I think that is good enough to say that it's likely that they did it. Luke, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Luke. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Like, do you think OJ was
so
not
then
guilty?
why is a criminal court more? Do I think he was not guilty?
Yeah.
He was found not guilty in a criminal court, so that's what I would have to think.
Okay, so
Because
do you
the civil
think
court
that
is he could because the civil court is he could have did it.
Civil court means that more likely than not he did it. So if you want to reference specifically like these cases, do you believe that Donald Trump is a convicted felon? Nissy, I appreciate the 12-month subscription. Thank you so much. And Francis, thank you so much for the subscription.
Do I believe that he's a convicted felon? Well, if that's what it's said to be, he's supposed to be.
Do you agree with his felonies?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think they're
so
paper
don't tell
felonies.
me that the reason why you
they're basically called like a pimp ticket. So it's basically a political because if he wasn't a politician, he wouldn't be convicted of any of those.
What? That made no sense.
Because he's a politician, that's where all his felonies came from. So he didn't have any of those felonies before he became a politician.
So what you just listen. So what you just said was that you don't accept the civil court because it is the case that
no criminal court.
So let me finish. You said that you don't accept civil court because it is the case that it's not a criminal court. But then I asked you about a criminal court and you didn't accept that either. Esther, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Esther. Marios, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Jana, appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jana. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
You said he was criminally charged in a criminal court for those felonies. Yes.
So he was in a criminal court for the felonies.
Okay. And I said, yes, I accept those, but those are political charges. He only got those being a politician. So in the same thing in the real world, those would be called like a pimp ticket, which is a ticket that is basically
Isabella, thank you for the $5.
bullshit.
So no, what you're not understanding is that he falsified business records in the first degree, right, with the explicit reason of engaging in election interference. Luke, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Luke. And
okay, so he's supposed to be charged for those, right?
So he was supposed to be charged for the felonies. He was convicted of the felonies.
Yes. Okay, so he's supposed to be sentenced for the felonies.
Melita, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. He is supposed to be sentenced after the election. Yes.
Okay, why is it going to be after the election?
So why is that after the election? Because that's what they were trying to do.
Yes. But that doesn't make sense. If you were convicted of a felony,
they don't want to mess. They will. That's actually what their reasoning is. And Sharp, I did get it from 13 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Sharp. I appreciate it. I actually don't see it on my Cash App, Sharp, for some reason, but like I saw it in my notifications, Sharp. Like, I'm trying to look through right now, and it doesn't, like, for some reason, your account isn't popping up. I don't know why. On Cash App, it's really weird. But yeah, go for it. What were you saying?
It's not a law. It's just it's just their way of being nice about it. But it's not a law. They can sentence him whenever they want. So it's political. Because if you were to get a felony, they're not going to wait till after the election to sentence you for the felony. So it's all political, is what I'm saying. If he murdered somebody,
no, they are waiting till after. The reason why they're waiting until after to sentence is because they don't want to affect the political processes. And Hannah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But even charging him
I appreciate
is
the subscription.
affecting
Thank you.
it, is it not?
Say that again.
Even charging him is affecting that.
What do you mean?
Because that's the point. That's the point that you guys always go on, is that he has felonies. So why even charge him if they're trying not to affect it?
No, because the sentencing specifically would have a greater effect.
But it still has an effect.
He committed a crime,
nonetheless.
so they have to hold him accountable for the crime.
But not being sentenced is not holding anybody accountable.
Having a sentence is not holding anyone accountable.
No,
So the holding it accountable is the conviction.
Him not being sentenced.
Yeah. So again, I don't see how this is a bit confusing. Now, I would like for them to do this before. I'd like for them to sentence before, but I don't understand why it is the case that just because there's not sentencing, that somehow means that he's like not guilty.
No, but you're saying that the reason that they're not sentencing him is so that they don't affect the political the outcome, the election.
Yeah, that's seemingly what it is. Isabella, thank you so much for the $5, and Jenna, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said, but charging him does the same thing. That's why you use that as a talking point.
So again, you could say that it specifically has an effect, right, on like the electoral processes, right? It's just seemingly the case that they determine that it is the case that there's a higher amount of effect if you engage in sentencing, because it would be prison time, and it's never been the case that there's been like a prison time established, right, for a sitting president that's running, or not sitting president, a former president that's running.
Okay,
does that make sense? And M Sharp, I'm looking. I don't see your account on Cash App now. It's like completely going away. So I'm confused what happened with that. But yeah. What
but you can agree that charging him does affect the political outcome.
Carrie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Carrie. Thank you. Yes, it can affect the political outcome. I'm not disputing that. Okay. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying that like it seemingly is the case that the courts think that there'd be more of an effect as it relates to that. Because it is the case that he would be maybe sentenced to prison time.
Okay, and then with the OJ thing is, I bring that up because you hold a civil court higher than a criminal court, and that doesn't make sense.
I appreciate the handout. No, it's not that I'm holding it above it. It's just I'm saying it didn't meet the standard of evidence for criminal court, but it did meet the standard of evidence for civil court. So between civil court and criminal court, I still can see a standard of evidence that I think is good enough to accept. But do you think OJ is not guilty?
I think he is guilty.
Okay.
He was not. But they did not have the evidence, and because in America it's innocent until proven guilty. They did not have the evidence to prove that. Not to mention that was a political thing as well. For the fact
you think OJ is guilty? Why do you think OJ is guilty?
Why do I? Because I think that the evidence was substantial, but the jurors did not.
Okay, so if you think the evidence is substantial enough as it relates to the OJ trial, what makes you think that it's not in the context of the case with Donald Trump sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll?
Because I know people who were sexually assaulted and they remember everything about that situation.
Wait, just because someone wait. So you're saying that there's no sexual assault victim that did experience that doesn't remember? You said there's no sexual assault victim.
That doesn't remember enough.
What do you mean enough? She does remember things about it.
She
was able to tell the story. She was able to tell when it was. She told her friends. We have medical records in terms of the therapist notes.
No, the medical records is a therapist.
The medical records are therapist notes. Yes.
Yes, but that's
still submitted. It's still submitted to the state.
But it's still hearsay.
But you understand it's still submitted to the state, right?
But you know how many people.
And Darla, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Darla. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you know how many basically mentally ill people talk to therapists and explain things that they say happened and they never happened. And I'm not saying she's mentally ill, but I'm saying that does happen. So that evidence could be hearsay as well.
So again,
if a mental patient says that they're Superman and tells a therapist that,
hey, listen. So does that not corroborate that at that time she indicated these things were true? So there's a consistent story over multiple decades. That also shows that it's not political because it was well before he would have ever run for president of the United States.
Not with that case. Not when that case went through.
What?
When it happened in '96. But when that case went through, it just comes out of fruition. And I don't think, again, I'm not victim saying that anything like that, but I'm just saying.
Also, did you know that medical records are an exception to hearsay under Federal Rules of Evidence 803?
But they're still, it's a therapist. It's not even a psychiatrist. It's a therapist, which is not technically.
David, thank you for $2.
A therapist is more like a guide, not an actual medical doctor.
Wait, say that one more time.
A therapist is not a medical doctor. A psychiatrist is.
So what is medical?
What do you mean? What is medical? So basically, she's more like a third party
what
that
does medical
listens.
mean?
That cannot.
What does medical
If you're
mean?
medical, you can prescribe.
What does medical mean? Tell me.
Drugs.
So a therapist is not a licensed doctor?
They're not a doctor. No. They are not a medical doctor. That's why they can't prescribe. That's why they can't prescribe drugs. They're just like basically a listening party, a person that listens, that can tell you, oh, well, maybe you should try this, or maybe you should try this.
Okay, but it still meets the criteria.
Criteria of not a medical doctor.
No, it still meets the criteria of being medical, right? So again, I'm just telling you how legally these things are defined, and that the therapist is licensed by the state, and these are still medical records by definition.
Yes, but they're not medical. It's not a medical record. It's not a recommendation. That therapist cannot say this person needs to be here or there. A psychiatrist can do that. So I just think that the evidence they're giving.
What you're not understanding is that this still corroborates this over multiple decades. Mariel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
That the medical record was brought up to say, yes, this is what she said. Yeah, of course, a medical record's going to stay the same. I mean, I could have a diagnosis of something and then it get cured, but that medical record is still going to be there 10 years later.
Okay, so you don't believe that? I don't see how that was relevant to demonstrating that, like it's still a medical record.
I'm just saying that you're saying that's a medical record. And to me, that's not a medical record. And I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm just saying that the evidence that was there is not a medical record by a medical doctor. It's not like it was a grape kit or something like that. And I mean, I'd have to look at it too. In the 90s.
So wait, what is sufficient evidence for you? Because this is medical, so it's still a record. But can you tell me what is sufficient evidence for grape?
Yeah, a grape kit would be a medical record.
Okay, so no, I'm asking, what is the sufficient evidence for you?
I just told you, a grape kit.
You said only a grape kit. So if there's no grape kit, then there's no sufficient evidence?
I mean, if there's physical evidence, yeah, I mean, that would be something. Or a witness. So is there somebody that was an actual witness, not just somebody that she told
you'd only accept a witness, and you would only accept a grape kit. That's it?
That would be substantial evidence.
No, is that the only things you would accept?
That would be substantial evidence, yeah.
Okay, so for example, you wouldn't if your daughter told you that she was sexually assaulted, you wouldn't accept that unless she had either of those things?
Yeah, I would, but I'm not a court. So our courts would have to have a higher standard to do that.
So you
it's just like all.
So if your daughter had therapist notes from decades ago, because she took decades to come out, and she had multiple of her friends that corroborated that particular story. She had a dress that had unidentified male DNA on it.
She told them.
Can I please finish?
Not the story.
Can I please finish?
Yes.
Yeah, so if she had medical records that specifically indicated that, she had the multiple friends, she had a dress that specifically had unidentified male DNA on it. I appreciate the IC, thank you so much. Where it is the case that they did not give up their DNA within 2 years allotted for them to give up the DNA. Would you say that the person that raped her or assaulted her, do you think that they should be put behind bars?
If the story that was her friends was not the story that she told them, was not hearsay, was actual eyewitness accounts, then yeah, that would make sense.
Can you address my question? I asked you specifically instead of changing. You changed the conditions.
I just answered your question.
Pete, respectfully, you changed the conditions of the hypothetical insofar as it wasn't the same question I asked you. So please answer the question that I directly asked you. Given the same standard of evidence achieved within the context of the civil court, do you think that someone who raped your daughter should go to prison based upon that?
If the evidence was substantial and in court, again, I'm a dad, so yeah, I'm going to believe whatever my daughter says.
Why are you saying if it was substantial when I already told you what the standard was?
It was, but it wasn't criminal.
You just said
it was not substantial criminal. So criminally, it was not substantial. Yes or no?
So do you think that person should be put behind bars? Yes or no?
It wasn't criminal, so no. If it was in a criminal court, yes.
So you wouldn't want your daughter's rapist to be behind bars based upon that standard of evidence.
Sure, if that is the 100% the story, but there's too many stories.
You would prefer your rapist, your daughter's rapist, to be on the streets, right, and to not be behind bars, than to be behind bars based upon that standard of evidence. Now, here's my next question: do you think someone that meets that standard of evidence, do you think they should be able to be a gym teacher?
Tell me this: why are
Pete?
Children,
if you don't answer my question, I'll mute you until you answer the question. Respectfully.
What is your question?
So, if it is the case that that same standard of evidence was met for someone who was a gym teacher, should they still be allowed to be a gym teacher?
If the same evidence of what? What evidence?
The same things that exist with specifically the E. Jean Carroll case.
So we're talking about her telling a therapist and she telling her friends.
The therapist, right? This is from multiple decades of consistent story. The dress with DNA on it, where the person who was guilty of the crime didn't give up their DNA within the 2 years allotted to be able to do it.
So they didn't give up the DNA, so they have no DNA.
So they have unidentified male DNA. Appreciate the little crime. Thank you so much. But Trump could have given it up, his DNA, to show that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. So if he was never at the scene of the crime, he never.
Would you give up your DNA?
Yes.
You would.
Yes, because if I was never at the scene of the crime, I never knew the person.
You're stupid for that fact because of how many people are behind bars for DNA that they.
Okay. No, I'm not stupid. It makes me smart because listen to this. It would have shown that I wasn't at the scene of the crime. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Because I never met that person. I never knew them. I didn't do this. They wouldn't have it. If that's true, right, there's no way this could incriminate me. Push the cap.
How many people are in prison?
Jana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much.
For just going along with what the police told them to do. So if you give up your DNA, that is a stupid move. Be it you there or not. Yes, because that is completely ridiculous. A lawyer would not let you give up your DNA. I guarantee you that if you talk to any lawyer, they would say absolutely not. So if you get an attorney,
thank you so much. So no,
ask an attorney to say, yes, I'm going to give up my DNA.
I can literally have an attorney tell you right now, or a lawyer tell you right now, that they would tell their client to do that for standard.
That's absolutely. I guarantee that's wrong. 100%.
So you don't think I can? You don't think I can get a lawyer on the live right now that will say that?
Do I think you can get somebody that you know? Sure, of course. But an actual attorney? No.
Yeah, it's someone who's
an actual attorney that is not partisan to you. Yes, I don't think you can get somebody to tell you that. 100%.
You would just define. So you would define any lawyer that came up here as partisan to me.
If you call them, yeah. If you don't call them directly out of the phone book, so I'll give you a number. You call the lawyer and you ask them if they'll tell you to give your DNA in a case. Yes or no?
Yeah, if it is the case that it would show that you're not guilty.
Right. So a lawyer would tell you no, that do not give up your DNA.
No,
you are wrong. You are wrong. Also, question.
No,
so you think you're pretty intelligent, right? So can you tell me this? Can you rebuild a diesel engine? Yes or no? That's a question. Yes or no? Can you tell me what valve lash is without looking it up?
I don't know what any of these things are. No, I don't know.
Okay, so you're not that intelligent. See, my son went to a school that is for mechanics, and he is way more intelligent than you are. Because he can do these things. See, he could rebuild engines. He can fucking work on things. He can fix things. So your education,
can you tell me how many consonants there are?
of spitting bullshit off the internet is not a usable thing.
How many consonants are there?
I don't have to know that because I could fix shit.
You don't know?
No, but I could fix a 5.3 Chevy
So again,
engine.
you think that I'm not very intelligent, but you don't know how many consonants there are?
Let me ask you this. If you have
I also have a degree in economics.
If you have an economics
Can you tell me what market equilibrium
and I've
is?
been rebuilding engines for 30 years, and we go get the same job. Am I going to get the job, or you're going to get the job?
If it's for economics, I'm going to get it. If it's for being a mechanic,
what job is for economics? What job is for economics?
Economist.
What? So we need 1 million economists, right? Or do we need people who can fix shit? Because I guarantee, if you and my son go get a job try to get a job at the same time, my son will have 3 jobs before you have 1. Guaranteed.
Okay. One, I don't care about your son, right?
Well, I'm just saying because you guys are the same. You guys are the same age.
Two.
You guys are the same age.
I'm pretty sure I'd be totally fine getting a job, right, with an economics degree. Right?
And you think you would have one in a day? You think in a day?
No, think of the dollar. Could I get one in a day? Well, I mean, I've never been on the job market in terms of that manner, so I
That's
don't
because your parents
know
have
if
money,
I would.
so you live off them, and then you live off people.
No, it's because I've been doing this as a job. I live off myself.
People who didn't donate to you should donate to actual causes like women's shelters if they care so much about women's rights.
So you understand that people who donate to me do that as well, right? And also, I have
prove it.
So
prove that they do not.
Yeah, I can just tell you to tell people.
You have
the
no
people
proof
who
of
send
that.
me money can type 1 in the comment section if they also do that. Type 1
okay,
if you donate to me and you do that as well. Type 1 in the comment section right now.
You want me to start lying? I could do that too. Because
look at the comments.
That's bullshit.
Look at the comments.
What? That they're oh yeah, we love Parker. We're gonna say whatever he says. Come on, dude.
It's not them saying everything that I say.
You know what? I don't
it's
think
them acknowledging that they do that.
I don't think that you're a stupid person. I think for your age, you're pretty smart. As per being on this app and getting people, and I have seen that you're not a complete dick like Dean.
Yeah, but respectfully, you telling me that your son is somehow smarter than me for knowing something about like a car, right? It doesn't make any sense. You could say he knows more. Like, be quiet. You could say he knows more about cars, but you cannot tell me he's smarter than me because I didn't know some hyper specific fact about how like to change a fucking diesel thing.
First of all, it's intelligence, not being smart. It's intelligence, and intelligence is not how much book smart. So you know theory. You know theoretically things. You don't know actually.
You told me
how
last
to do
night, Push the
things.
Galaxy. Thank you so much.
That's what people get in here to tell you is you don't know. You don't have life experience of actually doing things. You have theory from school. You get theory. You don't get actual physical experience in doing things. So that's all I'm saying.
Like $10. Thank you so much.
I think for what you do.
So you said I don't have any experience. So I do have
experience.
I do have life experience studying economics. So if I'm having conversations on the internet about politics, Appreciate the Galaxy, thank you so much, that relates to economics, I think that I'm going to be able to make claims on that. So how about you argue? How about you argue against my points instead of just acknowledging that I'm young?
I did. I already told you that your points are just theoretical.
So again, you'd say that they're just. What do you mean by it's just theoretical? Alexa, appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I donate to women's shelters and local children's charities and help support Parker educating people. Based.
Yeah, you're not. You're basic, but you're.
Tabitha, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
People that come up here and support Trump, first of all, you tell them that they're stupid for doing so. Well, that's their right as an American to vote for whoever they want. And then you tell them that they're stupid for doing such. So I'm telling you that since you don't know about engines and you don't know how to fix it, and you couldn't change your own tire or change a tire off a rim, I say you're stupid.
So I don't just say every single person is stupid who's doing that.
Oh, you do. I watch your lives, and you call a lot of people stupid all the time. You do. You do.
So
just because they don't know as much about economics as you do does not make them stupid people. No, it is.
Chelsea. No,
you do because you make these points.
What makes one dumb is when they are confidently engaging in misinformation, right, and acting like they're right. If someone just tells me they don't know, right, and is super genuine with me, I'm never going to be like, yo, this person's so dumb. That's not what I'm going to do.
I watched
But if
you
it is
do
the
it.
case,
I watched you do it.
When,
I watched
bro?
on many occasions. Now, to be honest with you, Dean is more of a cocksucker than you are, for sure. Because
You're
he
literally
thinks
insulting
he's so
me for
smart.
my age right now.
No, I'm just
Shirley,
telling you
appreciate
that.
the $5.
I'm
Thank you,
telling you
Jessica,
that.
thank you,
I'm
$1.
telling you that. I'm telling you, you don't think you're. I don't think you're as intelligent as you think you are. I think that
I never thought I was the most intelligent person.
It said I got muted. Am I muted or not?
No.
Okay.
Jason,
No,
appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and again, I said that Dean is definitely more of where he's cocky and thinks he knows everything. But I just think that the way that you guys talk to people, I don't think, and I'll use my son because he's the same age as you. I don't think if you were in his face and you were talking, you called him stupid and you're in his face, I don't think you would do that to somebody in his face. I think because you can kick people off, that's why you guys do that. And I think that you guys, as your age, just need to learn how to respect people and their opinions. And all it is.
Aaliyah, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Aaliyah. I appreciate it for intelligence and open-minded. Thank you so much. So I kick people off? Is that what you're saying?
You think you kick a lot of people when they come up with an argument because it is all opinion. Everything that you say is an opinion, and it's either
Wait,
opinion.
what did you say that was violence? Did you say that he was going to put my hand? Like, what'd you say?
I didn't say anything about violence.
Okay.
I just said I said you wouldn't talk to people the way that you talk to them on here. If you were in their face, you would not talk to them like that.
Why? I do. You can literally see me talk to people.
You don't. I watched you talk to Charlie Kirk, and you were shaking and you were nervous.
So I was not shaking, but I was.
Yes, you were. You can see it in your voice. You can see in your voice. You can see how you speak. And I know that's in person. That's the same as Terry.
What I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. What I was in that scenario was I was annoyed at the bigotry. Okay, I wasn't shaking. I was annoyed at the bigotry, and I was pissed off. Right, at the fact that people like him are able to have such large platforms and people like you justify what they do. Appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. Over and over and over again to continue doing it to people who are young, to simply clip farm them, to spread bigotry. That's what it is. And what I did is I dismantled the bigotry that he engages in by using the exact same tools he uses in debates to be able to dismantle his entire ideology. And he had no arguments. He had no arguments. He was sitting there and he was twitching. He was twitching because he had no fucking arguments.
He was listening to you.
He was literally like he was literally decomposing on spot. You could see it.
I was watching him listen to you, and he let you talk, and he stopped and said, "Okay."
He did not. He was consistently interrupting me and pivoting from the topics that are relevant to showing that he's wrong. Yeah, that was near the end. That was near the end. And by the way, when he said 30 seconds, they cut it. You didn't really hear. I was like, okay, I guess, right? But the thing he said was specifically that there was the lowest level of carbon emissions in human history. I'm not gonna let him say something as ridiculous and dumb as that. Right, and I'm gonna cut him off, and I'm gonna tell him that's ridiculous. And then after that, I let him go through the entire thing. I was quiet, and I let him go through the entire thing. Right, but you don't care about that. The only thing you're gonna look at is you're gonna look at the fact that I interrupted him instead of looking at the fact that he interrupted everyone there. He interrupted me. He personally attacked me. He insulted me on multiple occasions, saying that I had low testosterone. Right, saying all of those things. Right, those things he attacked first. Right, and then I attack him back. Appreciate Lucy. Thank you so much. And you get mad at me doing that when he was hostile first.
I'm not mad at you at all. And again, yeah, I wasn't there. So behind the scenes, sure, it could have been a different story than what I actually seen on the video. I can 100% agree with that because I wasn't there. But from what I seen on the video, that's how it comes off. So you see how things can be turned and different by just looking at a video opposed to actually being there?
No, it's not based upon the video. You can watch the video and the video is fine. Right, what you're doing is you're taking that perspective because you don't like the things that are coming out of my mouth because you're partisan. That is why.
No, because I'm not. That's why. Why do you think I watch you on lives? If I did,
Stacey,
if I was just
$2, thank you so much.
If I was just partisan and I didn't give a crap about what you said or listened or learned anything, I wouldn't watch your lives.
Sonia, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Sonia. Coda, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. And by the way, there are plenty of people who watch my lives that do think those things about me. People hate watch all the time.
They think what?
They think bad things about me. They think that I'm a terrible person. They think I'm so horrendous. They hate watch.
I'm not saying that's why Howard Stern was so popular, was because people who hated him watched more than people that liked him.
Okay,
True,
so
100%.
You just dunked on yourself. Lizzie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
No, I'm just saying that you do call people stupid for having an opinion of their own, and basically because you think you know more about life or economics than they do. Maybe economics you do,
I
but
call people
they're telling you
people
about life.
stupid for things that they do that are actually legitimately stupid and harmful. That's what I do. Okay? I'm not just calling every single person stupid. I'm calling hyper specific people stupid in situations where they are clearly being disingenuous, when they are clearly very confident in saying something that is clearly misinformation. That's the scenarios that I'll sit there and I'll say that.
They're confident in what they live in their life. They know that they felt better that how they were under Trump, and you tell them no, it's in this book, it says this. Well, they know from experience how it actually was, and that's why all these people come on there and tell you, well, you were only 14 years old when Trump was president because you were not paying bills at that time. You were living under your parents.
None of this is relevant at all.
You were playing. It is. That's
no, it's
what
not.
They're telling.
It totally is not relevant. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the overall impacts on the on the economy. You can sit there and you can say from an anecdotal perspective, this happened. I'm looking at the overall trends in the economy, which are the best way that you can use to identify what's happening in the market. You just got a harassment and bullying violation. By the way, Sharp, I've been continuing to look for your stuff on Cash App. I literally can't find your account on Cash App for some reason now, and I think it's like not even in my transaction history. So I'm really confused and I don't know what's going on. Tanika, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Lizzie, thank you for the dollar. Sorry again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone. I know. It's Aaliyah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I keep forgetting. I'm the worst. I'm literally terrible. I'm like horrendous. But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Sharp, just make sure you get the money. Yes, Sharp. Let me know in the comment section. What your name is so I can search it up, because I've been looking it up like M-Sharp and I literally can't find it for some reason. And I looked through the transaction history and it wasn't even there. But I did literally see the notification earlier, so I'm really confused. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 or to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, it will help get it out to more people. Chrissy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. All right, let's get this next person up here. Follow me if you have not already, y'all. I honestly think everything's just like really fucking weird right now on this. Jaina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Jen, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. All right, let me get this next individual up here. I apologize, everyone. Sometimes it's not accepting people. Oh, literally as soon as they added. Okay. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Oh, and thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Inter-party discussion about like progression.
Hello.
What is ideal and needed? Yeah, I think that would be interesting. Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
I don't live in America.
Okay. We are just looking for people who are voting for Trump. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Was 36 years old. The youngest being 30.
Hello?
Are you watching Older Millennial?
Me?
That is so cringe, dude. You know that guy said that that it's good or justified to throw mentally disabled people off a mountain? And to sterilize women after one abortion? He called for every single piece of DNA that's in Palestine to be completely eliminated from the world. He called my friend Athena a terrorist.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know much about him.
Okay, so why are you voting Trump?
Because I don't want to vote for Kamala.
Kamala, why so?
I don't like her policies.
What do you like about her policies? Appreciate the hat trick. Thank you, Joanne.
She doesn't really have any, and I just also don't like her as a person. She's been dodging interviews while Trump's dodging bullets.
She's done multiple interviews. And Donald Trump, you're saying he's dodging bullets. And Natasha, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's been dodging bullets.
Thank you so much. He's not dodging them.
dodging
He got
interviews.
lucky. Unironically got lucky. So not only that, but it is the case that
I don't think he got lucky. I think what happened, that's crazy. I think it's wild how you get on here and you try to like give this front like you're such a good person, but I would hope that if anyone got shot at, you wouldn't be like, oh, they got lucky. It's just because it's Donald Trump, right?
Wait, absolutely I would. All right, that's like an
Then
objective
how come
fact.
is it he got lucky
Personally,
and not that's tragic? Our president got shot at.
Wait, by the way, Ashton, I have condemned political violence. You can see videos on my page of me condemning political violence. When it happened, I condemned the political violence, right? I was just acknowledging that he got lucky because you said he was
Yeah, but
dodging
that's an
bullets.
opinion. That's an opinion, though, that he got lucky.
Ma'am, you said he was dodging bullets. Is that not an opinion? Brandon, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
That was me just saying. That's just me. That's just like I'm saying he's dodging bullets. I don't mean like literally. You take everything very literal.
He did dodge it.
But he did dodge it. He moved his head. So I wouldn't say that he got lucky.
That's not him dodging it. That's him getting lucky. A dodge would be that you see it and then you move, right? Or that something senses it and then you move. It's intentful. A dodge is intentful.
But he still got
moving
shot
your
at.
head and
He
then it
still got shot
happens to miss is not a dodge. That's just lucky.
Did he get shot?
But I wouldn't consider it luck. He still got shot. There's nothing lucky about that situation. He got shot at. There's nothing lucky from that.
Objectively speaking, it is lucky. Right? That's not an issue to acknowledge that. That's also not me saying it's justified. That's me simply just acknowledging that he's lucky to be alive, which he also.
But here's the thing: is
Grumpy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
You
How do you
get
feel
on
about him?
here and
How do you
you
feel about him dodging the draft? Because that's the only dodging that he was doing.
Seriously.
I think that it's hard to say that when like the guy said before on here, that is going to affect the election. Either way, it would affect the election. So, I mean, I know it's easy for you to say this. I also think that a lot of people, which I'm only 26 and I'm not an arrogant person, so I'm able to say that people that are older than me are wiser.
Norma,
With
thank you for
age,
$10.
you
Thank you
become
so much.
wiser. And as a 22-year-old,
Joe
whether
Biden.
you want to
Joe
accept it
Biden's
or not,
wiser than
you
you.
don't know as much as what you think you do.
Yeah,
I
Joe
know
Biden's
it's like
so
humbling.
much wiser than you.
Who?
Joe Biden is so much wiser than you.
Okay, cool. Do you you want a cookie?
And Joe Biden's so much wiser than Donald Trump. Am I right?
Joe Biden's lost his mind. Poor guy. He's
But Joe Biden's older. Joe Biden is older.
Joe
Respect
Biden
your
has
elders,
health
am I right?
issues. Joe Biden has health issues.
Respect your elders. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. Am I on here talking about Joe Biden?
Obviously Joe Biden is way more intelligent than.
Am
Donald
I on
Trump,
here
right?
talking about Joe Biden? Or are we
down.
talking about Trump right now?
Did you not understand the point that I'm making? I'm showing that you clearly believe that Biden is less cognitively there than Donald Trump, right? But yet
No,
you believe
because-
that if someone's older, they're correct.
Joe
That's
Biden.
incoherent.
What do you mean, Joe Biden? It's obvious he has health issues. The man can't even talk. It's like,
You're
what do you
debunking
mean?
yourself. You're debunking yourself.
I'm
So
not
if
debunking
someone's-
myself.
if
I'm not
someone
saying
is-
I know more than Joe Biden in his prime.
Ma'am,
He's
if
not in
someone
his
is
prime anymore.
if someone is older,
You're not in your
right?
prime either. I would hope not. At 22 years old, you're not at your prime. It's okay to accept that. You're allowed to be humble. You don't have to be arrogant. You don't have to be condescending. You can be human. It's okay.
I don't know why you're talking about primes. I never brought up prime at
Because
all.
you're comparing. You're saying I think I'm smarter than Joe Biden.
Ma'am,
First
ma'am,
off,
you don't even have a prime. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't
here.
have a
Ashley,
prime.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I
Nope,
don't have. You don't even know me.
I don't need to.
Okay, cool. And
Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much.
you don't
So
even
do you
know
wanna-
me.
Do you want to give me like an actual argument, or do you just want to sit up here and tell me this?
What do you mean?
Do you want to give me like an actual
Tell
argument?
you what, everything I've said is based off of what you've been saying to me. Let's not twist this, honey.
You still have given me no arguments.
I don't like her policy.
I don't like her policies. I already said that.
Can you name me one policy you dislike of hers that she influenced to get passed?
To be fair, she can't name a policy. She hasn't.
I can, but you're the one who can't name a policy? Did the person in the back tell you that they can't name a policy and you just sort of like, oh, shit? Does he want to speak up? Does he want to speak up? I can talk to him.
You don't want to argue with him.
I'll speak to both of you at the same time.
You don't want to argue with him.
I'll speak to him right now. Go for it. 2v1.
No, because here's the thing: is if you try to be rude,
trillion,
you can try and be rude to me, but you're not going to try to be rude to my family. So it's best if you don't speak to him because you're just going to piss me off. Honestly.
What policy does she stand for?
Oh my God.
Well, obviously he didn't take into account what you have to say, Ashton. Appreciate that. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. What policy do I stand for?
No, what policy does she stand for?
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill that's bipartisan. She wants a $6,000 tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. She wants a $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month. She wants to limit the effect of medical debt on our credit. She wants to provide a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 deductible for small businesses when it's currently $5,000. So yeah, that's multiple policies she supports and she influenced to get passed. Now try again. Try for it.
I don't need to try anything because she hasn't done anything.
She's the most influential vice president ever. The largest investment in renewable energy ever in the $35 cap on insulin, built upon a tie-breaking vote that she engaged in. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever.
In 2017.
It had no effect on the prices.
Donald Trump capped insulin because I'm a diabetic. He capped it in 2017.
So again, I just want to let you know that as it relates to that was totally related to your insurance or to what you were
now it doesn't count because he did.
That has nothing to do. Trump didn't do something permanent specifically for a $35 cap on insulin. It had no effect on the price long term.
Count, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, of course.
So if he did it and it wasn't permanent, just like tax credits. So if she's going to implement a tax credit and it's not permanent, it doesn't matter.
Appreciate that. Happy Friday. When did he do it that did have an effect on the price?
2017.
Wait, what was the name of the policy?
I have no idea. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because I'm a diabetic and I got capped at $35 under his presidency. So you got to take that back.
Okay. Are you on Medicare?
No, I'm not. I'm out of pocket.
I just want to let you know there was no cap for you then.
Yes, there was. Now you're telling me how
my federal employee? Are you a federal employee?
Nope.
Appreciate the Happy Friday. Thank you so much. So nothing in the federal government did change that.
You don't know what you're talking about.
So now I don't know what I'm talking about with my benefits, right?
He's ignorant. Goodbye.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you that it's not from the federal government. You guys are going to run away because you guys are mad at facts. Look at that. They just ran away because they got emotional when I provided them facts. There was no federal policy that capped his insulin. None. He didn't qualify to any of the things that could have possibly done that under either the Biden administration or the Trump administration. But look at them running away. They're so mad. Ashton, you're still here in the live. Why don't you come back and have a conversation with me instead of running away? Zimin, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the corgi. I appreciate it. Thank you. Juan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Oh, she left. All right, let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. What's going on tonight? I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
And are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
And why is that? Appreciate that mustache.
Well, I don't know. I just not real big. I'm really confused on the whole presidency because I've got a lot of... I watched all the debates and stuff in the last presidency, and this presidency, it seems like Kamala's just kind of repeating everything that Trump's saying now. I don't know. It just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Okay, if she's repeating everything Trump says, well, then why does Trump call her a communist?
I don't know. I've never seen him call her a communist.
He did at the debates. He said that she's a Marxist. A communist Marxist. Because her dad was one. Her dad was a Marxist. Okay, I appreciate the Rosie. Thank you.
Well, I mean, they both said stuff to each other. I'm kind of more worried about what you were talking about earlier with facts and stuff.
Aisha, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I mean, we can talk about that, but the point I'm making is that if she has all of his policies, if Trump wants to give her a MAGA hat because she's taking all of his policies, then why is it the case that she's also a communist? and a Marxist. Is Trump a communist and a Marxist?
I mean, I don't know his personal beliefs. I only know what you know is going on in the debates and stuff. I don't know this guy personally. I don't know what he does. I know I'm more on facts, man. I'm more with you on the facts deal.
Actually, think of the
whatever they believe in is what they believe in. If they want to believe in whatever they can believe in, it's America. They can believe in whatever they want. They can be in a religion they want. That's not really worried about that. I'm more worried about what.
Would you vote for Trump if he said that he wanted to ban all Christians from coming to the country?
Well, of course not.
Okay, so why would you vote for him if he said he wants to ban all Muslims?
He never said he wanted to ban all Muslims.
You want to hear him say it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. Let me show you right now.
Trump is calling for a total. Donald J. Trump is calling for complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Okay, yeah, he's wanting to put a ban on people coming into the country because we have too many people that we can't keep up with right now. There's Venezuelans that took over an apartment complex in Colorado currently.
And complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
That's not a complete shutdown of everyone. It's of Muslims coming to the United States. So that's religious persecution. You said that you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if he wanted to ban all Christians. So why would you vote for Donald Trump if he wanted to ban all Muslims? Appreciate the Violet. Thank you for the heart puffs.
I don't know. Everything that I've seen, you're playing one little clip out of one little debate. Play the whole thing.
That is the whole. I played the whole thing. He stopped talking there.
So I'm going to talk for, what was that, 5 seconds?
Yes. That's what.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's literally what he's. How could I take that out of context? He's explicitly saying Donald J. Trump is calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That's clearly and explicitly saying he wants to ban Muslims from coming to the country, right? And you're not believing that he said that? He explicitly said that. Appreciate that, Happy Friday. Thank you so much.
I believe that there's more to it than that. I believe you're not playing the whole clip. I think you're only playing
what
one
about it?
statement.
Am I playing that? Wait, what about it? Am I not playing?
I'm saying play the whole statement, not just one part of the
That was
conversation.
the whole statement.
That's one sentence. Play the context.
That's the whole statement.
Context of what he's talking about.
That's the whole statement. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. He's calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims. Appreciate that hat and mustache. Bailey, I don't know how this is not. Oh, he left. Do you see how much they're willing to like engage in Islamophobia? Right? It's like for Christians they wouldn't accept that behavior, but if it's Muslims, they'll accept it. The chicken, thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
I can't vote right now. I'm only 15, but I do have.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hand heart. You can't even be 15 on the live, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Are you voting Trump? Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ashley. Are you voting Trump? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? 29.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Well, let me ask you this, actually. Could you give me just one policy that Harris is campaigning on right now that you believe she actually can achieve, one, and two, will help the American people?
Yeah, the child tax credit at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18.
Right. So I think that it would be kind of hard for most people to disagree with that, right? It's a pretty bipartisan stance on something that most people probably would like to see happen, right?
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a follow-on question, and I'd love to hear this. What evidence has Harris provided to show that she's going to do what she's campaigning on?
Yeah, they followed through with a lot of their campaign promises as related to the Biden-Harris administration. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act are things that they specifically advocated for, and then they ended up following through on the largest investment in renewable energy ever, working on the context of the ACA, expanding that. They did that. They specifically brought the bipartisan infrastructure bill. They fought for veterans. They fought for manufacturing being brought back to the United States. All the things that they campaigned on.
So I'm a veteran right now. I've been a veteran since I got out of the Marine Corps in 2020. I have not seen anything that Harris or the Biden administration has done to help us.
Yeah, so
honestly, we don't need to get into that. I'll just make that statement.
I'm going to tell you because you have to understand what the PACT Act is referencing. The PACT Act is expanding funds for veterans who were exposed to burn pits abroad or toxic substances. So if you didn't experience the PACT Act, the Honoring of Our PACT Act of 2022, it's because it didn't specifically apply to you as a veteran, but it applied to other veterans. So you can acknowledge things that benefit other veterans.
I'll rescind that because, actually, I did get a notification about that, to be fair. Now, look, man, I may disagree with you, but I am here for, open debate, dog. So if you say something that is correct and I was wrong about it, I'll admit that. The one thing I do want to go back to, so you did mention some policy that the Inflation Reduction Act, right? And actually, you know what? Even better than that, the infrastructure bill, that bill was such I'm sorry, but it was such a misleading name for what it actually was. It really didn't do much in the way of actually providing infrastructure funding.
Inflation,
had a lot more
Inflation Reduction?
No, I'm sorry. What I'm speaking about is the infrastructure bill that was passed.
The infrastructure bill provided a lot of infrastructure. That's a complete and total lie.
Well, a lot is a relative term, right? So what it did it did provide some funding for infrastructure, but I wouldn't say that necessarily makes it fair to claim that it was primarily for infrastructure. If I told you
that's what the bill was for, you can literally get me to read the bill off?
No, I'll give you here. Just answer this question. If I said, hey, I'll give you a ham sandwich, you said, okay. And then I gave you a sandwich with 1 slice of ham and 5 slices of turkey, would that still be a ham sandwich, or would it be a turkey sandwich with a little bit of ham in it?
So you're saying if you want a ham sandwich, but then there's turkey and ham, is it a turkey and ham? Yeah, it's turkey and ham.
No. I said if I gave you if I said I'm going to give you a ham sandwich, and I gave you a sandwich with 1 little slice of ham and the rest of it was turkey, would that still be fair to call it a ham sandwich?
Yes.
Even if it was majority of something else.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Obviously, it would probably make more sense to refer to it as the majority thing.
You could, yes. By technicality, you could still classify it as a ham sandwich because it's in there. But the point that I'm making is that the Biden administration put out a ton of rhetoric stating that that bill was an infrastructure bill. But the reality is, while, yes, it did have some funding for infrastructure, it was primarily funding for foreign wars and supporting a war over in Europe that, quite frankly, I don't think we have any place.
Wait, can you tell me how much money of the bill went to stuff that is not related to infrastructure?
Fact check me. That's fine. I don't know the numbers offhand, but I can tell you I know that.
No, I just want you to tell me.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but what I do know is that the most of the money in that bill was not actually for infrastructure.
Really? So 1.2 trillion for transportation infrastructure spending, with 550 billion of the figure going to new investments and programs. That's not infrastructure?
No. But that was specifically, that 1.2 trillion was for what type of infrastructure spending? Because I believe that it was specified for green, clean energy, which, guess what?
That's also infrastructure, by the way. So also, not only is that infrastructure, but there was roads and bridges. There was getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water. There was expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities. Right? There was plenty of things in this bill. It's not just like you're saying it was all this funding to foreign countries, and now you're arguing that it's like green energy. Appreciate the marvelous confetti. The most of the green energy productions. Appreciate the confetti. They came from the inflation.
About the amount of money that you.
Appreciate the confetti. So most of the stuff related in the Inflation Reduction Act was meant for the renewable energy. It was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. The stuff that you're talking about in the infrastructure bill that existed to green energy, you're specifically referencing, is like the EV charging stations. That wasn't most of the bill. You just made that up. You can unmute, by the way. Hello? Okay. All right. Are you there, man? You can click the profile picture in the bottom right and click the microphone. You have an echo, man.
Yeah, my bad. I was trying to click it. No. So the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, can you hear me now? I was trying to click it.
All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
59.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
My biggest reason, let me ask, how old were you when 9/11 hit?
I was 100 years old. Push that mustache.
Okay, so you don't remember. I do, all too well. And the thought of Kamala when we are at the brink of war frightens the bejesus out of me. The thought of her sitting at a NATO meeting frightens the bejesus out of me. And that's probably all it takes for me.
Okay, so what makes you think that we're going to be in World War III if Kamala Harris is president of the United States?
Because nobody fears her.
For split crown. And they fear Trump?
Yes.
What makes you think they fear Trump?
We had peace for 4 years with him.
Are you driving?
Nope.
Okay. So you said we had peace for 4 years. No, there was not peace. There are actually more U.S. Soldiers that died in conflict under Trump's administration than under the Biden-Harris administration. 16 under the Biden-Harris administration, 65 under the Trump administration.
World was in a better place than what it is now. You can put all your figures and numbers and everything else out there. It don't matter.
Based on what measure?
Common sense.
That's not a measure. Yeah, that was not a measure. What was the measure you were basing that on?
What's going on in the world?
Okay. That's not a measure. You just kind of are just saying things that are happening. Can you tell me based on what measure? Like, I'll give you an example. Like, inflation. Is that what you're referencing?
Inflation in the world? No, based on like what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, what's going on in Israel.
Okay, so you understand that Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed for over 70 years. There's been a violent occupation. There's been apartheid state. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Determined by the ICJ. Okay, that's all been the case. So that's not new. The Russia-Ukraine situation. That Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is also not new.
Nope, but it's the brink of getting worse, and we're getting closer to getting involved in all of it, bigger than we've ever had to. And I don't want her.
What would Trump do to mitigate that?
Well, for one, he's gonna sit there and not laugh like a hyena. I've not seen her talk intelligent. We've seen her now come out. We've seen her at a debate. We've seen her talk.
I haven't seen you speak intelligent.
We've seen her. That's your interpretation.
I could say the same thing about you. So when you say that, like, you haven't seen her speak it intelligently, the same thing is applicable to what you just said.
I'm not trying to run the world or my country. So,
Yeah, but you're trying to come up on a live in front of 8,000 people and tell them how to vote.
Okay. No, I didn't tell anyone how to vote. I'm telling you how I'm voting.
Yeah, but
you asked me how I'm
voting. You're not really providing any good reason. You're just kind of saying that she's not intelligent. Do you think Trump is intelligent?
Good enough for me.
If Trump is so intelligent, then why do you have to make up a conspiracy theory that she had some like earring on that was giving her the answers during the debate because he got dunked on so bad?
Did that come from him?
Yep, he said it. He said, "Oh, it's likely that she was wearing an earring." Literally at a rally. I'm not trolling. He literally said that Tara, appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. She also said they're eating the dogs and cats. They're eating them. That's totally wrong, right? JD Vance literally admitted to them creating stories about that. Okay, totally false.
No, it's not the dogs, but we've seen the birds or other kind of animals. But there's a whole lot.
So he was still completely wrong, and also that's not true.
You know what's sad about Springfield is everybody wants to talk about the stupid thing that Trump said instead of talking about the 20,000.
Oh, okay. So you're just going to acknowledge that it's stupid? Okay. So that's the guy you want to vote for.
Yep. If it saves us from war.
The world community is not laughing at the fact that Donald Trump said they're eating the dogs. Definitely not. Definitely not.
I think he'll behave better at a NATO meeting than what she will.
Appreciate the Meerkat. Thank you so much, Maya. So actually, did you know that Trump baby raged and left to the G7 summit event because it is the case that Emmanuel Macron, Justin Trudeau, and Boris Johnson were laughing at him?
Whatever, man. It's good enough for me. She's a joke.
And Trump isn't?
He might be in a different way, yes, of course, but still, I want him at my NATO meeting.
Yeah, can you name me one policy Donald Trump engaged in his entire presidency that you like?
I grew up with hearing policy. Focus on your senators and your representatives. They're the ones that implement and take action on the policy.
Why don't you focus on both?
Right. So let's talk about our senators and our House. Let's talk about what they're doing, the policies that they're putting forth.
Yeah, you have a conversation about that. Go for it. We're talking about the presidential election right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
But it's all Kamala's policy. Oh, it's all Trump's policy. It's the House policy. It's the Senate.
Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. But we're talking about the policy they influence. Caroline, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Caroline. Okay, I have a question. Do you think that abortion should be legal?
I am personally pro-choice, but I am fine that the law. No, I am personally pro-life, but I am fine that the law is pro-choice. I am fine. However,
nice. So why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion? 1/3 of women have restricted access to abortion in the United States, and there's no federal protections for rape victims to be able to get access to an abortion.
So let me ask this: how many states have put anything to do with abortion on the ballot for this election?
Many, like basically most of them.
I think the last I looked, it was one, and there were several that were factoring it, but there's actually one.
You understand that a lot of the states created abortion laws, right? Right, like one that you're referencing, for example, is like the Florida one that Donald Trump had a chance to vote in, and Donald Trump had a chance to vote for it, and he didn't vote for it. He was like, I'm not going to vote for this. I think it's too early. I think they need more time. That's what he said. So he thinks abortion is completely okay in the first weeks. It's not murder for him. Interesting. Do you think you would let a violent sexual offender get access to a gun?
I think.
Kia, thank you for the 5 subscriptions. Thank you so much, Kia. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think if you've been convicted of a violent crime, you should lose your rights to your gun. I think
So if you're a violent sexual offender, if a jury determines that you're a violent sexual offender, should you be able to get access to a gun?
No,
No. So Donald Trump has been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for sexual abuse, violent sexual abuse. And it is the case that if he shouldn't be able to run for, if he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, why should he be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
he civilly is one, and because that's the way our law is. Our law says you can be convicted and run. So I guess change the law.
Okay, but I'm asking you, why would you Why would you vote for them if you think they shouldn't be able to run for president?
Because, for one, I don't think he's guilty of that crime.
Oh, okay. So, but you said if a jury determined that, you still wouldn't vote for them. Cynthia, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Cynthia. I really appreciate it. Thank you,
Didn't
Cynthia.
the jury find O.J. Simpson innocent?
So again, as it relates to civil courts, civil courts did not find him innocent. Civil courts held him liable.
Right. Juries don't always get it right.
I'm not saying the jury always gets it right. What I'm saying is that the jury determination is most likely to be right. Caleb, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much, Caleb.
Tell that to all the innocent people wrongly convicted sitting in jail.
Do you support the death penalty?
Yes.
So then why do you want to kill those innocent people?
I think that most of them go through the due process and things hopefully work out. Is our system perfect? No. But that's why we have appeals.
Yeah, so so then you agree that the criminal justice system is most likely to be right? Thank you, Little Crown. That juries are most likely to make the right decision? And if they're most likely to make the right decision and you're okay with killing them, then why wouldn't you be okay with convicting Donald Trump and not voting for him based upon the fact that the jury said he sexually abused a woman, based upon the unanimous decision of the jury?
Well, we're not going to sentence someone to death for SA. And
no, I'm not even saying you have to sentence them to death. What I'm just saying is that you have good enough reason to not vote for them, maybe?
I don't understand your question.
You have good enough reason to not vote for someone that's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for sexually abusing a woman. Chris,
Yeah,
thank you for the $2.
I don't think he did it.
Okay. So again, can you actually tell me the victim's name?
Judge.
Can you tell me the victim's name?
Carol, whatever. I don't know.
You don't know? So if you don't know the victim's name, what makes you think that you have good enough reason to dispute that the case occurred in the first place? Bridget, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Bridget. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Because, for one, it's old news. I paid enough attention to it when it was relevant. To me, it's not anymore.
Tarina, I appreciate the 11-month subscription. Thank you so much. So it's just not relevant to you?
No, not anymore.
I don't see how that's like a response to like what we said here. You just said it's old news for someone to sexually abuse another person. That's kind of like crazy.
I guess call me crazy. When I think he didn't do it, I saw enough
So
where
again, can you tell me one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
her. I just don't find her trustworthy.
But you don't even know who you're referencing.
I know her name because I don't care to remember her name off the top of my head.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me
This is
what?
not my life. Believe it or not, this is not my life.
Can you tell me one
Not
piece
my
of
source
evidence?
of income is not
Can you tell me
to,
one piece of?
be
tell
on
me-
here and know all this and fact check everything. This is not my life.
You act like that's a reason to believe I'm wrong.
No, I just came on here to tell you why I'm voting, and
That
that's
doesn't
it.
mean that you have good reasons. Push the box
To
in.
me,
Thank you so
it's
much.
good enough to go in there and circle my little box. It's good enough for me. That's all I need. That's all I
Wait.
need.
Say that one more time.
It's good enough for me to go in and circle my little circle. It's good enough.
So you would vote for someone who tried to coup the government, was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, which means he sexualized a 10-year-old, a 5th grader. He also would vote for someone who said he likes to walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place. You're voting for a guy that says he has sex in common with his daughter, said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, calls his daughter voluptuous, which means sexually attractive, right? And said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. That's the guy that you want to vote for? Yanni, I appreciate the $5.
If it keeps us out of war, my kids don't have to go. Good enough for me. Have a good night.
It's not going to keep us out of war. There were more members that died in conflict in the U.S. military under Trump's administration than under the Biden-Harris administration. So you can sit there and you can act like he's going to lead to less war, but you're just saying you would vote for a person who sexualized a 5th grader because of something that you can't confirm. And you're trying to get out of the live. Nice try. You're still here. Yeah, try to disconnect, but you're not going to run away from accountability.
You want to hold me hostage to your life? You got nobody else lined up after me that you can't find someone else to keep in?
You can choose to leave. You just can't figure it out. So yeah, I'm not gonna kick you. I'm gonna laugh at you.
This isn't my gig, okay?
Because you tried to leave and you can't leave.
Trying to earn money and make a live. Like, this is not my
You understand?
gig.
I've been doing this for years before I made any money.
Okay, good for you.
Okay, so what was I doing it for then? Was I doing it for money then?
I don't know.
When I made 10 cents in a live?
I don't know. I'm too busy for all this.
Push the gem gun. Thank you so much, Elaine. So you act like that's a reason to believe you're right. That's like you going up to a mechanic and you were wrong with trying to do something in terms of being a mechanic and you being like, well, I don't do this as a job and do this for money every single day. You're a mechanic. You do this as a job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, that would be like a really ridiculous statement, wouldn't it? But you don't think it's a ridiculous statement for some reason. All right, she's really trying to get out of the live, everyone. She's really struggling. She just swiped out at this point. She can still hear me. Oh, she left finally. You know what's up, Ben? How old are you?
I'm back, dude. Yeah, I'm 29. I was talking
Oh
to you.
yeah, I forgot. You're not like there was something. I don't know what happened, but we're gonna get the next person. Do tap that screen. Let's run it to 3 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next person up here real quick. By the way, everyone, you can check out Dean's new episode on Jubilee. It's popping the fuck off. It is popping off, Chad. It is popping off on YouTube. So definitely do make sure to check it out. It just posted and dropped today, everyone. Just dropped today. Has already 1.3 million views. That's insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, this person's not here. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. Do tap that screen. I really would appreciate it, and it helps send out the live, everyone. So I really would appreciate that. There's a lot of people hate watching me in here, so really would appreciate it if everyone taps the screen. Tap the screen. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. All right, let's go to the next individual. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For some reason, it's not accepting this individual. I'm trying to get the next person up here. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. I do apologize. Do apologize. Yo, Ashley, thank you for the $5. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right, let's get this next person up. Okay, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right, it's not accepting this person either. Let me try the next, everyone. I do apologize. Do apologize, everyone. I'm trying to get someone up here. I got everyone. I got everyone. We're almost there. Keep tapping that screen. You already know the deal. Fill up the bar. Yo, it's a Paladin.
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Hey, I'm 38. Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
So I would say, based on the records, we've kind of seen, the White House with both of these candidates. So we're in a kind of a position of strength right now. Both of them, I would say my top issue is the debt and the deficit, but unfortunately both of them have poor records and they both have really high deficits. But at least I've heard like Elon Musk is going to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, and he's one of the
relates to that. So did you know that there was more debt signed into law under the Trump administration than under the Biden-Harris administration by far? 4.3 trillion under the Biden-Harris administration, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related, 8.4 trillion under the Trump administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. So significantly more spending in terms of non-COVID related spending and COVID related spending. Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
100% agree. I think they both have terrible records on the high deficits and the high debt.
Do you agree?
Yeah,
it's worse
those
for
are
Trump?
trillions and trillions of dollars. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a little bit less; it's still just both terrible.
That's not a little bit. That's not a little bit. So again, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related versus 4.8 trillion. That's a more than 2 times difference.
But do you understand that 2 trillion is a terrible record?
You could say 2 trillion is a terrible record, but it's not as bad as the other side. So if you're voting for one side or the other, and you think that the debt is a big problem, then you have best reason to vote for the Democrats, who actually have the ability to pay for the policies that they provide, whereas Donald Trump doesn't have the ability to pay, and the things that he's using to be able to pay for them are very negative towards the American economy. Austin, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much, Austin. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Like, for example, tariffs. He wants a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming into the country, which would massively increase the cost of imported goods into the country.
Yeah, so then you talk about kind of the economy, right? Like, you know, Trump had no inflation, even though he did tariffs in the past. And we've seen the record of Kamala, you know, the inflation is just insane.
So actually, you know that like in 2018 we had higher levels of inflation than what we have right now.
Yeah, but you can't look at right now. You have to look at the last 3-4 years, because Kamala is not just in there for 1 month.
Oh, no, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that we've had
the inflation has been insane. You got to understand, the inflation has been insane under Kamala versus Trump. Just admit it.
I agree, there's been high inflation, but what you're not understanding is that you're blaming the Biden-Harris administration for the economic effects caused by the pandemic, but you're not blaming the Trump administration for the economic effects caused by the pandemic, because you do not blame him for the 14.8% unemployment that happened under his administration.
No, I do blame him for that, but unfortunately I have to pick the best of 2 evils, right? It's not like I have the best option or a perfect option here, you know, but I just look at the records.
So
I'm just looking at the records, right? And what happened is, even though there was high inflation under Kamala, she also still passed, you know, trillions and trillions of dollars of, like, you know, all these bills and extra spending, and causing even more demand during inflation when we were already like had supply issues. So like when I talk about the economy, you know, that's the record of the 2.
Okay. Yo, Stacy, thank you for the $5, and Drew, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. So yeah, I don't see how this is like a response to my point, because what I'm acknowledging, appreciate the boxing up, thank you so much, that there was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So can you explain to me how specifically they caused inflation around the entire world at the same trend? Appreciate that, Henry.
Didn't say they caused it. I said it happened on their watch and they didn't solve it, right? So it's really about,
they're not the ones who solve it. That's the Federal Reserve.
The Trump is like a successful businessman. He's actually built estates that the greatest people go to, right? And that shows his strong ability to drive success, right? It's not about like blaming other people or blaming COVID for inflation. It's about, did you get it done? What's the record? And we're one of the best things about this election is we've seen the record of both people. And then when you talk about like national security is another important one, right? So like Trump's the only president where no new wars were started. Right, and you say, "Oh, I heard you talking to the previous person on Ukraine and Russia." You know,
there's the Turkish-Kurdish war. Based upon your definition, there's the Turkish-Kurdish war, and there's also the war on ISIS. Appreciate the IC. Thank you so much. There's also the vetoing of the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. Stacy, thank you for the $5. 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Richard, thank you for the $5. That happened under his administration. There was the proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria.
Yeah, but how many people are dying in those compared to like Russia invading Ukraine? Like how many children, how many people were displaced in Ukraine? How sad of a story is that, right? And Kamala says she was there 3 days before during the debate, and she said, "Oh, I didn't even bother to negotiate with the Ukraine."
What would Trump have done that would have prevented this?
I've seen his record, and it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying. You know, just looking at the records. He would have
prevented this. If Russia invades under his administration, what does he do?
All right, let's look at the next one, right? Like safety, right? I don't know what he would do, but what he says he's done is he said like, hey, you know what? Like, I'll go negotiate with these people. And again, right?
What is the only way that Russia will accept? What is the only way Russia will accept? If Ukraine gives up land. Okay, so are you saying that you would force Ukraine to give up land against their will?
No, that's definitely not what I'm saying. I don't know how you would think I'm saying that. What I'm saying is it didn't happen under Trump, right? We didn't have any major, I know you mentioned some smaller ones, but if you think about how many people were displaced in Ukraine, how many people died in Ukraine, you know, same thing with Israel and the Middle East right now, right? You look at the last 3 years, you know, people in the Middle East, people in Ukraine are dying, man. It's sad. They're being displaced. They're having to leave their homes and their families. It's sad. And I'm just looking at the record during Trump's administration that didn't happen in the same scale. And you did mention some smaller things, but these are much bigger scale wars.
Should we vote for Jimmy Carter because it didn't happen under Jimmy Carter's presidency?
Yeah, well, I could go down the list, right?
On,
so that's
man.
national security. We talked about economy, right? Next thing I would look at is safety, right? And safety is like one of the things that I see in my city, right? The homelessness in the cities are out of control. I live in California,
So if you care
in the
about
U.S.
you care about law and order, right?
Big time.
Criminals should be put in prison.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it depends
Trump
on
should
their
be in
crime,
prison
but
because
yeah.
he's a criminal.
Well, it depends on their crime, right? So that was like the lowest level of like misdemeanor or something I hear.
No, it was a
But
Class
honestly,
C felony in the state of New York.
But honestly, my point is more about homelessness, right? If you walk around any city in the nation, at least where I live, man, any bridge is covered in homelessness now. It was not like that under Trump. I'm just talking about the record I've seen. The last 3 years, the drug problem has gotten so bad, I can't go downtown in my city right now. There's just homeless people. I can't go after dark. It's bad, man. Kamala's not been able to do anything to resolve this.
Down. So can you tell me what Trump's plan is to help homeless people?
I'm just saying, when he was there, it wasn't like this. I'm just saying, I have a record. I don't need to tell you about the future because I can tell you about what's actually happened.
Respectfully, you have given me absolutely nothing to tie these particular things that are happening to anything the Biden-Harris administration has done. And actively speaking, Democrats are more likely to produce social programs to help people in situations in which they need help than are Republicans who consistently advocate to cut spending and not to increase taxes on rich people. They're helping rich people and they're cutting taxes on rich people while also not doing that for people who are poor or for people who are in need. The people that are advocating for people who are in need are Democrats, and then you guys are like, oh, you guys are trying to give out free money. Well, then stop using these particular scenarios of people in situations of need to justify why you think that the Democrats are bad when they're actively the ones fighting for better conditions for them.
In your city, I'm guessing you live somewhere where you could go. I'm sure you've seen the homelessness problem get crazy bad in the last 3 years. You just have to look at what actually happened, not the theories of what would happen if you created another government program.
Theories. What are you talking about? You understand that it is the case that inflation can increase, which then leads to a greater level of homelessness, and that does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration, and that means that it happened literally globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So if it is the case that it happened everywhere around the world, you cannot sit there and blame it on Kamala Harris. You also can't say that Donald Trump would have fixed it because it's totally not dependent upon them.
Well, like when you talk about, right, like taxes, you said he just wants to save taxes for the rich. You know, when Trump was there, he raised the standard deduction to $18,000, right? And
that's
so
in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You understand that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act predominantly went to people who are rich. If it was the case that it was just the standard deduction, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But it isn't just the standard deduction. There are many other
simplified taxes. He actually got it done, right? Like he simplified the taxes for everybody. You don't have to go itemize anymore. Nobody hits that 18,000, right? Like that's a really high limit for the standard deduction. So most people now, I mean, he actually got it done. Right. And you say predominantly went to the rich. I highly disagree with that because everybody I know got this benefit. Everybody I know, and I don't know any rich people.
That doesn't mean that it benefit people who are lower income or middle income more than it benefit rich people. If you actually look at the data from the IRS, most of the money went to people who are rich. With the overall effect of the tax policy, most of the money went to people who are rich. So you spent $1.9 trillion of debt-related spending to literally mostly give the money to people who are rich. And I'm advocating, and Kamala Harris is advocating for, decreasing taxes on 100 million Americans. Alexander, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much,
He lowered taxes on 100 million
Tammy,
Americans.
think of the $5. Thank you so much. Because she's not currently president and she relies upon people in Congress passing the legislation to people to do that. If she's voted into presidency of the United States based upon running for these policies, that shows the people in Congress there's vast support for these particular policies that she ran on, which increases the likelihood that they're going to pass it within the context of the legislative branch. And if it is the case that it gets passed through the legislative branch, she can then sign it into law. Matthew, think of the $5. Thank you so much. Tammy, think of the $5. No, I'm telling you the realities of it. It's not a cop-out. It's the realities.
Saying she's a vice president kind of just says, oh, well, she didn't have the capability. She's number 2. She's the last one in the room every time, right? She's in the White House. We see her record, right? She sits there and blames everybody else.
Can I give you an example then? So the child tax credit in 2021 attributed with the American Rescue Plan, it increased the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600. Right, which specifically decreased child poverty by literally 50%. Appreciate Happy Friday. It was 3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then 3,000 through them being 18. And actually, the tax policy she's advocating for in terms of the child tax credit is bigger now because the first year you get 6,000. So not only does it bring back that child tax credit that reduced child poverty by 50%, but it also increases the child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, which is most important for the health and stability of that child.
Yeah, but if you go back to what I'm saying, right? There's still war in Russia and Ukraine and in the Middle East. There's still crazy
You're
inflation.
Pivoting
The homelessness is crazy.
Why are you pivoting?
And
the
it's like
inflation is not crazy. The inflation's at 0.2%. The Federal Reserve dropped the interest rate by 50 basis points.
I'm talking about the last 3 years. I'm not talking about just this month. You know, I'm talking about
if
Kamala
there's bad
Harris's
inflation,
record.
I'm not disputing that, but that's not caused by them. Dude, if you just say that things under the administration are caused by them, I'm sorry, but then you're going to say that I met my girlfriend because of the Biden-Harris administration? Are you fucking trolling?
So that's my point,
that
right?
The only reason I met my girlfriend was because of Biden-Harris? Come on, that's a ridiculous statement. Just because something happens under administration does not mean it's caused by the administration. I'm not going to vote for Biden-Harris because I met my girlfriend. That's a terrible reason to vote for him. I love my girlfriend. We have an incredible relationship. Has nothing to do with Joe Biden being in presidency.
I 100% agree with you. They didn't necessarily cause it, right? The president has a lot less control than we give him. However, it was their responsibility as the leader of this country, right? So even though they didn't directly cause it, they should have either solved it or get out of the way for somebody who might. And it's like, I really respect you, right?
I'm sorry, man. You don't understand how inflation works. Inflation is dealt with by the Federal Reserve. If this happened when Trump was in office, it would have been dealt with by the Federal Reserve.
I understand that the Federal Reserve has the ability to raise interest rates, but the legislative branch, the executive branch, also has the power to spend trillions and trillions of extra dollars that they don't need to spend, which increases demand for a limited amount of supplies, which raises inflation even more than what COVID did.
More debt-related spending was signed into law under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. That's a fact.
Yeah, but the fact also is that they didn't have such a significant inflation problem under Trump. So they shouldn't be like...
Because inflation takes time to compound. Sherry, think of the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sherry. You can't tell me the spending is what causes inflation, and then when I give you an example that they spent more money they couldn't account for in terms of taxation, then you're like, well, it didn't happen under their administration. Well, that's not how you just said inflation was caused.
Inflation is caused by so many things, but at the end of the day, it's supply and demand. But really, at the end of the day, I'm just looking at both of their records. Like, what actually happened? Did they actually solve problems, right? It's not about talk. It's what they've actually done, right? And I got to say, like, before, like, you know, I really appreciate you. You're a really smart guy. You got a lot of passion. I also feel the same way. So this is not, you know, I want to say I respect you a lot. But I happen to disagree with you that you shouldn't look at somebody's record as like the key thing, right? And that's where I think
ridiculous.
we kind of
I'm not telling you to not look at their record. First thing, I'm saying their record is defined by things that they did. If you can't identify what they did, you can't say it's their record. Okay? The same way that the record of the Trump administration isn't the fact that me and my high school girlfriend broke up. Right? Even though it happened under the administration, that has absolutely nothing to do with the President of the United States. You understand that there can be things that happen under the administration, and that is not attributed to Trump's record. Trump's record 100%. Isn't that me and my high school girlfriend broke up. Like, that makes no fucking sense at all.
Right. From a micro perspective, obviously those things are definitely not run in the White House, but from a macro perspective, they also don't have as much control. I 100% agree with you. However,
So
I
you
still
have
do
to
think it's
blame
their
them for things
responsibility.
that they had control over and things that they did. You cannot blame them for things that were not related to them. That just makes no sense.
But it's not that it was related to them or not. It's that I don't know if it was related to them or not. I just look at the actual results rather than what they did.
If
right?
you don't
I'm
know, then
looking
you
at
can't
saying-
justify. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. If you don't know, I just want to be productive here. If you don't know, then you cannot assign responsibility to them. That's my point. Sorry, but go for it.
It's their responsibility because they're the leaders of the free world, right? They have all the power, right? They have more power than anybody else by far. Not all the power by any means, but they are the most powerful, right? And so it's their responsibility when they walk in that White House. And if they don't deliver results, got to go.
So no, Jerome Powell, as it relates to the economy, has more power over the economy than does any president. Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, has more power over economic trends than does the president of the United States by far. It's not even close.
See, I don't know about that, right? Because when we talk about national security, he's only the economy. He's only, if you're talking about inflation, yeah, I would say he has the most power. But when you talk about things like homelessness, taxes, national security, debt and deficit, like all of these things are much more controlled by the White House than he's only the interest rates. He's only the inflation. I'll give you that. But I don't think he has more power than the White House.
He has more power than the president over how the economy is functioning.
Yeah, the one thing. But the White House is responsible for about 10 different things.
So I'm not saying I talked about the economy. I'm saying as it relates to the economy.
Yeah. Definitely
so
agree.
If you're blaming them for how the economy is functioning and you're saying they have the most power, that's not true. That's what I was just demonstrating.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I respect you. I appreciate your time here. I will say, right, the one other thing I want to kind of add before, if I'm at, I don't want to take too much of your time, is that like one of the big things about Trump I really appreciate about him is what happened when he got shot. Right, he got shot in the head, and he raised his fist and he was strong. Right, and that's kind of leadership you want. Right, is like somebody who's gonna, that's courage. You can't fake that.
Dude, I'm sorry, that's just a terrible reason to vote for Trump. Let me tell you honestly, that's just a horrible reason. Like, you think he's a strong leader because he decided to... No, that was dumb. If there was a second shooter, he could have got shot. Do you realize how dumb that is?
It's courageous and it's a risk.
Oh, come on, and that does not mean that they are good. That's smart.
It's courageous, right? When you have all that adrenaline,
he did
you're
it
not
for a
thinking
photo
about
op.
smart.
So he's being risky for a photo op. You understand how ridiculous that is?
I disagree with your conclusion about the photo op. I think it was an adrenaline rush. It's just his personality, right? When you get shot, you're not thinking about a photo op. In my opinion, I think you're just reacting. Your true character is going to show, and that's courage, and that's strength, and that's what he has, and it showed.
So cringe, dude. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't see this as like a reason to vote for him. I think it's a really ridiculous reason to vote for him.
Well, I mentioned the reason. The main reason I'm voting for him.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh.
Main reason I'm voting for him is just the records, right? And I kind of went through several of those kind of key points. So appreciate you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I tried.
Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, I think he's a better choice than Kamala.
Why is he a better choice than Kamala?
I feel more safer underneath him. I feel like Kamala's weak. I feel like the border is weak.
Kamala. So if you feel like the border is weak, why did Trump undermine the border bill?
In what way?
He called people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
Which bill are you specifically?
Secure the Border Act.
Secure the Border Act? Can you give me more information on it?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Just general information on the Border Act that he did
It was
not.
a conservative border bill written by a Trump-endorsed Republican that would have passed if Trump didn't call people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
Yeah, can you give me the specifications on the bill or no?
Yeah, so it gave funding specifically for more agents at the border to reduce the time it takes to go through the asylum process. Instead of taking 8 to 10 years, it takes 6 months to 1 year maximum. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. They also specifically provided funding for the border wall, right? So it had both left-wing aspects and right-wing aspects to make the system better in terms of the border bill. And actually, plenty of people on the left didn't vote for the bill because they thought it was a conservative border bill.
So that's your argument for saying I shouldn't vote for Trump, is because you didn't sign that border protection bill when he wanted to upload the wall and get everything going in that regard.
So when you're saying that you care about the border, right? You can't actively say that you care about the border and then also undermine the largest, most expansive border bill in the past 20 to 30 years that was written by a Trump-endorsed Republican.
No, it's not that I'm undermining it. I would just like to know what Kamala would be doing.
No, I'm not saying you were. I'm saying Trump did.
Oh, yeah, I guess my thought on it. So I am pro protecting the border. So what is Kamala going to do for the border? I guess would be a better question.
She wants to pass the Secure the Border Act, which Trump is undermining.
And okay, can you explain that more?
What else would you like to hear about? Because I kind of explained to you what's in the bill. I explained to you the name of the bill. I told you who wrote aspects of the bill. I told you what Trump did to limit it. What else would you like to hear about it that I have not already told you? Jen, thank you for the $5.
Oh, I guess nothing. I just am not informed on that bill, to be honest with you. So I guess if you informed me, then maybe I could make a better educated decision or argument on it.
What else should I inform you with?
So you're saying that Trump is pro-open border then, based on him not signing that bill, or is there a reason why?
Yeah, so he gave two reasons.
Okay.
One, because of the appropriations. So they split the bill with the appropriations, the Ukraine-Israel-Taiwan funding, separated from the solo border bill. The border bill didn't pass. The appropriations did pass. Okay, not only that, but he also said, because he didn't want Democrats to look good. So the only remaining reason that exists is because he doesn't want Democrats to look good. So he cares more about running on the border being an issue than actually fixing the issue of the border.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective on it. So that's not the only reason, though. I think the economy was better under Trump versus Biden over the last 3.5 years, I would say. Would you agree with that or no?
So in certain aspects, sure. In other aspects, no. For example, if you want to relate to the Trump administration, what did he do that caused the economy to be better?
Well, Trump is pro small business. I think there's a lot of things that helped me out personally on that side. And I think that there was a lot less inflation going on during Trump's era. There was record low inflation. The job economy was a lot better. I know you can pin it on COVID and you can pin it on global inflation and things like that. I know Jerome Powell is more in charge of the interest rates and things like that, but I think the overall economy was thriving a bit more.
Yeah, so if the inflation has nothing to do with her, then how can you say she's at fault for it when you acknowledge that under Trump's administration there was 14.8% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression? Yet you don't blame him for that. So you blame the economic effects caused by the pandemic on the Biden-Harris administration, but you don't blame it on the Trump administration. Latricia, thank you for the $4.44.
Correct. There's some things that are uncontrollable by the administration, obviously, right? But like things like the pipelines and whatnot, obviously are going to impact gas prices. And so we can go down that route as well. There's obviously a lot to the macroeconomics of it. But overall, I felt safer and better with Trump than I would under a Democratic president.
So you can tell me you feel safer? But I just actively showed you how the main issue you brought up in terms of the border, right? You had actually reason to believe it was worse because of Trump. And as it relates to the economy, you couldn't mention a single thing Trump did that made the economy better. You just said that at the administration it was better when you even acknowledged that it wasn't under the Trump administration with COVID, when there was 14.8% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression.
Well, that's obviously due to COVID, though. Not Trump.
Okay, so if it's obviously due to COVID and you don't blame the Trump administration for something that's obviously due to COVID, and you acknowledge that inflation is obviously due to COVID, then why is it the case that you blame the Biden-Harris administration for the economic effects obviously caused by the pandemic, but you don't blame the Trump administration for the economic effects obviously caused by the pandemic?
Well, what about like pipeline gas and things like that? Like, so there's some things that obviously the president can control. Well, not really. It's actually...
Are you saying that you blame the Biden-Harris administration because they did something with pipelines?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you saying that you blame the Biden-Harris administration for inflation because of pipelines?
No, not inflation as a whole. I'm just saying general economy. There's obviously so much that goes into macroeconomics, and there's so much that the president can control. Inflation is not one of them. That's Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve. But Oh, sorry. Hold on, my screen just opened. There's certain things that the president can control and take control over, like the pipelines, right? So would that help, yes or no, with gas prices if we could start drilling in the United States more?
So actually, we produce more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
That's a good point to make. But does that not mean that we cannot drill more? Can we not go for more? Can we not get gas prices more and be energy independent?
We've signed 50% more drilling permits under the Biden-Harris administration than we did under the Trump administration.
50%? Sorry, say that again?
50% more. 50% more drilling permits under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration. So we're drilling more now, and they've approved more permits to drill. Little Devilfish, I appreciate the subscription. Not only that, but they had the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act.
So you're pro energy and renewable energy resources, but yet we're drilling more. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword in terms of that.
No, what I'm saying is it's a pro energy policy on both ends.
On both ends. So if being, green is a super big point for the left side here, then why are we?
We want to transition towards a green economy.
We want to transition towards a green economy, but we want to drill more.
Yeah, that's the trend of the economy, is to drill more to be able to produce energy, and then throughout time we're not going to be able to rely on drilling. We can rely on other factors for energy, but as we still rely on oil, obviously there's going to be drilling.
Yeah, and I agree with that. So let's talk about the border. Why are border crossings higher now than they were under Trump administration then, if we want to go back to that?
Say that one more time.
Why are border crossings higher now under the Biden administration than under Trump? And we also don't know what type of people are coming in, where they're from under the Trump or under the Biden administration rather than Trump.
Yeah, so do you think there's a border crisis right now?
I wouldn't say it's a crisis, but I'd personally say that it is a little uncomfortable, the amount of people that are coming in that we don't know where they're coming from.
So say you think it's uncomfortable. There are actually lower border crossings right now, daily speaking, than there was at the end of Trump's administration. So if you think that's uncomfortable right now, it was uncomfortable under Trump's administration. So why didn't Trump fix the uncomfortability associated with immigration under his administration? Because it was happening to a greater extent than what it is right now.
Well, one, I think it takes a lot of time, of course. It's not just 1 4-year term that you can get a lot of things done. And for two, you say daily. So you might be talking about statistics from today or so. But what about year over year? We're talking about administration terms.
I do agree. Under the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, there's been more people that came. Not disputing that. What I'm saying is, right now, due to a recent executive order, it is the case that there are lower border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration. And if that's true, well, then you can't say that there's, say, a border crisis right now or it's uncomfortable right now, but there wasn't a border crisis or an uncomfortability under the Trump administration.
I agree. So can we both agree that it takes time to secure the border? It's not just a 4-year term type of situation, right? Like, things take a long time to get done and passed and actually implemented.
For which part? What was that relevant to?
That's relevant to how we have a lower border crossing today, late term in the Biden administration, the same with Trump as well, right? So they're both uncomfortable in my opinion, right? But it takes a long time, it takes probably 2 terms to get everything passed and through. Would you agree with that? And also,
why don't you give the Biden-Harris administration 2 terms?
Why don't I do that? Because overall, you actually admitted this. You said overall that there's more border crossings illegally through the Biden administration than Trump. So I don't think that
it's related to the pandemic. Because it is the reason why I blame it on the pandemic is because inflation creates conditions where people are more likely to come to the United States.
That's an interesting point. But what that just obviously.
Why do you think there was a massive increase after Title 42 went away under the Trump administration? Because people were negatively impacted related to the pandemic and were more likely to come to the United States. There's also a massive increase between 2018 and 2019 under the Trump administration. There was almost a 2 times increase in encounters.
But doesn't that further prove that there is a border security issue then? So in hard times,
if you think there's a border security issue, sure, I think there's a border security issue. Now, what are we actually going to do as a solution to the border security issue? Are we going to make the system go faster? Are we going to create conditions that are better internationally to reduce the likelihood of people coming here? No, none of those things have been advocated for by Republicans. Oh, they're just using this as a talking point? So you guys use the border as a talking point for partisan gain consistently, but when push comes to shove as it relates to getting stuff done with the border, Republicans aren't to be seen.
I don't know if I fully agree with that, but I think
I just gave you an extent of them doing that. They not only did it with the Secure the Border Act when there was appropriations, when the appropriations ended up passing anyway, but they did it when it was a solo border bill. So they had multiple instances to vote for a border bill that was bipartisan, push the cat, thank you so much, under the Biden-Harris administration, and they chose not to vote for it.
Yeah, but isn't that because it was baked in with other things and money allocated other places, and that's why it failed, like you said previously?
I actually just addressed that, Austin. There was the bipartisan border bill with the appropriations, and then it was split up into the solo border bill, and they didn't vote for either. That's what I explicitly addressed, and you didn't listen to.
That's fine. So my whole point of coming on here is honestly to come to a conclusion in the middle. So I feel like, do you agree that there's a border security issue? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's great. So that it feels like the left is really pushing that Trump is making all of this up, and they're saying that, there's actually not a border security issue. There's not these problems, but there really is.
Austin.
That's why I want to know.
Austin, and if you think there's a border security issue right now, then there was a border security issue under Trump's to a greater extent. And that's what you're not understanding.
I mean, well, you admitted that under the Biden administration, more people crossed over the border illegally. So, kind of, but you're blaming macroeconomic.
Austin, we're talking about right now. So I just explained this to you, and you purposefully made that point again to obfuscate from the point that I was making.
No, but don't we look at it?
I just addressed this point, and you obfuscated and used it again as a talking point.
Don't we look at presidents
after I gave you a response to this already?
Yeah, but
are you actively Are you actively listening and trying to engage in the conversation, or are you just trying to use talking points for partisan gain? Thank you for that.
No, I'm trying to look at this at a macro view of presidential terms, not just day to day. Things take time. Don't you know that?
Yeah. So the reason why I'm looking at it from a day-to-day perspective is to identify that it is the case that yet you still believe that there's a border security issue. You don't believe that there was a border security issue under the end of Trump's administration, even though the situation was worse.
No, I'm not saying that I don't. I still think
if there was, well, then you're saying right now it's better than what it was at the end of Trump's.
If I'm saying there was a border issue under Trump, then there still is today. Is that what you're asking? Yes.
Right now, is it better than what it was at the end of Trump's administration?
At this exact date and time. Is that what you're saying? Okay, great. That's day to day. I'm looking at a macro presidential term. There are more people crossing under Biden administration than Trump. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Austin, we've made this point multiple times.
I know, but we can't look at it day to day.
There were more
on
people.
September 20th,
the overall,
maybe some more people crossed the border than last 4 years ago.
There were more there were more people that came into the country overall under the Biden administration. I totally agree. Now, can you respond to this point? Is the border better now than what it was at the end of Trump's administration?
At this exact date and time?
Yes.
Sure. On September 20th, 4 years ago, it was worse possibly than it is today, right now.
So why didn't Trump fix it?
Well, that's my entire point of this entire conversation. It takes longer than just one day looking at a time. There's going to be good.
$5. Thank you so much. So if it takes longer, can I push the $5? Thank you so much. You know that the Biden-Harris administration has had less time than the Trump administration had. Trump had his whole term. Wow. The Biden-Harris administration is not done with their term. How come they were able to do something and get it done, and Trump wasn't?
It's very close to done. What's the variance?
How were the Biden-Harris administration able to get something done, but the Trump administration was not?
I'm not sure. There's a lot, like you said, during the pandemic, there were a lot of.
Remember, Trump said he could have just done an executive order.
Wait, no. You said during the pandemic, there was a lot more people crossing the border, and that was one of your sources for the Biden administration having more people illegally crossing, right? So there could also be other weather factors, right? So if it's 120 degrees, I live in Arizona. There's been 100 days in a row that are over 100 degrees. Do you think there'd be less border crossings in Arizona because of that extreme heat? That's possible as well.
Austin, the end of Trump's administration was in January. Okay, I just want to let you know that.
No, but it's
a really dumb point.
No, but you referenced today as September 20th, so it's September 20th.
Steph, thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you so much. So are you saying that there's a greater likelihood that there's more people coming right now, even though there's less people coming right now?
I would say
yourself. So if it's more likely that people are coming during the summer, and the summer by the way, is done now. It's the fall. Right? The summer is closer to right now than what it was at the end of Trump's administration. Well, then that would be more applicable to the September time than it would be applicable to the January time where it was colder.
Yes, but my point is I'm in a bordered area. I'm in Arizona, so it's still 100 degrees here. So the weather is hotter. Less people would be crossing. If you're trying to, go into the macro. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that less people are just coming only because of the summer. So how come when it was
the same reason that you'd say more people are coming for the pandemic? There's weather that involved. There's a lot of macro elements that are involved in this situation in terms of day to day. I'm saying
then why did the massive drop not happen when it hit summertime? Because it was. But why did it happen specifically when the executive order was implemented?
When did what? Sorry, say that again.
Why did the massive drop in people coming to the country happen when the executive order was implemented, rather than it just happening when it started getting warmer?
What was the executive order? There's multiple elements, but what was the executive order?
The recent Biden executive order to make people go through ports of entry, right? To reduce the amount of people who can go through the asylum process, those types of things.
Yeah, that probably plays a role in it as well.
So that's what led to the decrease in people coming to the country.
Possibly, that's an element of it. But there are.
No, Austin, this is not disputed by people. Okay,
I know, but Austin, I'm going to argue.
Quite literally, you are the only person disputing this.
I'm going to
It is objectively true that it was the border bill that led to less people.
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying there's other elements at play as well, right? Like you cited the pandemic. More people are trying to cross in. Is that correct? So by that same logic, heat could also affect that during the summer, and it would also drop down to lower levels. Is that true or not true? They're same relevance.
Not to this degree. Not to this.
Yeah, not to this degree. Maybe that's very possible. But I'm just trying to use the same logic against you.
Could weather deter people? Yes. Sure. Is that the main deterrence? No.
I agree with you. I'm just using your same logic against you.
How?
Because you're saying the pandemic, which is something that is not
identifying external factors leading to this is the exact point that I am bringing up. If you don't identify external factors that lead to this, well, then you're going to have a bad determination. That's exactly what I was trying to get you into believing. And you're saying you're using my reasoning? No, I was trying to push you into saying that. And you didn't realize that, Austin.
I still am using your same reasoning.
Yeah, you just showed that my reasoning is good? Is that what you're arguing right now? Are you arguing that my reason, that just because it happens under the administration, does not mean it's caused by the administration? Is that what you're saying right now?
Yeah, well, to some degree, yeah.
Okay. So if you're saying that right now, then
interest rates
well, then this doesn't make your position look better.
I'm just reiterating what you said, but in a different way. I'm using heat instead of the pandemic. There's two different things going on here. It's the same logic.
I never disputed that. Hey, Austin, I never disputed there could be external factors that lead to these things.
Yes. So I would like proof that the actual.
I wasn't the one disputing that, so you're not using my logic against me if you're arguing that. And Kenna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I mean, at least we're on the same page about the border. So let's move on to a different topic. How do you feel about, let's say, like anything that you guys are way different on us than? Gun rights. That's a good one. Can I say that or no?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the manifesting. Thank you. What about it? Like, I want to hear a reason why you're voting for Trump.
Second Amendment. I think that's a very important thing to protect.
Okay. How do you feel about Trump saying that he wants to take the guns first and do due process second?
In what regard?
With potentially dangerous individuals.
100% agree.
Kate, I think of the $5.55. Isn't that a restriction of someone's Second Amendment, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's I feel like most people want the Second Amendment to still be there. I think that we could implement stricter rules like mental health evaluations before purchasing a weapon or a firearm, and things like that.
So do you agree with me that, like, say, violent sexual offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns?
Violent sexual offenders should not have access to guns. If they're a convicted felon, I would say, yeah, I know where you're going with
it. I think the $5. Okay, so if they're violent sexual offenders, they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Two different topics, and also it's a civil case, so it's a little bit different. And
is he still a violent sexual offender?
In a civil case, yes.
So you think violent sexual offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but you think they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Well, civil is different than, so I feel like.
Do you accept his felonies?
Do I accept his felonies? That's a good question. I don't know if there's enough proof to fully convict him.
Do you see what I mean? You don't accept the criminal court, you don't accept the civil court. So stop using the fact that it's a civil court and not a criminal court to dispute the conditions, okay? Because it is the case that you don't even accept the criminal court. So can you tell me the name of the victim, actually?
Which one? That came forward.
Trump's victim that he sexually abused.
I don't remember her name.
Saying which one is crazy, by the way.
I know, right? I mean, Stormy Daniels is one.
No, that was consensual.
I don't know who was involved.
Okay.
I don't remember her name.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
you have no reason to dispute it. So here, I'll ask Wells. You were. Wells, I have a question, Wells.
Well, no, I just said it was. I stated a fact. I didn't dispute it. But yeah.
Hey, Wells, I can't hear you right now. Can you unpause yourself, Wells? Oh, Wells, are you there? So yeah, her name is E. Jean Carroll. I just want to let you know.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. I just don't. I'm sorry, I'm not good with names. So that doesn't.
Can you name me one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
No. Do you want me to look it up?
Yes, Austin. Don't tell me the case is bullshit. Don't tell me you don't accept the case. Don't tell me you think that they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes. If it is the case, you don't know the person's name. You don't know any of the evidence to dispute it. When there was 9 jurors that unanimously indicated that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
Did I say that? I disputed it and it was bullshit?
You were bringing up the fact that it was a civil case to dispute it. Appreciate the hand. Because you said violent sexual offenders. You said violent sexual offenders. Austin, you said violent sexual offenders should not be able to get access to the nuclear. Should not be able to get access to guns. Okay? And then I asked you the question, should violent sexual offenders be able to get access to the nuclear codes if they shouldn't be able to get access to guns? And you didn't give me a response to that. And you just said, oh, it's a civil case. So you're bringing up the fact that it's a civil case to dispute the fact that it happened. That's what you're trying to do.
Well, technically, it's more to dispute the fact about the nuclear codes than that it happened. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm just saying that it's...
Dispute what fact about the nuclear codes?
That was your argument. Your argument was, should they have nuclear codes or should they have weapons? It wasn't
My argument is if they are a violent sexual offender, if they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, they shouldn't be able to get access to other arms, such as nuclear codes.
So can Trump... Actually, I'm not informed on this. If Trump has a nuclear codes... Can he just type them off and launch them right now if he wants to? Or if he would want to if he was president?
Nathan, thank you for the $11. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Does he have to go through any form of process or, consult with some military experts on this? Or is it just so you can type in the code and he's going to launch a missile?
He does have to consult, but it is the case that... Hold up. He does have to consult, but it is the case that that he would still have access to them.
So he has access to them. That's like saying, that's very, very different than having access to a weapon like a gun where you are the one pulling the trigger versus, let's say, your friend has the mag.
Can't he override them?
Nope. Like, can I finish? Your friend has the magazine. Your friend has the bullets. You have the gun. You guys all have to put it together and agree to be able to put this together. That's the exact same thing as what you're saying. He has access to the code, so he's got access to the bullets.
He doesn't have access because he can override them. So he has to go through the process to talk to them, but he can override.
So he can override it and just type in the code.
For example, how were the bombs dropped in World War II?
How are they dropped? I don't know. What do you mean? By vehicle or method, or what are you asking?
No. Pretty sure it was Truman. How did Truman drop them? Who made that determination? Who made the final decision?
I haven't gotten around to watching Oppenheimer. I don't know. Who made the final decision? It's before my time.
Okay, so the president, Truman, made the decision.
Okay. Did anyone else agree, or did he
Paige,
just
thank
do
you
it
for the $5.
himself?
Thank you so much. Kimla, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Did you have to go through anyone, any process where you just say, yep, green line it right now?
So he still made the final decision. He talked to other people that were his military advisors, and he talked to people in the military, but he ultimately made the decision.
He ultimately.
And can anyone veto the president's decision? Push the cap.
On that decision? I don't know. Can they?
No.
He's commander in chief, so he can't. So he can do his own. So here
he
you're
makes
telling
the decision.
So that goes
So
back to
the
my
point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that it is the case that you think that violent sexual offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to get access to nuclear codes.
No, that's not my point. My original question, going back to this
They
conversation,
shouldn't be able to get access to nuclear codes, but then
Well-
Donald Trump shouldn't be president.
we're going back 2 steps now. I'm just wondering, can he type in the code himself and launch a missile without
Austin, I'm
any
about to
other
kick you from the
consultant?
stream because we've gone over this already, and
No,
you are
you never
specifically.
answered.
I did answer. He gets the final decision. We just
Final
talked
decision
about
is
this.
different than consulting people to get approval.
Respectfully, Austin, we
Very
just
different.
talked about this. We just went over this. This is not a difficult concept. I just referenced it. At this point, you're being disingenuous. You don't want to answer the question.
Well, people are
because
saying
you
it's a
know it
good
debunks
point
you.
that I'm cooking you, and
Austin,
That's not true.
those people unironically are dumb. Okay.
yeah, it's possible. But you're telling. I asked you a simple question. My simple question was,
No,
And
answer
who-
my question, Austin. If you
I
ask
was-
me one more question and don't answer mine, I'm kicking you from the stream.
okay, then what's your question?
You think violent sexual offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Can we define violent sexual offenders? Are they convicted felons? Yes or no?
They have committed an act that is against the law as it relates to, right, civil litigation. Okay? So they were held liable unanimously by a jury
in civil
for doing something wrong. So
Yeah, civil-
violent sexual offenders
civil's just
shouldn't
different
be
than
able to get
criminal, though.
access. Ask me one
It
more
just
question.
is.
I'm kicking you.
I didn't ask you a
Civil,
question.
so they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Civil's different than criminal. I'll be honest.
I'm kicking this guy. I'm sorry. We already went over that. He's just bringing this up because he doesn't want to answer the question, Chad. I'm not wasting my time with that guy. We already went over that. He doesn't accept the criminal courts for the felonies, so he doesn't use that as a good reason. We already went over that. Pebs, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
No. Fuck MAGA. Harris 20.
Appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you a lot. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run up to 4 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Eve, thank you for the future encounters. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump and you have not been up on my live before. If you've been up on my live before, please do not send a request. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
40.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting against Harris.
Are you voting for Trump?
Sure.
Okay, that doesn't sound like you are.
I am.
Well, too bad. If you don't answer my fucking question, I'm gonna kick you from the stream. Why did it just like randomly kick that person? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man?
Are you voting for Trump?
100%. 100%.
Why so?
Trump is the best president this country could ever have, ever. All right? I want everybody here in this live chat to vote for Trump. Trump for president. He's going to be the best president ever. He's going to change this country for better. All right? Let's go.
Can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Project 2025.
You're trolling.
He's going to go ahead and, give us more tax deductions. He's going to give us a lot of more, the gas is going to be cheaper.
Isaac, can you name me one tax deduction?
Ah, shit. I mean, not really. Nothing can come off my head right now. But it was cool to be here, man. Have a good one.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 4 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get it out to more people, y'all. Do appreciate everyone coming up. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 18, bro.
Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they just randomly left. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Parker, you seem tired. I'm not tired. I'm just like, I don't know. People are just annoying sometimes. So I'm just being patient and calm so that people understand. Thank you so much. Don't use me interrupting to not respond to my points. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Trying to get this next person up. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
59.
Are you voting for Trump?
Parker, I just wanted you to explain. I'm going to get off the air, and I want you to explain to everyone how all this conspiracy stuff started with Jay Sekulow. It started a long time ago.
I don't know who you're referencing, but I'm going to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
So I'm in the Teamsters Union, and I work at UPS. I'm a driver, and when I was
Are you
a driver,
driving right now?
No. I just got off work like maybe an hour ago, 2 hours ago, maybe, or 8 o'clock my time. And we can tell when the economy is bad because people aren't ordering as much things, and the warehouse and like the driver section has been completely dead. There's nobody ordering things because no one can afford anything.
Okay, so just because people aren't going to one business doesn't mean that the entire economy is doing bad.
I mean,
so what macro indicating factor, appreciate the jolly, thank you so much, indicates that the economy overall is doing bad?
Because UPS isn't getting as much volume, and UPS ships the most in the entire world. And if
that's not a macroeconomic fact.
Well, I don't have a
TikTok
certain
pushes
fact on him. I actually have another question for you, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Do you have anything bad? Do you think Joe Biden's done anything bad?
Yeah. Fund Israel.
What did you say? I glitched out.
Fund Israel.
What else do you think is bad he's done?
Like what else do I think is bad? I think he's done racist things in his past.
Do you think Donald Trump has done anything good?
Mm-hmm.
Like what?
Operation Warp Speed.
What else?
First Step Act.
So why aren't you voting for Trump?
Most of it's bad. He's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. He tried to overthrow the government by coupping the country by sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and trying to force his vice president to not certify the election results.
Huh.
He called for a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He denied science as it relates to climate change, saying that the planet was going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet.
Huh. Well, I'm still voting for Trump because I think Joe Biden's a horrible person.
Would you vote for someone who said as a 40-year-old man that they'd be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Yeah, I would.
You would?
Yeah.
So if someone did this to your daughter, would you still vote for them?
Well, I wouldn't let my 10-year-old daughter date someone that old.
No, would you specifically still vote for Trump if he did this to your daughter?
Did what?
If he said to your daughter when she was 10 years old that he'd be dating her in 10 years, as a 40-year-old man, would you still vote for him?
It's much different to say something than it is to actually carry out with the act.
Yeah, so you would?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't vote for him?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying I would not be okay with her going out with a 10-year-old.
Would you or would you not vote for him?
I would vote for him.
So you would vote for him even though he said to your daughter as a 10-year-old that he'd be dating her in 10 years. What about if you walked into the changing rooms of your semi-naked teenage daughter when she was in Miss Teen USA?
What a weird.
And then he bragged about it on Howard Stern.
Thing to say. What a weird thing to say.
You mean what a weird thing to do?
Why would someone? Why would I voluntarily want someone to walk into a children changing?
Donald Trump did that. Donald Trump did that.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah, he bragged about it in front of Howard Stern. He said he likes to walk into the changing rooms
Of 10-year-old children?
No, of naked teenage girls, because he quote-unquote owns the place, because we're talking Miss Teen USA.
I don't even know what that is.
That's events that he would run.
Huh. How much are you getting paid by the DNC?
You think I'm paid by the DNC? What makes you think that?
I don't know. I don't think you are. I just don't. I'm curious. I'm asking if you are.
I get $1 million a day from the Illuminati DNC reptiles that control the entire world.
Well, you should probably spend on a haircut because you need one.
Do you want to turn your camera on?
I don't even know how this works.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Oh, I'll give you the ability to turn it on. I sent you an invite. Turn it on real quick.
Hold on. Wait. Enhance. Wait. So I hit
a second, everyone. I sent you the invite. You can just click the invite. Click save.
No, I did, but it says enhance smooth shape.
You have to click save. You click the webcam and then click save. You should be able to see yourself once you click the webcam, and then once you see yourself, click save.
Save. Why do I see what I look like? That's kind of weird. I mean, I don't mind doing it.
Just do it real quick.
Why?
Because you just do it. I'll tell you why in a second. Daria, thank you for the hand hearts.
That's kind of weird.
Okay, go for it.
Go for what?
Can you turn your webcam on real quick? I sent you an invite. It's really not that difficult. Just make sure to click the webcam so you can see yourself, and then click save.
I'm aware. I see like the red save button at the bottom.
So you made fun of my haircut, but then you can't turn your webcam on?
I didn't. I wasn't making fun of it. I said maybe change it up. You did. What did I say? I said maybe spend on a haircut, because you can change it up a little bit.
Okay. So you weren't insulting me?
I mean, more so like constructive criticism.
Constructive criticism. Can I make some constructive criticism real quick?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, turn your webcam on.
I'm not gonna allow. I'm not gonna. You have. Wait, where's how many people are watching?
Yeah, there's 8.6 thousand. So can I make some constructive criticism real quick?
Well, I'm not gonna. All your haters are gonna hate on me then.
Okay. So then why'd you do it to me?
Because you accepted my live.
Okay. So I accepted you live. So do it real quick. Let's see it.
I'm okay. Thanks, so buddy.
Okay.
What's so funny?
It's just really funny that you're willing to like throw out like an insult like that, and then immediately when I'm like, yo, turn the webcam on, right? I'm not even gonna give you an insult. I just wanted you to turn it on. Okay? That's all I wanted. I wasn't even gonna insult you, to be honest with you. I was just gonna let you turn it on. And like that's all of what it was gonna be.
Huh.
Right? And you were too scared to do that. So I think that was kind of funny, to be honest with you. You're really tough behind the screen, but then when I ask you to get in front of the screen the same way that I am in front of people every single day, you were too weak to do it.
Weak, huh?
Yeah, too weak to do it.
Huh. I'm sorry you think that. What's it? Parker? Is that your name? Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry you think that.
It's fine. Pebs, thank you for the swan. Thank you so much. Because I thought you guys really didn't like being weak. You know what I mean? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, I'm hanging up on you.
Oh, you're going to run away? You're going to run away now?
I'm not running away. I just don't have anything else to say.
I can give you something. I got you. You want me to ask you a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Mustache, thank you so much. Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
Would I vote for? I mean, yes and no.
That's a contradiction. So how can you say yes and no to that at the same time?
I haven't really thought about it into like that aspect of things.
You haven't thought about it? Push the hand art.
I mean, I haven't really ever. I don't know what I would do in that situation.
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
Interesting. Do you think abortion should be illegal?
No, I don't.
Actually, well, okay. So, okay. So wait, you don't know what to do in that circumstance. So, if someone was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a child against their will, first the Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Would you vote for them?
Well, there's a lot of ifs in this, like
Jenny, Jenny, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Jenny. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
There's a lot of ifs in these, like what's the word? There's a lot of ifs going on here. Like if they did it, if they did that. What would you vote for Joe Biden if he did that?
What's the say that again?
Hello? Oh, I don't. I can. Oh, okay. If Joe Biden came out and did like X, Y, Z, like a bad thing that you think is bad, do you think you'd?
Thank you so much.
Hello?
Yeah, I can tell you this right now. I am never gonna vote for Joe Biden again.
Why?
Never gonna do it.
Why?
Why? Because he's not gonna be a candidate.
No, I'm aware, but if he was still in office or if he was still in the poll right now, did you think you'd vote for him still?
Like over Trump?
Yeah, if it was Joe Biden versus Trump, would you still vote for Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Why?
He's not been held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He didn't try to coup the government. He didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. He didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He didn't deny science as related to climate change and say that it was just going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet.
So why is there...
He didn't say they're eating dogs and cats, right? With no sufficient evidence, and J.D. Vance admitted that they're just creating stories. Casey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I won't lie, that part was a little crazy.
Jenny, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Jenny. They're eating the dogs. The cats, the dogs.
That part was a little crazy. I will not lie.
Yeah, dude, isn't that just show you that he's like literally delusional?
Well, I wouldn't say delusional. No, that's not the word I would use.
Okay, so you wouldn't use the word delusional? So what does delusional mean?
Mentally unwell.
No, it means you have like a false belief.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the word that word choice with that thing, I'd say misinterpreted.
Wait, say that one more time.
I would say
$5.
What?
Say that one more time.
Oh, I don't think that's the word I would use. Delusion. I'd maybe say like, what?
Natalie, thank you for the $2 for love your hair. Thank you so much. I was just saying thank you to people. Daria, thank you for the hand arts. Go for it.
I don't think. I think misinterpreted is the word, but I don't know.
Push the cap. Thank you so much. I don't even know what you're saying at this point. What misinterpreted?
Because you said, I said
cap.
The word you used about the cats and dogs is a bad word. I'd say he misinterpreted it. He must not know what's going on.
Okay.
Not delusion.
Okay, how about this? Him saying that the election was stolen. Is that delusional?
I mean, I don't know because I have no idea.
You don't know?
There
were over 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republican. No sufficient evidence. 17 of which Trump appointed judges, so he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him. Push the sunglass, push the rosy. Or he lost the election.
Why does it say first gift? What does that mean?
Lely, I appreciate the thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And Carmen, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did you hear my question?
No, I did not hear your question. I mean, I heard you talking, but you kept like saying a bunch of other stuff.
Okay. Push the sunglasses. Thank you so much. It's gonna be forever. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
I am. But I sort of had a question about something else first.
Go for it.
So 2 different questions. I saw your debate with Charlie Kirk on
description.
on YouTube. Yeah, I forget how long ago that was, but I saw it a couple days ago. And I don't watch Charlie Kirk too often. I'm not a fan of him, but my biggest criticism of him is that he just interrupts constantly. And his whole like table setup whenever he goes anywhere is the whole like change my mind sort of thing that like Steven Crowder does. But it seems like he's never really actually trying to do that and is more focused on like, trying to win the argument. And I don't know, I just wanted to ask you sort of like what your thoughts afterwards about that discussion were. And you guys were both sort of a lot like that. So I clicked on your live expecting to sort of see the same thing. And you seem much more, open to dialogue. So was that a choice to try to, like fight fire with fire, understanding that he interrupts so much and try to do the same? Or like, what are your thoughts about that whole episode and discussion?
Yeah, the point is to do the exact same thing he does to other people to him, right? And also it's timed. And it is the case that he constantly obfuscates and pivots from the conversation. Out of anyone I've ever talked to, he pivots every single time there's a point that he doesn't like every single time. And you can see it in real time. Like he called me out for a red herring when I was engaging in a reductio ad absurdum, but he was red herring the entire conversation. Like I can point out, I'm probably going to do a YouTube video on this of how many times he red herringed in the conversations I had with him. But yeah, I was doing the interrupting thing because he's like that. Now, there are times on live, appreciate the love painting, thank you so much, that I do interrupt people, and that does happen, right? Now, I do think that's mainly related to like the people that come up and like the type of conversations that come from that. Like if you just come up the way that you're coming up right now, like, I'm not going to be doing that.
For sure. Okay. Well, yeah, I had never seen you before, so that was a nice surprise because I think it's just pointless to be having like trying to win an argument like that. But point number 2, like staying on topic of your live. I live in California, and although it makes no difference, yes, I would prefer Trump. So, what state do you live in?
California. I live in Los Angeles.
Okay, so I live in the Bay Area, and I heard the person right before him what you guys were talking about like issues with Trump as a candidate, and I'm very cynical towards like the entire just political space because there's so much corruption and there's so much of that on both sides, and like I think he's a doofus that has done plenty of terrible things. But for me, especially being here, and from like Kamala's stomping grounds, her home territory, the things that frustrate me most are just the crime and the fact that if I go to a store around here, there's nothing on the shelf. So many businesses have shut down, and the fact that like our police department and sheriff complain that it's frustrating because they consistently arrest the same people that come back and do the same thing because, they're let out and the DA or the prosecutor doesn't do anything. So the values that matter to me most are really crime and personal safety. And I'm also like very pro 2A, mostly pro-life. And I don't think, the Republic, some of them do, trying to completely ban abortion. But I would say for me, I would support up to, the 3rd trimester. But it's hard for me to really consider them as people or things in their past and outweigh those compared to the policies that are actually going to end up affecting me. So what would you say to that? Someone that's just very policy oriented and is frustrated with things that clearly aren't working.
Yeah, the people advocating for the policy, right, and the plans, the people that have plans are not the Republicans, are not Trump. Appreciate the super, thank you so much. Trump doesn't have a plan for crime. And also, it's not necessarily something you can completely do as like a president. That's more done on like the state, local level. Appreciate the stage, thank you so much. So if you're like, say, like a pro law and order candidate, or not candidate, pro law and order individual, you want law and order, well then it wouldn't really make sense to vote for a convicted felon who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who tried to coup the government. Well, like, that wouldn't really work. That he's not being held accountable if we vote for him.
I hear that, and I get that the problems that I'm talking about are dealt with on the state level, but what I'm getting at there is that if you're looking at 2 different ideological camps, it's just frustration that the one that's really, been in place here is not working. And I don't really want to see more of that. So it's less about him and more about, just the side of the policy.
Yeah. So, like, again, what would be the policy that Trump has to deal with this circumstance as, like, a solution?
Well, if you want, like, a specific policy or me to name something specifically, I would say that, things that have been very problematic, or, like, everyone loves to crap all over San Francisco for being, disorderly and unsafe and having, like, immigration problems for being a sanctuary city. So he's opposing that, and they're opposites. But my point more so is less about specific, I would say on the spectrum of ideology, it's on the opposite of the things I care about. Spending tons of money and effort and time focusing on the things that don't matter so much to me, and sort of going against the things that do. So would you say, given that it, what would be your angle to convince me that that's maybe not in my own interest or that I should do otherwise?
So we don't really have a policy, it seems. Daria, I appreciate the hand. Daria. If we don't have a policy, well, then we have to evaluate the policies. If you are saying, like, you're a policy guy, right? And if we don't identify any policies for, like, criminal justice on Trump's side, well, then we wouldn't be able to say he's beneficial for that. But I could mention things that Kamala Harris wants to do. She wants to end the drug war, right? She wants to federally legalize leafy greens in the United States. You can't say the names of drugs in particular. TikTok will take us down. Appreciate the paper green. I think you know what I'm referencing. And she wants to end the drug war, whereas Donald Trump wants to continue the drug war. First Happy Friday, thank you so much. He wants to put drug dealers on on death row, which we know 4% of people on death row are innocent. So the death penalty leads to innocent people dying. Not only does it lead to innocent people dying, it doesn't act as a deterrence for crime. There's large, vast evidence. Appreciate the hand. Thank you so much. That indicates that the death penalty does not have a statistically significant effect on the deterrence of crime, according to our current criminal justice system. And it costs more, legally speaking, to unalive people legally through the death row than it does to imprison them for the rest of their lives. Cinderella, thank you for the $5. Zalo, I appreciate the $5. And Shani, thank you so much. I appreciate the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm very much
thank you for the $5
on the same page with that one. You're right. It is super expensive, and the rate of just amount of innocent people is pretty ridiculous. But
also, isn't just solitary confinement worse?
Worse than what?
The death penalty. I'd almost say it's more of a heinous consequence to be sentenced to solitary confinement for the rest of your life compared to being sentenced to death.
I very strongly agree with that one. But
I know. Yeah. So when you consider all these facts, it's almost as if there's no reason to advocate for the death penalty. So when Donald Trump says that he wants to put DRUG sellers like on death row, right, further advocating for the death penalty, right, I'd say that that's going to be a bad policy when it comes to prosecution and being hard on crime.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's almost an easier way out.
Yeah. If that's the lens you want to look at it through, that's the lens you can look at it through.
Yeah, definitely a very unpopular lens for the more biblical conservatives. But here, I don't know if you're supposed to be next. I'll end with this question and maybe just more articulately get it. If the whole part that I said about this being, Kamala's like stomping grounds, where she came from, if the policies that have been in place here and they're, very much on the left side of the spectrum have been causing issues, not focusing on any specific individual policies. But if those seem to be not working so well and have so many issues, where should I find any security or confidence voting for that and, be secure to think that that's not going to grow into a larger problem elsewhere?
So you're saying that if we don't have a harsh stance on law and order, then it can become worse around the country. Well, isn't putting a harsh stand on on law and order not voting for a criminal?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I mean, I would just look at it in terms of being in the Bay Area and then, travel somewhere else. It could be, any other more, not necessarily tough on crime, but just place where they're not so much about. I would say just the default. There's like almost no enforcement of crime, and it just, like, for example, I live in a very safe, like, suburban area, and someone was shot like 50 feet from my house last week. Oh, I don't know if I'm not supposed to.
Hey, what if I told you that voting for Kamala Harris would reduce violent crime rates? If I could prove that to you to be the case, would you have more reason to vote for Harris than Trump?
Honestly, like, it would be very compelling, especially, on the local basis. Do you have an argument for that?
Yeah. So violent crime rates are highly associated, specifically with socioeconomic standings. We see the more money people have, the better off the average American is, the lower crime rates go. And specifically speaking, she advocates for economic policy and reform that's going to make the average American better off. Meanwhile, Donald Trump advocates for policy and reform that's going to make the average American worse off. If you want specifics, feel free to ask. But in lieu of that fact, I'd say this would give us reason to believe, as that average socioeconomic standard is going to be increasing and the disparities will be progressively addressed, that we'd have reason to believe that violent crime rates would falter as a consequence of such.
Well, isn't most of their game plan in order to do that, or at least, to supposedly do that through just, really extreme government spending or sort of, like handouts? Like, that's a huge thing here. They're just
actually, here's the kicker. No, so she has a tax reform policy that's not going to increase the deficit by a dime over 10 years. It's self-sufficient. It pays for itself. Donald Trump doesn't, though. Okay, right? His tax policies indicated it costs $4 trillion. He has not announced how he's going to pay for it. Nobody has a clue. Kamala Harris's is indicated to cost 2.4, and we know exactly how she's going to pay for it. So not only is her policy better for like the low and the middle class, but it's also self-sufficient, and it's stigmatized to help the low and the middle class. Republicans call it handouts. Republicans call it reckless government spending. But you understand that that is exactly what Republicans do when it comes to rich people. Like, we understand that the average 1%er under Trump's tax policy, right, saved $500,000. Okay, that's an insane fact. Wait, actually, that's misinformation. I'm so sorry. That was totally misinformation. What I meant to say is that people that made over $500,000 were disproportionately benefited, and they benefited the most off of tax reform that was signed into law by Trump during his first term.
Okay, so how about... okay, so I'm not super political in general. Like, I haven't spent a ton of time looking into all of her economic policies, but the one that, of course, gets a ton of traction that I have heard about is like trying to tax unrealized gains. What's your commentary on that? Do you think that's...
It's only on wealth over 100 million.
Well, I can understand that, but do you think that's a good idea? Do you support that?
I don't have an issue with that, no.
So, have you heard the counter arguments?
Like, for example, you understand that people can use their unrealized gains as collateral for loans and investments? They do all the time. So here's my point. If you're using it as collateral, right, then you should have to pay it on the gains, because you are you are using it as if it is a gain. Does that make sense?
No, I'm...
So rich people actively use their debt as collateral for gains, right, when they're claiming it's also unrealized. So how are you going to claim it's unrealized and then also use it at the same time?
Well, because it still is unrealized, and you of course would have to liquidate.
Yeah, but you're not understanding though. You're understanding that they're able, if they use it as collateral, they are claiming it as realized, as it's something that they have the ability to control. But then they're also claiming on their taxes as unrealized.
Well, in the technical sense, though, it hasn't actually been realized. So let me ask a question. Would you potentially be in favor, in the same spirit of what that's trying to do, trying to close a loophole that's just extremely broken for people who do have that much money, and being able to borrow against it and go just use debt tax-free is...
Well, you can just make it that if they borrow against it using that means that it is the case that you can tax it. for wealth over 100 million. You know what I mean? Like that's a way to get around a lot of these concerns that you have, right? So if they don't want to get taxed on the unrealized gains, don't use it as collateral.
I would say you'd probably end up having to take a different angle though, rather than actually like giving them the capital gains on it, because then you do have to go sell it. Like maybe go for some other sort of fee than a tax when you do go.
Also, if you have a tax where they're forced to sell, now the investors know that the reason why they sold is not because of the value of the stock, but it's rather thank you for the jolly, appreciate it, but it's rather because of a mandate from the government. So again, the expectations wouldn't change for the valuation of the stock. Like for example, if the price dropped, the valuation would stay the same. The market will bring it back up to equilibrium. Does it make sense? Because the valuation of the stock would be undervalued then, and people would be able to identify this stock is undervalued because it wasn't built on the value of the stock. It was built on the fact that they were forced to sell.
In theory, yeah, you would think that it would go like that. But do you have any examples of other things that end up working like that, where you could be, that large of a whale and just sell off an entire enormous chunk all at once and still, like totally screw up the supply and demand curve? And because there's this other information saying that it was mandated by this, have that not actually move the price without some sort of like intervention by an exchange?
So you're saying, how is it not going to change the price?
I'm saying, are there examples of other things similar to that where you could make such a large move and create such a huge splash in the market? And
do you want me to give you an example where we already tax unrealized?
Sure.
Property tax. So why are you okay with property tax on $100 million mansions, right? But you're not okay with property tax on wealth over 100 million. I mean, unrealized tax on wealth over 100 million. Because again, property tax is an unrealized tax.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is that I don't know how it works in other states, but there's like the fixed amount that your valuation can increase without like a sale, and it gets like reassessed. But I mean, I think the bigger consequence there when you're dealing with like global financial markets.
Are you okay with property tax?
I don't like it, of course. Nobody likes paying it, and the whole.
But is it okay?
I would say that in principle, it does make sense because it funds things that you and your community use, and it sort of does.
Why do we have an issue with it when it's applied to wealth over 100 million, but we don't have an issue with it when it applies to a middle income individual's $100,000 house?
Because I think the nature of the impact is different. If you're gonna if you're, all right, let's take the approach being mindful of your average regular person. If I, have a bunch of stock in Tesla or whatever, and the Elon wants to go, sell off a bunch of that as, to pay his capital gains for whatever works out. What
about real estate moguls that have 70 to 90% of their net worth in real estate? They're worth $3 billion.
Exactly, Dean.
Do you know how much?
That's the exact point I'm making.
Do you know how much property tax they pay per year? I mean, that is directly comparable to, any billionaire paying money on, money that they have invested into stocks, right? So the question I'd ask you was if you're okay with it in the sense of this billionaire real estate mogul that has 90% of his net worth invested in real estate, in which he pays property tax on every single year. Why wouldn't you be okay with it in the sense of an unrealized capital gains tax, right? And then further yet, not okay with this unrealized capital gains tax when the one and only reason it exists is to fund tax cuts for the average American.
So my response to that is less that I'm okay with, a 100 million worth plus person doing that, and more so that, I would support some sort of check on that, because it's very broken. It's a huge loophole, and it, creates enormous wealth disparity. It makes the gap much larger. But what concerns me is for that regular person that ends up owning that stock, I'm not convinced that you can sell that much. And like, markets are very irrational. Look at how many companies have valuations 10.
Have you ever been
Bryce,
told
think of the
that?
$10. Trevor, think of the $10, and Paige, think of the $2.
Have you ever been told that like you sound and talk like Elon Musk?
I have not. No.
I'm so sorry. Just continue with what you're saying. But like, picture Elon Musk's head.
Don't worry.
and
I
listen to this
I
guy.
think Dean is like unreasonable here. What the hell
No,
is
no,
that?
no.
What?
Just go and continue. No, literally,
Just take
picture
gloves,
Elon
thank
Musk
you.
talking in your head while he's talking. He literally sounds exactly like him, and I'm not trolling either.
Okay. But yeah, it's not that I don't support that, and that I would be in favor of putting some sort of check and balance on that. But for your average person that owns stock and whatever, if you sell off that much, and this is why I was giving the example of companies that are valued at like however many 10x's of their actual, like profits or ever using some conventional formula, how much they're supposed to be worth. There's a lot of
I kind of hear it now.
irrational activity in the market.
Thank you.
So if I own, however much stock in Tesla and there's some huge move that's made, what protects me from a bunch of like hedge funds and giant institutional investors from capitalizing on that first and crushing me? And then, that actually does move the market and I just get the short end of the
Why
stick.
doesn't this happen right now with the real estate market?
Well, because it's not a global financial market. You can go buy like
What?
futures or whatever.
That's a concession right there, because it literally is. Because can't China buy property in the United States? Do you guys make an issue about that? It is a global financial market.
What I'm saying is that it's not on an exchange where
It is on exchange. What is an exchange?
I'm not going to immediately see if, I go buy whatever property in whatever neighborhood. Not everyone in the world is going to immediately see that pop up on their screen and be able, like you get high frequency traders. That doesn't exist.
They're both exchange. You're just saying that exchanges, there's more demand. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm
Or that
saying
there's easier accessibility of demand.
Debbie, thank you so much for the $111 on Venmo for today's Jubilee appearance. Debbie, my brother's sleeping in the other room. You know me, I'm usually really loud and incredibly screamy. I cannot be like that right now. Please show some love to Debbie in the chat right now.
Dazzle,
That
thank
is
you for the $10,
insane.
and Bryce, thank you for the $10. W, Dazzle, and Bryce. Paige, thank you for the $2 as well.
I want to see at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Debbie. Seriously, thank you so much for the $100.
I'm just not really seeing a distinction between this and like property tax.
what I'm getting at there is that if you're trading like securities, you can, pull up whatever brokerage you have and see all of the trading activity from everywhere in the world in real time. And that, will immediately move the price. If I go purchase a house down the street, it's not the same system. It's significantly slower. You don't have the same frequency. And yeah, you can go buy funds that hold a bunch of real estate. You can go buy futures. You can go buy some real estate.
Saying frequency of purchase?
I'm saying,
you think certain stocks like this would have a lower frequency of purchase, especially if you're talking about large amounts of capital owned in these stocks.
okay, let me go back for a second and try to understand what you're saying. If I'm, the giant real estate mogul that you talked about, I'm borrowing against my property, right? You're saying that if I were to go sell off all of that, it would have the same effect of devaluing other people's property.
Angie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And JD, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you, JD. What I'm saying is that I would expect a similar impact on the market in both scenarios, given that they are pretty similar. So like that's what my expectation would be. Now, could there be evidence that indicates it's not that way? Sure, but like this is what my expectation is, given that it's like basically the same type of tax.
Well, I mean, just the percentage at least is significantly higher. It's like,
what's the percentage?
Regular property tax in California.
No, what's the percentage for? Wait, so now what's the percentage? So would you say taking 3% from unrealized over 100 million is okay?
So again, I'm not arguing whether or not
is that okay.
The principle or how much you're taking is wrong.
Is that okay? Because now you're arguing the percentage.
Well, you were asking how it's different, and I was trying to point out ways that they're different. But again, I want to make it very clear that I do think that's a sensible idea for someone that has that much money to close the loophole.
I don't know what this guy's saying at this point.
Me neither.
Debbie with $111 for putting Charlie Kirk in his freaking place. Great job, Parker. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Debbie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Debbie. Holy shit, thank you for the $111 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
W's for Debbie. Yeah,
W's
honestly,
for Debbie in the chat.
I don't. I'm not really tracking this. This is kind of all over the place. I just still kind of stuck in my.
I mean, he's muted. Are you there, bro?
I just literally. This actually sounds like Elon. I don't know. I'm just still kind of tripped up on that.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like acting like.
I don't know where he is. I'm just gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
How's your stream been?
Sharp, thank you for the Rosie. Thank you so much. My stream has been good. It's been a good stream. Good stream. Fun stream. There were some people on that were pretty insane. I've been show Parker today.
I've been.
Dude, I also did use a lot of my energy earlier while we were like reacting.
Yeah, I can't believe you're still live, bro. You've been live literally all day.
Because I was hyping bro up.
Dude, that was a fun little stream.
I know, right? I've been on 4 hours 40 minutes on my live.
Holy shit! How much longer are you gonna go?
Until like 6 hours. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh, I can't help you out here.
I know, I'm pretty insane, huh? Did you edit any of your videos yet?
I actually spent just an hour screen recording, like all the highlights. And I'm gonna edit a video when I get off of here.
You can also get our reactions to it.
Yeah, I also.
Because we did record that already. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Donald Trump. I'm 20. I'm 24.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, mainly because I feel like my money went a lot further under his presidency.
Okay. So inflation?
You could say that, and I suppose that the reason I'm voting.
How was the inflation the cause of the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I would say that it was definitely, my opinion, a cause of both parties.
It was the cause of both parties, inflation? Then why do you blame? So you're not blaming the Biden-Harris administration?
The reason I'm not voting for the Biden-Harris administration is because I feel like they haven't done enough to correct the issue, and I gave them 4 years.
What's Trump's solution?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay, so then what is the solution? Can you tell me what a supposed solution is?
Well, I would prefer if we were able to cut down on energy costs. I think that would probably be good.
No, I'm asking what a solution for doing this is.
Oh, I'm not
like investing in renewable energy
or anything. I just basically am voting for him based on my own personal experience. No real metrics behind it.
Okay, so that's not really a good reason.
Yeah, I necessarily don't think it's a good reason for everyone to do it. I'm just telling you personally.
Yeah, but so if you acknowledge that's a bad reason, then wouldn't you be irrational for using that reason?
Yeah, you could say that that's an irrational thing.
So do you want to be irrational?
I don't really care to be rational or irrational.
You don't care to be rational? Are you trolling?
Dear God.
You don't care to be rational? Jesus Christ, dude.
No, but because I have... I just don't want my wife to cut off my 8-year-old's dick, so...
What?
It's just...
That's not going to happen.
It's just one of those
What makes you think your wife is going to... Wait, what makes you think your wife is going to do that? What the hell? What the hell does that have to do with any president?
Listen, Dev, if you think that your partner is going to mutilate your child's genitalia...
That's not a problem with the president. That's a problem with your partner, my guy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Republicans have this issue where they blame their user errors and their life choices on the sitting president. You need to rethink your choices, quite frankly.
I know I do, but the Harris administration, they want that to be legal as far as I'm concerned.
What? No.
No,
where'd you see this? 4chan? Where the hell? Did you hear this come out of Donald Trump's mouth, and that's why you believe it?
They want to make it legal for parents to mutilate their children's genitalia.
Well, considering
there's no source for this, by the way. This is just straight trust me, bros.
Well, considering the different laws that have already been implemented in the country of Canada that largely aligns with the left-wing politics of the Democratic Party, I think it's a decent, rational fear to have. Maybe they haven't said it personally.
Okay. How about this? So conservatives in the UK support universal health care. So does that mean Trump supports universal health care?
Well, I wouldn't really call anyone.
Okay. Do you realize how ridiculous of a statement that is? Okay. So obviously you don't think that just because conservatives in the UK believe in universal health care, that means somehow Trump does.
Can we also just point out the fact that no, it's not legal in Canada to mutilate your children?
Yeah, that's also not legal. Yeah, let's just acknowledge that.
Yeah, thanks.
Like,
Awesome.
this is just Trump spreading propaganda. He's like, they're doing transgender operations on illegal aliens. Like, what? What is this guy saying, bro?
E.T. and his friends are having a sex change if Kamala Harris is elected. E.T. and his friends from Mars.
E.T.
They're all going to travel from Mars.
Chris, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Chris.
Cynthia,
What's up,
I
how old are
appreciate
you?
you for the galaxy.
The dogs. What's up, hello?
The dogs and the cats.
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, no, I'm voting Trump because he's the most handsome president in recent history.
Really?
Yeah, no, so Obama was close.
Okay, I have a question. Are you like Laura Loomer on an alt? Okay, Laura.
We found Laura Loomer, chat. You know, if Laura Loomer was against Trump, he would call her Laura Looney.
For real, I know.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? If Laura Loomer wasn't on Trump's side, by the way, the racist, Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks she's racist, by the way. If that wasn't the case, it would be Laura Looney.
Yeah, Trump loves to surround himself with racists.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
39.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Based off of one simple thing. Do you find it that it should be legal for immigrants illegal to vote?
No undocumented immigrant under United States law can vote right now.
And also, just no one thinks that, just to clarify. We've had congressional policy since the 70s making that strictly federally illegal.
Okay, so do you not think that it is possible that it is happening?
There's no good evidence supporting that. If you'd like to provide me any evidence supporting that, I might think that. But if you have nothing and it's just like a claim, then I'm not going to believe it.
No,
Also-
I'm asking.
Also, regardless of...
There's
Do
no
you
evidence
think
supporting
that
that.
it
That's
is possible?
No. Or is it possible? Logically speaking, yeah. But is it happening under our current system? No. So it's not physically possible within our current system, which means it's not realistic, but it's logically, conceptually possible. When I say logically possible, it's just conceptually possible. The same way that it's logically possible for a unicorn to exist, but it's not physically possible because there's no evidence supporting the idea.
Yeah, well, I have a question. Do you think that Kamala Harris wants to let undocumented migrants vote in our country?
If you're asking me, I would say yes, because
Okay, so where
they're
on her
going
website does it say
to
that?
they're going to typically, if they are illegal, they are typically going to lean which way?
Dude, honestly, I don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't think that we could associate a typical like way to lean politically speaking with like migrants that come into our country.
No, I'm talking about illegals. I'm not talking about migrants.
Wait, so if, also migrants are lean Democratic as well, so should we just like get rid of legal migration because they're mostly Democrat?
No, I never said that.
Okay. All right, so I don't know what your point is. If you care about undocumented immigration, then why don't you care about Trump undermining the border bill?
That is what you're saying, that Trump was not even in office. And what you're claiming is that Trump called his buddies to undercut a bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he admitted to it, by the way.
He said blame it on me. He said blame it on me if the border bill fails, and yet you guys still don't believe he did it.
Was he in
literally
office,
said it
yes
himself.
or no?
No, he wasn't in office.
No.
Boom, point proven.
This guy's so smart, dude.
So
this guy's
officer-
got like 400 IQ.
So,
dude.
officer, so what me and Parker's point here is Donald Trump, someone who isn't in office, has enough control and sway over the current Republican platform that he's able to influence congressional policy while not being in office. That on its own is an issue. Is it separate from the issue that me and Parker are raising? Yes. The particular issue.
God tier logic, dude. That's some S tier logic.
Yeah.
Appreciate the hand art.
Yeah, so like Trump called the Republicans, told them to vote against it.
Okay, so is this a theory or a fact?
It's a fact. He admitted to it.
Okay, so prove me your source. Provide me your source.
Look up. Trump tells you to blame it on him if the border bill fails. Rally Nevada.
The source is Trump, by the way. We're sourcing Trump, and you're still disputing it. You believe everything else Trump says, but this.
I know.
Okay, provide me the
point.
Provide me the voice where Trump said, "I called people in office."
He's going to say it's
shut
AI.
this bill down.
Okay,
you're going to say it's AI.
I'll play a clip.
Blame it on me if the border bill fails.
That was Trump right there. There's a clip.
Are you gonna? So if I show you a video right now of this happening, would you accept it?
Yeah, sure.
So you would accept it?
No one laughed. I don't know if there is a clip of it. I've only seen like articles reporting on it.
Yeah, no. Let me see if I can find a clip for it right now. Because I have multiple articles I can link you to it right now of,
Yeah.
of the quote of him.
Yeah, we have
at a
so
campaign
many
rally in
articles.
Nevada.
Yeah, just look up Trump tells you to blame it on him if the border bill fails.
Oh, he got flagged for civic and election integrity.
How?
I don't know.
Wild.
He didn't even do anything. Did he even talk about the election?
No.
Happy Friday. What
Yeah,
the fuck,
dear
dude?
God, TikTok.
Yeah, are you voting Trump? Hello?
Yo, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
you voting Trump?
Yeah. So look, I'm not, but I have a lot of friends that are, and so they have a lot of questions about foreign policy. I kind of want to talk about that on here. Is that cool?
Oh, I found the clip.
Oh, okay. So play it.
A lot of the senators are trying to say respectfully they're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please. Because they
That's
were really
crazy.
going to pass a very bad bill. And I'll tell you what, a bad bill is, I'd rather have no bill than a bad bill.
Holy shit. W. Save that link.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Gavin? Are you voting for Trump?
Is your door locked?
No. Are you voting for Trump?
I agree with the dog. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Jordan, how old are you?
Yo, 21.
Are you voting Trump?
I just got a question. This is just a quick question.
Are you voting for Trump? We have a quick
question. Where's the confetti? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do you tap that screen, everyone? Let's get to 4 million likes. Yo, Theo, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Oh. How old are you?
Jeez, that's a fetus.
Quite frankly.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Hi, Ashton. Are you voting for Trump?
I'm back.
Oh, no.
I don't know who that is. Who is that?
I don't know. I'm kicking her. She said I'm back, so. I think I talked to her earlier.
Oh, apparently the chat knows her.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
It's kind of complicated. I'm just curious.
Okay.
It is
All right.
actually not complicated. Just putting that one out there.
All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bro? I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
Fuck, I don't know.
Okay, so why are you voting Trump?
Because he's the greatest thing.
Oh, I kicked the wrong person. My bad. I apologize. I kicked the wrong person. I thought they were the one with the. Well, fuck.
I wanted to talk to him. They were about to say that
I
he's
wanted
the
to as
greatest.
well. I apologize. I kicked the wrong one. I meant to kick the one with like the background noise, and I kicked the wrong one. Brianna, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Hi,
friends,
Paige,
for being in a human encyclopedia. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Are you voting for Trump, Paige? Paige is not here.
Have you seen all of those like the pictures of the what does fetus mean in Latin? Like
I
when
have.
people make the drawings. That
It's
shit's
so
so
great.
funny, dude. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Hey Parker, how's it going, bro?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
I don't like this guy.
How old are you?
31.
So why are you voting Trump?
Because Kamala. Come on. We had Biden.
Because come on.
Yeah.
I just want to get this clear. You're voting for the rapist, fraudster, 34 count felon that tried to coup the country because, come on.
Hey, Dean. You know me. I did.
What's your birth year?
1993.
Yeah.
And you said you're how old? 31?
Yeah.
What month?
September.
What day?
14th September.
How many days ago was your birthday?
Fuck, that's a really good question.
Honestly, I don't know. If I didn't know what day it was, I wouldn't be able to tell you how many days ago my birthday was. My birthday was on the 1st.
No, but it was his reaction. He started laughing. What's up, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I don't think
Yeah.
so. Oh,
First,
you
happy
are?
Friday. Thank you so much. Why so?
Why?
What's your birth
I
year?
think I'm voting for Trump because I'm
What's
going
your
to
birth year?
support 03.
Okay. How old are you?
That's not possible.
20.
I literally don't think that's
You're 20?
possible.
And what month?
I just don't think that. I don't think you could be born in 03. and be
November.
20.
I think she's right.
Oh wait, yeah, that is
Okay,
right.
okay.
I'm
So
sorry.
Lauren, why are you voting Trump?
I'm bad at math.
I'm going to vote for Trump because I'm going to support my family's choices and their decisions by following in their footsteps and voting for who they want to vote for. So
Should I follow in Joe Biden's footsteps because I love him, therefore I should vote for Kamala Harris?
yeah, if you want to.
Dear God. Okay, listen, politics isn't this kumbaya bullshit that you're painting it out to be. We need to vote for the candidate that's actually going to allude to progression at home here in America. I understand that you want to be on the same page as your parents, but Lauren, let's face the facts. What reason do we have to vote for the rapist fraudster wannabe dictator on day one over Kamala Harris who wants to protect and preserve a democracy?
Wait, did you say you love Trump, Lauren?
I mean, it's kind of double-sided. Like, I kind of like him, but I kind of don't like him.
So you don't love him?
I mean, he's all right.
So you do love him?
Yeah, he's different. He's
Hey,
good.
you love him? So you love a rapist?
He's so different.
You
Yeah,
love
he's
a rapist?
okay. I mean, he
You
has.
think a rapist is okay?
No, I think he's a nut, but I think it's like
He's a nut.
Yeah,
Then why would you want to vote for him?
because that's where we're going. Is like we'll just
What?
vote for a nut.
Okay, bro, you're trolling.
I think we should just move on. Like, I don't really think there's any substance here.
Lauren, how many continents are there?
How
Ready,
many
push the
what?
stage. How many continents are there?
What is a continent?
I don't know, like 13.
What is a continent?
Yeah. At what temperature does water freeze? In Fahrenheit.
Maybe like 2.
Yeah.
Okay. How many states are in the United States?
Wow. Really?
Lauren, you there? Oh no, I think Lauren, you there? Hello? How many states in the US?
50.
What's the biggest state?
How many stars on the flag?
50.
What's the biggest state in the US?
Texas, Alaska.
Oh god. Oh, okay, you know what, she's getting those.
I would have
Good
accepted
for you. How many
Texas.
branches of government?
3.
Wow.
Okay, what's 6 squared?
What's 6 squared? I don't know.
Yo, she's lucky hitting a comeback though. Like, I'm not pissed.
Okay. What's 15 plus 15?
30.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, so why are you voting Trump again?
Because I'm just gonna support like my family, you know. Like,
How is it
if they
supporting your
want him to
family to
win,
vote for a rapist?
then I want him to win, you know.
Dude.
Okay, so if your family wanted Hitler to win, would you vote for Hitler?
I don't know.
You don't. Well, your family wanted Harris.
You
to
don't
win?
know?
Would you vote for
Do you know who
Harris?
Hitler is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you know who Hitler is, then why would you consider voting for him if your family wanted?
I don't know. I am my own person to choose like which one, but I don't really
So
like
obviously
Biden.
no, right? Obviously you shouldn't vote for Hitler, and Biden's not the candidate.
Wait, Lauren, who's Hitler?
Some dude that was a bad guy.
And what did Hitler do?
I don't know, like he was like a I don't know what I don't really know.
Okay. What's Hitler's most notable feature?
His mustache.
Okay. Can you tell me what is the name of the genocide that he committed?
No.
You don't know what the Holocaust is?
Yeah.
How many people died in the Holocaust that were Jewish?
Well, I mean, that's a little bit more obscure.
I don't know.
Okay, I feel like a lot of people know that number. Okay, all right, Lauren, I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, Lauren.
I don't know if I do. Is it like 7.3 million?
It's 6 million.
6 million? Okay. See, I don't even know.
Yeah. Dude, Dean, that's crazy, man.
I know the total
Did you
number.
pay attention in history class? Bro?
I just know the total number of 12 million.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Chat, there was a different number for everyone overall comparative to just people who are Jewish. But yeah, are you voting for Trump? Why is
Yes. I just had a question. I've seen a lot of stuff. People saying, Donald Trump's going to be saying that Donald Trump said he was going to be a dictator. I just want to know why you guys say that is.
He said dictator on day one.
And then he
said
also
it
tried to
himself.
coup the country and steal an election.
I mean, when you say a dictator, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, he said he was going to be a dictator on day one. So, he's going to sign executive orders to undo a lot of the crappy things that Joe Biden did, no? Did Joe Biden not sign over 150 executive orders?
Okay, well, name one
I think it's like 180.
executive order that Biden signed into law.
Joe Biden has done a lot of terrible things.
Okay, name one policy that Biden has influenced to get passed through Congress or one executive order that has been terrible. Do it.
I think was it HR 1 or HR 2 bill that was people talk about a lot. I mean, the whole thing about, this is the border bill, this is the that bill, everything else, but you've got hidden like what, $220 billion to Ukraine and all these other foreign countries that we have nothing to do with.
Okay, first of all, HR 2 is different from the secure bill.
Okay, absolutely.
In fact, HR 2 is the incredibly right-leaning border bill that never made it through because of how far right it was. When we're referencing the Secure the Border Act, A, that was drafted by a Republican Trump endorsed. His name was Lankford. B, it did include funding for Israel, Gaza, Ukraine, and a couple other countries. But C, although the border bill failed, those provisions, the funding for Israel, Ukraine, Gaza, etc., they passed.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
The border bill was taken by the Republicans in Congress, and because of Trump's command, they took everything about the border out of it, and then only passed the additional $97 billion of funding for other countries. It was called Public Law 11850, and it was signed into law on April 24th.
Of the money that was in that bill, how much went to the border?
Oh, how much money went to the border? I don't know the figures that went to the border because they were revised out. I only know
$97 billion to a foreign country? When we have homeless veterans and other people?
I'm gonna have you.
Why didn't Trump oppose the appropriations? Why didn't he call people in Congress to not vote for the appropriations?
Why didn't Jax listen to the damn point I made?
What is the proof of him? Where can you show? Can you?
He said it. I can play the video of him saying it.
Can you point me to where it says on paper, to where it says he called specific people and told them do not vote for this bill?
I can show you him saying blame it on me.
Yeah, and then the evidence that he called people that's going to be coming from...
saying blame it on me. That is not the same thing as calling people and telling. That could be taken as these people have the same beliefs as me, and so I'm not going to vote for this thing. That is not the same thing as calling people.
Hey, Jax. Ted Cruz. Okay.
Hold up.
Okay.
Saying blame it on me if the border bill fails is explicit pleading guilty. Okay? You don't even accept it when he fucking says it? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, bro. Go for it, Dean.
Yeah, the evidence for the idea that he called the Republicans in the Senate and the House is actually coming from Republicans in the Senate and the House. Langford was pissed that Trump did this, so Langford spoke out about it on Fox News. So did Ted Cruz, Mitch McConnell, and one other senator that I now forget the name of. All right, but overwhelmingly, all we need to point out is what Parker pointed out, the fact that Trump told you to blame it on him if it fails.
I honestly don't know if I'm still muted or not. Am I still muted?
Yes.
Yeah, you're muted, bro.
Oh, I am. Yes. That's crazy work, muting somebody. Anyway,
Jax, you're still muted. Could I show you how to unmute?
Yeah, I mean, I pressed turn on.
I know, but it didn't actually turn back on.
Yeah, you have to do it again.
Right, y'all can actually hear
Here's
me.
the Sage, thank you so much. No, you have to do it again. We can't.
But where were we? Sorry, I was muted. So I was trying to figure out how to get back to that. I missed a lot of that.
You're still muted. You have to mute real quick and then unmute.
Yeah, y'all are funny, so.
Really? You think I'm funny?
So, bro, like, what I don't understand is like,
I appreciate that. Thank
what
you.
do y'all say about like? Do y'all genuinely not think it was crazy the way that when Kamala Harris ran for president in 2019? That, I mean, she dropped out before the first primary. Like, she was so unpopular. She has been rated as the worst vice president in the history of this country. And y'all, all of a sudden, I mean,
by who?
Are you kidding me? It has been out by so many different networks.
By what network?
Bro, please Google.
Name
you
the
could
network.
You could Google
Fucking
Kamala
Newsmax?
Harris. Dude,
Newsmax?
Are you kidding me? Dude, why don't y'all are so much on research, go Google it.
No, you do your research.
Google her approval
Actually,
rating.
Jax,
She is the worst
Jax,
vice
can I ask you a
president in the
question?
history of this country.
Can you name one thing a vice president has done in history?
Let's see. Who do we got? Did Mike Pence didn't do a lot with education and whatnot? No.
What did he do with education?
I mean, I'm not sure off the top of my head. I mean, y'all name some. Anything? Y'all don't have any?
Yeah, certify the election results, tie-breaking votes. Right, like for example, Kamala Harris, a tie-breaking vote,
Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was a great one. Wait, Jack, you just said that.
I genuinely want to know.
I have a question. Do you think that the Inflation Reduction Act
No,
is
seriously,
bad?
I genuinely want to know, like, because it really is. And look, like I understand Trump has his problems.
No, you don't. No, you literally don't. If you understood,
look,
what,
when
Jax,
it comes
one
to
moment.
character and
Jax,
everything,
one moment. If you understood Trump's
Dean.
problems, you wouldn't be voting for him because his problems include, but are not limited to, rape, calling all black people lazy, and trying to overthrow our democracy.
Yeah, dude, I've heard it all. I've heard it all 1,000 times. Anyway, but what I'm saying is, like, it really is mind-boggling to me that, I mean, the left was so, 110% Joe Biden from the moment he said he was running for president up, even after the last debate. I mean, you have Harry Sisson going on Piers Morgan and saying, "Oh, he absolutely wanted. I'm 100% for him. This, that, and the other." And then the moment he drops out, it's like, "Oh yeah, they just completely switch. Yeah, oh, good for him. He needs to take time for himself. He's old. This, that, and the other." Yes, Kamala. I mean, it's just actually crazy to me the way that they have. That the Democrats have just
Raven and Matthew,
completely
thank you
shifted
both.
from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. It's actually crazy.
Hey, Jax.
Okay.
Well, maybe it's quite
Hey, Jax,
possibly.
I just want to let you know, I was one of the Democrats using my platform to tell Joe Biden to step down. I want to let you know that.
Okay, fair enough.
I've been doing that for a long time.
I-
I've been telling him to step down. That's what I did. I actually advocated for that after the debates before
absolutely.
he was even said that he was going to step down.
Okay,
that's
fair
what I
enough,
did.
yeah.
So you can sit there and
Absolutely.
you can try to paint every Democrat as doing this, but I actively use my platform to do that when you've got a guy who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to coup the country, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims to enter the country, and you're not advocating for him to step down when he's cognitive decline and delusional as fuck. Appreciate the party. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No
So
way.
how about
think
you
Donald
use the
Trump is
situation you're in
cognitively
to call
declining?
Donald Trump to drop down, right? When I
Absolutely
use the
not.
position I'm in to call for Joe Biden to drop down.
To compare Donald Trump's cognitive ability with Joe Biden's is actually crazy.
It's bad. It's terrible.
You want to hear it? Joe Biden can't even make. I mean, come on, like That
a
debate
coherent sentence?
was
You want to hear the coherent sentences of Donald Trump? Let's hear this real quick. Let's see what Donald Trump has to say specifically about windmills. You want to hear that? You want to hear what he said about windmills?
I do.
Yeah, what did he say about windmills?
Okay, I got you.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty.
Oh wait, that's not it.
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Thank you for all the gifts, everyone. Oh wait. Do we have another one? I think we do.
One.
Where there's so
I have
much
one to
water,
play
you
too.
don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
Wait, I have one that shows his delusion.
I said to Vladimir Putin, I say, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way.
Go ahead, Dean.
Oh yeah, this is just him being delusional and saying he's bigger than Elvis. Okay, there's a non-skippable 30-second ad. I'll save that clip for later.
Appreciate the let me cook. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no. Let's be real. That was a lot of mumbo jumbo. I will say that. But I mean, when he was not talking about the washing machine and dishwashers, is he not referring to trying to use, I don't know, maybe wind power and other things other than water? I mean, water is a big thing in electricity, no?
Wait, let's just listen to this one more time.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
Wow.
Yeah, washing machines washing dishes is crazy. I will admit that. That's funny as hell.
Okay, then here's him saying that he's bigger than Elvis. I thought this is, pretty funny. It shows him that he's pretty delusional.
I love my wife, and I'd say, baby, who could draw crowds? Nobody can draw crowds like me. Nobody, not even close. I'm the greatest
It's true.
of all time,
That is
maybe
true.
greater even than Elvis, because Elvis had a guitar. I don't have a guitar. Elvis
Absolutely.
had a guitar. I don't have the privilege.
Wait, so you think that there's no human greater than Donald Trump?
I think Jesus Christ is greater than Donald Trump.
Okay, but apart from Jesus Christ.
Sure, there's a lot of people that are greater than Donald Trump. I'm not saying he's the greatest person.
Wait, but he just said that he's the greatest of all time, and you said absolutely.
He said he was better than Elvis. He didn't say he was the greatest of all time.
Yeah, he
did. Oh, did he? Let me hear it.
Draw crowds. Nobody can draw crowds like me. Nobody, not even close.
Not even Jesus. Not even Jesus.
Oh, the greatest of all time at drawing
Not
crowds.
a single one. I'm telling you that.
Yeah. The greatest at drawing crowds, not the greatest of all time. Gotcha.
Okay, so I just want to clarify.
I love how we're taking this out of context.
So when Queen had over 1 million people, like they didn't have bigger crowds than Donald Trump.
You know, Jesus, he
When
couldn't
did Queen have a
even
million
pull
people in
crowds
85
like me, I
at Live Aid?
promise you. The biggest crowds, the greatest crowds, big crowds, incredible, tremendous crowds.
So tremendous, so big, so huge.
Dean's getting better. Let's go.
So y'all talk about Trump rambling on us stuff like that. Do y'all genuinely believe that Kamala Harris doesn't do the same thing in a lot of these interviews, or no? Like,
Oh my God! Did you see the debate? He was talking about eating dogs and cats. She was talking about
Have you not seen her? Have you not seen her interviews since then? I mean,
Yes, dude, yeah,
I've
she's
literally
able to-
seen
they're
clips
fine.
of her 4 or 5 different.
And then why did she smack
of her
up
at
Trump in the
4 or
debates?
5 different
Hey,
places
if she's
and
so bad,
talking about
if
being
she's
a
so
middle class-
scared,
I grew up
then
in a
why did she
middle-class
smoke
family.
Trump in the debates? Why did Trump have to come up with a conspiracy theory that she
About
had
what?
fucking earrings in her ears that were
About
giving her
what?
answers?
Oh,
He
no,
says
that-
that. Hold on,
Yeah,
listen.
yeah, I
He
didn't
said-
believe all that. Yeah,
he said
that's
there were
pretty far-fetched.
earrings in her ears, right, giving her the
didn't-
answers because he got fucking smoked so bad.
Yeah, no, I didn't see where Trump came out and say that. I have seen a lot of other people say that. I personally don't believe that. I mean, I think that's a little far fetched saying she had microphones in her ears telling her what to say. But
I have a question.
What was
If Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump in November, and then like said that she won and tried to like steal the vote from Trump by like convincing Congress with the use of fake votes to install her as the next president, would you say that
'Cause she's the
Kamala Harris
VP?
is mentally fit?
Wait,
if she herself tried to certify false votes of the Electoral College to cast Kamala Harris votes when she didn't win, would you still like think she's a? I mean, would you think that's a threat to democracy?
Dude, new fucking reductio unlocked.
I know, right?
I think challenging. I mean, I don't see the problem with challenging results.
No, Jax, I'm gonna paint the picture for you. So
Okay.
let's say November comes around, everyone votes, Trump wins. Then on January 6th, when she is making the vote official in Congress, she installs fake votes for herself and signs them into law, installing herself for a term of presidency. Would you say that Kamala Harris is a threat to our democracy?
Did Trump do that? I mean, he's not president right now, so how did he
Dude,
install himself as the
Jax, hey,
president?
shut the fuck up and answer my question. It's not so damn hard, okay? Okay. Now,
I just invited this person in the chat who said this kid is communism.
Now, quite frankly, can you answer my question?
Say it one more time.
If Donald Trump won in November, and on January 6th, when the count of the vote occurred, Kamala Harris, as VP, literally made fake votes for herself and counted them as being real to install herself for a presidential term, even though Trump won, literally forcing him to lose, okay? Would she be a threat to democracy?
Sure, yeah.
Really?
No, you don't think so?
All right, phenomenal. So that's exactly what Trump did.
Oh, so he's president right now. So he installed himself as president? Is he president right now?
Maybe it's not exactly what Trump did.
Okay,
When
exactly.
he was president in
Thank you.
2020, he sent fake votes and fake certificates of ascertainment into Congress, and then he pressured Mike Pence into certifying them as real. Joe Biden won, he lost. He tried to steal the election from Biden by sending fake votes in to be counted as real by Mike Pence.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, so is Donald Trump a threat to democracy?
In my opinion, no. No.
Oh, but so then why would Kamala Harris be a threat to democracy, but Donald Trump?
Donald Trump isn't president right now. He did not install himself as
He
president.
was president when he did it.
Yeah. So if Kamala Harris would be a threat to democracy for doing this, why isn't
That's why
Donald
he's
Trump a
claiming
threat
immunity.
to democracy for doing this?
Claiming immunity.
He's not even arguing he didn't do it. He's arguing that he gets
what
immunity
about the
because it's an official
documents
act.
that they found in Joe Biden's private
Hey,
home?
don't pivot,
The
don't
DOJ
pivot.
That's
came
such
out
a
and
pivot,
said,
dude.
and
I'll
said
respond to it.
he is too old and too senile.
I'm actually gonna mute you now. I want you to respond to me. So why
That's
would
actually not
Kamala?
what they said even.
Why would Kamala Harris be a threat to democracy for installing fake votes in Congress, but Donald Trump won it? Okay, you got on mute, bud. You found the unmute button last time. Find it again. Very simple. Go ahead and answer my question, man.
Dean, I just thought of a great idea.
What?
A new middle ground type of episode where they have 3 people on one side who are conservative, 3 people on the other side who are conservative, and then they have a middle table where they have one-on-one, and then each topic is brought up, and then you could choose a member of the 3 to go up to the middle table.
Oh, that is a good idea.
So I'm
I
like
do like
saying
that.
like me, you, and Matt on the three versus fucking Charlie, Matt Walsh, and Ben Shapiro, okay? And then we could do one-on-ones, right, at the middle table, right, moderated by a moderator, right, in the middle, and then whoever wants to go up for that particular topic would go up.
I would love to see Matt on that.
And
Anyways,
then if
can
they
you-
want to divert to like one of their other teammates, they can do that.
They could like tag in and out. I like that. Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense. So can you answer my question, Jax?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was muted again, shocker. But no, I love how I'm only muted when I try and bring up a point that you guys are also trying to deny.
So-
I mean,
so, Jax,
I
I'm gonna mute you
genuinely-
again.
No, We've already talked about that. I genuinely want to know exactly. Yeah, I'm getting kicked. Yeah, see, that's hilarious.
Well, okay, thank you for
No,
being
we're
quiet.
not kicking you. We just want you to. We just want you to like not be a child.
I literally just had to mother you,
and
Jax.
you
Oh, okay,
brought up
okay, Jax.
immunity.
5.
You brought up
4,
immunity.
3.
And so I genuinely want that one question.
1. Thank you, Jax. You're doing great, buddy. So if Kamala Harris would be a threat to democracy for installing
Someone said,
fake
Parker,
votes
you're
in
so cruel.
Congress-
That would be a massacre.
for installing fake votes in Congress for herself, right? Why wouldn't Donald Trump be a threat to democracy for installing fake votes in Congress for himself?
If Donald Trump did exactly what you're saying, then he would be president right now, would he not? In the situation that you're saying, would he not be president right now?
The reason he's not president right now is because Mike Pence did not
because he
follow-
didn't do it. I get it.
No.
Okay, conversation
No,
over. So what I'm trying to
hey,
ask
Jax, what you just said was misinformation.
Every
The
time we try
hey,
and go
Jax,
to a different
Jax,
point,
Jax,
but-
stop talking.
okay.
5. Thank you. So the reason that Donald Trump is not president right now, even though he installed fake votes in Congress, is because Mike Pence didn't go through with his plan. Mike Pence does not endorse Trump today because Trump tried to get him to go through with his plan. Mike Pence has said that Donald Trump attempted to get Mike Pence to place Donald Trump above our Constitution. It is not unknown, it is not conspiracy theory, and it is not misinformation to say that Donald Trump submitted fake slates of electors to Congress to cast fake Trump votes from states that he lost, saying that he won. In fact, Donald Trump has admitted to doing this, and he's seeking criminal immunity. Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman both lost their law licenses for aiding and abetting in this attempt to steal the election from Joe Biden. So now that we know the facts, do you consider Donald Trump a threat to democracy in the same way that you would consider Kamala Harris a threat to a democracy?
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. That was a lot.
Okay. He's just irrational, Chad.
Yeah.
So you didn't follow?
No, I mean it looked like you were reading from something, but
I'm looking down at playing cards.
12 minutes.
I'm looking down at playing
Dude,
cards.
you were reading the Parker script, and actually, Dean, you did that at Jubilee too. You brought a Parker script. I saw it,
real?
Dean. I gave it to you right before. That's what
real?
you were looking at. Okay, the Parker script. That's the only way you could have your points. No way you could remember them, or no way you have enough brain cells to remember that. Are you kidding me?
Dude, I actually got.
You know what I think it is? I think it is they think that you're doing that because they think that they couldn't possibly do it themselves. So what they're doing is projecting. Oh my! I just realized.
That's why I get muted as soon as I bring up.
Yeah, you'll get muted again. I just realized, like, you guys literally just say that because you're projecting. Because you couldn't remember that much information.
That's so
Because
real.
you couldn't do that, you assume that no one else could. It's fucking hilarious.
That's so
it's hilarious,
fucking
dude.
real, man.
It's incredible. You're admitting it. I appreciate that, Jax. Thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Incredibly kind of you.
By the way, I gotta drop down in about 10 minutes. My girlfriend's on her way.
Okay, for sure.
So now that we got past that, can we talk about the whole
we didn't
documents at Joe Biden's house and them coming? No, we can't. Gotcha.
I'll talk about it. I don't care. Okay,
So
let's do it. I'll accept the pivot. My neck hurts, but I'll accept the pivot. I promise.
What is your take on that? Like, I'm genuinely curious. So,
I appreciate the handout.
So when you talk,
Neither
about
of them
immunity,
are happening right now.
Is that not immunity that Joe Biden's getting when they say that he's literally too old and too senile to stand trial?
No.
Okay,
what
gotcha.
we're referring to in terms of presidential immunity is a specific statute in terms of that they were in the office of the presidency. That's not what was claimed with Joe Biden in that scenario. What was claimed with Joe Biden in that scenario was that he didn't demonstrate willful intent to retain the documents. If he didn't demonstrate willful intent to retain the documents, well, then there would be no reason specifically to try him with that. Appreciate the handout.
Yep.
And also,
what is the intent of taking all those documents home if you didn't? So you're telling me he accidentally took those documents home?
Trump has not been held
Yeah,
accountable.
say it again, Trump, baby.
Trump has not been held accountable for this. So actually, it's in appellate court right now, so I'm not even holding it.
So you're saying,
Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Sharp.
Took those documents home?
No, there's willful intent to take them home, which you can do as a president. You just can't have the willful intent to retain them.
So he kept them for how long? But that wasn't willful intent to retain them.
It's very hard to demonstrate like a state of mind in a court of law, and the only reason that
unless you have Donald Trump literally admitting to it.
yeah, Donald Trump admitted to it, and he told one of his aides to hide the documents in the bathroom behind the toilet when the FBI had raided to search for them, and then the aide testified in court to that fact.
Kenichi, thank you for the $5. They said, Dean, check your Venmo.
Okay, bet.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate you guys having me on, man. It's been fun.
It's been terrible.
Okay.
It's been terrible, Jack.
Y'all take it easy.
Take it easy.
Take it hard, Jax. Take it hard.
Matt, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much.
Raven, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I'm guessing this is the person you were referencing. How's the debate on Jubilee? Couldn't watch it because I was asleep. Go watch it. Kenichi. I did not get a Venmo from anyone by the name of Kenichi. I feel bad. They probably sent it to one of the fake ones. By the way, guys, I have...
It's in the bio, everyone. Linktree in the bio.
Yeah.
That's the best place to find our Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shoot. I'm back. By the way, Jax was the man. Go, Jax. You did amazing.
You're back? Did I already talk to you?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Have you talked to Dean? First, thank you so much.
All I know is I have to come on here and say you were saying that Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy, which really we're not a democracy country. We are a republic country.
Okay.
But
I'll have a
second
difference.
of all,
I have
what
a
about
question,
the
Jenny.
fact that she tries to
I just want to say one thing.
censor Facebook?
Yeah, Jenny, we'll talk about this.
Censor Facebook. She tries to censor everything. That's a threat to our democracy,
No,
which has already been admitted by Mark Zuckerberg, the guy that does Facebook, right?
Zuckerberg? What the hell?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ,
You
dude.
can't even pronounce it either.
Hey, Jenny,
No, I was making.
Right.
I was demonstrating what you were saying. Okay, so by the way, what's the contradiction between a representative democracy and a constitutional republic?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. You kind of broke
the
up.
contradiction? What's the contradiction between a representative democracy and a constitutional republic?
Oh God. Terrible.
Okay, so a republic is democracy actually means communism. Basically, the difference is, a republic is actually where a whole bunch of people vote.
What the fuck did you just say? Did you just say that a democracy means
Can you
communism?
shut the fuck up? That's what you told Jax, right? Shut the fuck up and let me talk.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Dean, be quiet.
So
Dean, be
democracy
quiet.
actually means communism, and republic is not. It's completely the opposite.
So democracy
And as you
is
know,
communism?
and when we say I pledge allegiance to the flag, nowhere does it say democracy. It actually says
No. Oh, Parker, please let me hop in here. So you said that democracy is communism. At a rally in Minnesota, Donald Trump said that he took a bullet for our democracy. Does that mean
He
that
took a
Donald
bullet
Trump
for
is
our
willing-
communism?
Is willing to die for communism?
Yeah.
Wow, Trump, what a comrade. He's willing to die for the communist cause. What a comrade. Daria, thank you for the hand art. What a comrade. Comrade Trump. Comrade Trump. What a great guy.
Did Donald Trump take a bullet for communism?
You guys are laughing, but you're voting for somebody that wants to give sex changes to prisoners.
Dude, you just
Really,
repeat the
it's
same
comical
talking
that you guys
points
are
as
voting for
as-
somebody that approves
Jenny, that's not
sex
true.
changes for prisoners. Like,
That's not true.
I
Give me
have
a
a
single
video
source.
where she. What do you mean? It came out of her own mouth.
Niha, thank you for
out of her
the
own mouth.
what she did, Jenny, what she did was protect people in the context of prisons to get access to like medicine that they need, which would include gender affirming care,
No,
like
she
hormone
said
hormone
sex
replacement.
change. She said sex change.
Niha, thank you so much for
And
the
that's not
$50.
provided. No, that's not true. Give me a source.
It came out of her own mouth. I was trying to
Yeah,
get
give
on
me the
here.
so-
I
give-
can't
give
share
me
the
the
video,
video.
but I have the video. Okay.
Okay, give me anything to show you that. I'll wait.
Okay, while you're looking for that, Niha, thank you so much for the $50
Just go
on.
Just go on and Google. Just Google it or look up anywhere. You can see that she clearly admits this. Just talking about sex changes.
Jenny, I've never seen what you're
Yes,
referencing.
she does. Okay, and so let me ask you. Here's another one. Since you've never seen that one, what about the fact that she thinks it's okay to censor Facebook? That is not a threat to our democracy. I do have proof. I
So
just
she didn't
can't show
censor
it.
Facebook.
On-
She didn't censor Facebook.
Can I thank someone?
What do you
for
mean?
donation real
Mark
quick?
admitted it that the
go
Biden
ahead.
administration tried to tell them to censor stuff. He
Wait,
admitted it.
telling someone
The
is not
owner of
censoring
Facebook
them.
admitted.
Yo, literally just saying, yo, you probably should delete, misinformation. I mean, you don't have to do it.
It's not
We're
misinformation.
not forcing you to do it
It
with the
came out of his
government.
own mouth. It was
Hey,
everywhere.
Jenny, if you
And
go
what
up,
about the fact that
okay, yeah, I'm good. So again, you go up to a private company, you go, yo, you should probably delete COVID misinformation. That could be harmful. You don't have to do it. We're not going to force you with the federal government. We're not going to force you with our military. But you should maybe do this because it would be good for people. Now, is that getting rid of freedom of speech?
that's not what they did.
No, it's not. Wait, you know what is getting rid of freedom of speech? Donald Trump wanting to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's actually violating the First Amendment according to the Supreme Court of the United States of America.
Parker, the video's at 2 million.
Okay,
views.
and what about the fact
That's
that
insane.
Kamala tried to keep evidence away from a guy going to death row, the getting the death penalty, and she tried to hide evidence for that, and the judge had to force her to bring up the evidence. What about that? That doesn't matter. What about
I
the
totally
fact that she
support
tried
that.
to? What
I
about the
actually
fact that
think
she
that-
locked
hey,
up
Jenny,
over
I'm telling you that
1,000?
Katie thinks
she
it's
did-
She's never even
$6.66.
done anything for the black community. She's never.
She
She's
increased
black,
funding
but she
to
doesn't
the-
even represent her black heritage. Everything is Indian. If you're so
Hey,
proud to be black,
dude, Jenny, can
why
I
doesn't
thank
she-
someone
why
for a
didn't
damn
years before
donation?
this, why didn't she
Jenny,
represent that?
I need you to shut the fuck up so I can thank Neha for the $50.
You shut the fuck up.
Bam,
Bitch, I bet you
bam.
won't tell me that to my face. I bet you my man would drop kick your ass, nigga. How about that?
Whoa. Okay. All right. You know what? Corey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Crazy. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Are you voting Trump?
I never gotta thank Neha for the $50. Thank you, Neha, for the $50 on PayPal. I do. Guys, please spam W's in the chat for Neha. I've been trying to thank them for like 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Neha.
But yeah, I was kicked for some reason.
Okay, probably was a good reason.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much, JV. Are you voting Trump?
50-50 on it.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I'd vote for Harris if you could convince me.
You'd vote for Harris if we could convince you to vote for Harris. He asked you if you'd ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing
I was
or
asked
raping a woman.
a sincere question. I gave a sincere answer.
But Harris had nothing to do with this question.
The host, I'm speaking to the host. The host asked me a question.
And I'm like the co-host,
I answered. I'm not disrespecting you. I answered his question, and I said that if he could convince me otherwise, or convince me to vote for Harris.
Yeah, but that's like, imagine like Parker
Because
asked
I'll
you.
tell you.
Okay.
I like Harris because at the end of the day, I like a few of her policies.
Yeah, hey
the
Louis, so you
middle
actually
class.
didn't answer Parker's question sincerely. Imagine Parker asked you what the weather was like outside, and then you said that you were wearing like
Okay, so what is
Nike
the question
Pros right now.
What is
Like,
the
it's just a
question,
non-answer.
Parker, what is the question?
Right.
Would you
Parker?
vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If it's good for America, yes.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
So why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
That's a good question because I feel like the first one is disgusting and the second one is double disgusting. So
just graping a woman isn't bad enough? Insofar as that you wouldn't vote for someone?
it's horrible, but I'd be willing to sacrifice that in order for all of America to do better than what America's doing now. It's a small price to pay.
So, okay, small. So So rape of a woman is a small price to pay.
Groping
Rape of
a
a child
woman.
isn't.
Groping.
Grape. Forcefully penetrating her against her will.
Oh, rape. Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
dude. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
yeah, I thought you said groping. No, I would not. I would not vote for any of them. No. Why?
Oh. That's still crazy that we'd say that, but like, yeah, would you?
Yeah, no,
so
I'm
you
sorry. I
wouldn't-
thought you said groping, like he grabbed somebody's ass or something.
Okay, so would
Which
you?
is
would
still
you,
bad, but it's
would
not
you-
rape.
So would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
No.
Okay, well, Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of just that. Richard Little Crown.
Can you
Unanimously by a
explain,
jury of
please?
9 people. Yeah, he got held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her against her will.
And when was this?
1986.
1986.
1996.
Well, I heard Kamala Harris broke someone's marriage up. Is there truth to that?
No, because the person that she was with was literally separated from that person for 10 years.
So time fixed that?
If you're
Because if
separated
we
for 10
refer-
years, then you're
If we refer
if you're,
that
if
time
you're
fixed
separated,
that, then we would refer that Donald Trump was in 86 and time fixed that. I mean, it's kind of sort of like, what are we talking? If time is relevant here, then what Trump did was in 86 and he ran the country for
No.
3.5
No.
years.
So you said it was cheating, and I said no, it wasn't, because the person was separated with the what you think is their partner.
Oh,
they were
okay.
separated. So
Okay.
like it wasn't cheating. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because
So
they were because that person wasn't with the person you think they were.
So why was she
They were
accused of
separated for
that?
10 years.
No, I understand, Parker, but why was she accused with that?
Because people mistake things all the time and they want to use it against her.
So why wouldn't we say that that's the same case for Trump in 86?
96.
Oh, 96, yeah.
Because he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina against her will.
I mean, if we think that it was mistaken with Harris allegedly cheating, then why wouldn't we mistaken it? Same thing for Trump.
Because he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. And as it relates to the thing with Kamala Harris, we can talk to the person you're referencing and we can see that they were separated from that other individual
I gotta say
for
something.
well over a decade.
Parker, you're a very, very educated guy. You're a very educated guy, and you honestly, you seem like a good guy. Some people say, well, he's got a cocky attitude. No. You're just confident in what you believe in, and I respect that. I really do. But I come on these shows a lot, and they're very entertaining. Obviously, that's why you have so many followers and stuff. And I tell everyone that's in this room, please follow. Parker's awesome. But truthfully, I've never, ever really heard you to really explain, or maybe you have, but I wasn't in a room. Why is Harris such a slam dunk president candidate? Slam dunk, like, wow.
I just think that she's better than Trump. I'm not saying she's perfect. But
That's-
like she's passed
that's
good policy
honest.
in terms of the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science
That's
Act, the
super
PACT Act,
honest.
the Inflation Reduction Act. She advocates for policy that's going to reduce taxes for 100 million Americans. Right, that's for lower income individuals. Which I think is beneficial. She wants to extend access to healthcare through the ACA. She wants to cut pharmaceutical costs, $2,000 out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just seniors. She wants to limit the ability for medical debt to affect your credit. She wants to
I didn't know that
allow for
about that.
Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. She has plans for healthcare, whereas Donald Trump, he just has concepts.
Okay, so now, truth of the matter, please educate me in the room, some of the people. Why hasn't she did anything yet as vice president? That's not sarcastic. I'm sincerely asking that question. Why hasn't she done anything as VP?
Skylar, thank you for the $5. Nicole, thank you for the $10. Jason, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jason. Corey, thank you for the $5. Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, everyone. So she's done the most out of any vice president ever. The largest level of tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, which is the main duty of a vice president. She also accrued over $5 billion in funding for countries in South and Central America to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place. So out of any vice president ever, she was the most influential. Now, can you name me one thing a vice president has done in history?
No, I can because I'm not that educated. But you just said everything for other countries. The stuff I'm saying for America. What has she done for America?
I told you the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, which is with policy that affects Americans. Like, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin. That's a tie-breaking vote that she did.
If maybe I'm not educated enough to notice, but so you're telling me that she broke a record for what now?
For tie-breaking votes of vice presidents.
What,
Joseph, thank
and
you
what
for
did
$5.
that,
Thank
what
you so
does that
much.
affect America? I'm still.
How does that affect the United States?
Yeah, really. I'm truthfully asking.
I just told you the Inflation Reduction Act had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which makes us less dependent on foreign oil, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. That cuts insulin prices for people in need.
So you don't think that America was in better standing when shithead Trump was in? I mean, I don't like him either, but I think he's better than Harris at this point. Just because you ever heard of the
When
show
Trump left
me
office, there was
policy?
6.4% unemployment.
Groceries were much more affordable.
Okay, but you know, understand inflation happened around the entire world, and actually, real median income has gone up in this country, which means wages have gone up, accounting for inflation.
So you could confidently say that America was in better standings with Biden in office and Harris as VP versus Trump.
Than if Trump were, yeah, absolutely.
Wow. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. I don't know. The borders, who's responsible for that?
Trump, because he
Okay.
undermined the border bill.
But why didn't they invade when Trump was in office?
Invade?
Why didn't illegal immigrants start flooding America the way
They did actually. You understand that we had more border crossings under Trump's administration daily than right now?
What?
Yeah, there's less daily crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration.
There's more, and you don't think that that's an exaggerated number? What's been told? Because I've seen news. I've seen. Yeah, no, seriously, I've seen.
No, because it's the Customs and Border Protection.
So why, when there was a debate, why didn't Harris, when she was asked that, say, well, there was more people invading when you were President Trump than when Biden was president?
No.
Why didn't she state that fact?
What we're saying. He's saying that at this time around of Donald Trump's presidency, we have the same level, not during the entire presidency.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes
and
more
Caitlin,
sense.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Holland with the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Holland in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Holland.
Thank you, Holland. Okay, so Parker, what you're trying to say is it leveled out. So when Trump was in office, you're trying to tell the room, the followers right now, that the same amount of people, illegal immigrants, came into America versus Biden's term. I find that hard to believe.
No,
I don't think
so
it's true.
More people have come overall under Biden's administration comparative to Trump's administration. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that due to Biden's recent executive order, we have lower border crossings right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. Which then means if you think that there's a border crisis right now, there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
You know what scares me? I'll tell you what scares me, Parker.
Which would then mean Trump didn't get rid of the border crisis.
I'll tell you what scares me. I've seen your debates, and they're very impressive. You got a lot of people on their heels. I'll say that truthfully. Okay. How is it when I tune into you, you have better responses for questions than Harris? You explain her policies better than she does. I mean, that's just a red flag.
I actually disagree with that. For example, like at the debates, I actually genuinely believe that she had a more expansive ability to critique Donald Trump and address economic policy concerns, right, in terms of rhetoric, than I would be able to on a stage like that. But like, sure, I might know I might know a little more on economics, but that's definitely true for Trump
Parker,
too.
if I was a betting man,
I'm better at
Maybe.
If I was arguing the same policies, I would argue them better than Trump can.
But
Raise the
from
hand
what
up.
I'm seeing, and the room could tell me if I'm right or wrong, if they'd like. I'm a betting man. If I put you on stage to debate Harris, I think you, with her own policies, I think you'd crush her. And with all due respect,
Like if I
you're a
argue
younger
from a
guy.
conservative lens, I wouldn't, because I don't see there to be a rational justification for supporting Trump over Harris. Appreciate that mustache, thank you so much. And she would be able to call out those things.
But she doesn't really answer the questions, Parker. And I don't know if because she doesn't have
She does.
or she doesn't want to maybe
Which
embarrass Biden.
question do you think she didn't answer?
Everybody asks her what she's going to do for the economy and inflation, and she just keeps going back to.
She's addressed. She has plans. What is Trump's plan for inflation? Increase it? Tariffs?
Yeah, that's my main point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Your critique of Harris and her vagueness can be applied to Donald Trump tenfold.
You're right. I'll listen. Well, I don't know about tenfold, but I'd agree.
No, it's true. No,
but the only problem is his presidency was a somewhat of a success and far more superior than what Biden's has been. So that holds a Trump, lack of a better word, that holds a card over of saying, hey, yeah, he probably don't argue policy right. He probably is an idiot and at most times. And he's not the nicest guy, but he did get the job done for 3.5 years. It's far more superior than they did.
That it's because we look at the past with rose-colored glasses. Like we always do this. Like my parents, for example, or like my grandfather, he looks fondly at like the 1970s, right? And yet I hear stories all the time about how there was gas shortages and how people had to line up at the pump and how it was like...
And that's why people think MJ is better than LeBron. You know what I mean? Like people do this all the time, dude. They constantly do look at it that way, bro.
Yeah, so that's the problem, is that you're looking at it with a lens of the past. When I remember directly being... during his presidency, worrying about whether or not I was going to wake up in the morning to Donald Trump tweeting something that was going to start like a World War III because he got pissed that somebody somewhere in France said something bad about him. That's
But he never did, guys. That's the truth of the matter.
He never did because he had people who are within his administration who are keeping him constrained. Now all of those people are voting for Harris.
Yeah, but we could.
And he wants to replace all the civil employees with Trump loyalists.
Yeah,
we could also say that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We could also say that Harris wasn't doing a great job of restraining Biden, and she's VP. I mean.
Well, hold on.
Restraining Biden?
I never worried that Joe Biden.
Well, we've used the word restraining Trump
or something that's like crazy. Like you have to give me like some kind of policy or some kind of action that Joe Biden undertook that was so chaotic that it's comparable to like Donald Trump.
Evacuating the way we evacuated.
Dylan, think of the $5. Thank you, Dylan.
Okay, so would you then say for the same that Donald Trump is at least partially somewhat to bear because he is the one?
Yes, but I think yes, sincerely, yes. But I think he would have did a better job evacuating than Biden.
I don't know. How would you know that? Because the deal that Joe Biden used to evacuate was the deal that Donald Trump based or negotiated with the Taliban. And there's no guarantee that Donald Trump would have been able.
There is no guarantee. I'll agree with you. But all honesty, looking back at it now, do you think that Trump or someone else would have probably did a better job evacuating the way Biden did?
Because pullouts of a country are always chaotic. Look at Vietnam. Yeah, okay, Parker, calm down.
So you could definitively say.
I was about to say,
I saw
bro.
your face.
I don't think Trump's pullout game would be very great, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it.
So we could definitively say.
Melanie, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Melanie.
It wouldn't get better. It couldn't have get any better with Biden. We definitively say that. and we definitively say
I agree with
Trump
you.
wouldn't have done a better job.
No. I agree with you that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was chaotic and it did not go on the terms that we had hoped it. But most withdrawals from countries during wartime happen that way. Like people forget that when we left Vietnam, it was completely chaotic. Like we left tons of equipment there. People got killed. People were jumping off of buildings trying to catch the last helicopter. People just forget these.
What they don't understand as well is that like if you guys didn't want that to happen, why don't we increase the ability for people to claim refugee status in the United States then, who are from Afghanistan at that time?
That's a good point. That's a very good
Republicans were not advocating for that one.
That's a
definitely
very
not.
good point. Very good point. This is what I said. I tune into the room is because I see there's educated people that come on, and Parker's one of them. And this is me not ass kissing because everybody could hear I'm a straight shooter on this TikTok. Parker knows what he knows, and it's very impressive, especially with all due respect at his age. But I'll tell you this. Trump is not a great politician. The guy most of the times is idiotic. But I feel like America doesn't need a great politician. They need a great leader. They need someone that's a businessman or woman that's going to get America, hopefully get some policies in that could lower this inflation and raise the economy. Now, Harris's policies.
Can I address that real quick? One thing, the lower inflation. I appreciate the handout. I think Trump doesn't have policies for that. He actually has policies to increase inflation. Right? Tariffs would increase inflation. Secondly, name one good businessman other than Trump that has 6 bankruptcies.
I can. You're
So
right.
he inherited $400 million from his dad and bankrupted 6 times. Trump Airlines, Trump Steaks, Trump University, Trump Vodka.
So, Parker, let me ask you a question. You look like you got a future in politics. I really mean that. I mean, Lord bless whatever you want to do. But what I want to ask you is this. Do you honestly think that Harris is going to do a better job than Biden did? I want your sincere.
Yeah, I do. I think Harris is a better
Because if
candidate
that's
than
the
Biden
case,
is.
you get me thinking. If you're sincerely, with your education, think that Harris is going to do a better job than Biden, and Biden just got the short end of the stick coming in on a bad presidency before that, and Harris is going to fix things is because COVID really had a lot to do with an evacuation, then I really honestly could agree with that or look into that. It really could persuade my opinion.
Yeah, one thing I would say that would just indicate at least you a little closer to that is like, do you think that Joe Biden had some level of cognitive decline?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so if Harris doesn't have that cognitive decline, well then obviously wouldn't she already be a better candidate?
Yeah. She would.
So I mean, regardless of all the other policy things we could bring up, that itself could just indicate at least a slight advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't want people voting for her because she's trendy, or she's a woman, or she's Indian, or she's African American. I want her.
Have I brought up any of those things?
No, not you. I'm just saying in particular, when I see a guy or a girl speak politics and policies with education, that they're voting for her, it makes me double guess. I got to be honest with you, because I know there's diehard Trump supporters, and they really don't even know anything. Some of them, what the hell's going on? And there's going to be some people that are Harris diehard supporters, and they really don't know what's going on. And when I hear people that is educated in policies, in politics, like you and like the gentleman we have up here, that could tell me, they're voting for Harris not because she's a woman or a man, not because she's Indian or African American, but because future of America is bright with her, then I could accept that. I really could look into that.
Yeah, I think she's better at policy. She's got better character. Donald Trump's got uniquely bad character for a presidential candidate. Uniquely bad. And his policy doesn't compensate for it. His policy is horrendous. Like, again, he says he's going to bring down cost. How is he going to bring down cost if he increases tariffs? Because everyone knows that in order for there to be an increase in domestic production or bringing back jobs to the United States with tariffs, there has to be an increase in the cost of imported goods. And if there's an increase in the cost of imported goods, that makes American businesses have more expensive products. Thank you so much. It makes it so that people are groceries are more expensive, right? Their gas is more expensive. Everything's more expensive. Housing development's more expensive, all because of these tariffs.
What is he talking about keeping the jobs in America? Please educate me on that, Parker.
Yeah. He doesn't really have any policy that has done that, right? Like I couldn't mention any policy that Trump actually engaged in that drastically brought jobs back to this country. If you look at his massive tax reform, there was only 0.04% annual growth per year, which is around $28 billion in our economy, which is very small and pales in comparison to the $1.9 trillion of debt-related spending that it caused.
Okay, now, but in versus Biden, did Biden have any contribute to doing any of that, or just
to
nothing?
debt? Yeah. So, like for example, they did add to the debt, right? But they added less than what Trump did. Trump signed into law 8.4 trillion, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, and the Biden-Harris administration signed into law 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, but so all that BS talk about bringing jobs back into America is just a selling pitch, pretty much, is because it was a small bit in a. I understand what you're talking about. Now here's why I like Trump, and I don't know, and maybe you could tell me. I'm debating: did he ride the wave of Obama doing a pretty decent job, and he came into office, and he rided that wave, and a lot of these policies that were passed was a Obama thing? Or did he really come into America, do a fairly decent job, which when you first told me that Trump would be president, I was like, it was the Twilight Zone. I thought this is laughable. But he came in, he did a fairly decent job. Was he reaping the benefits from Obama administration, Parker? Or was he just a fairly decent president?
So he was absolutely getting the benefits from Obama's economy. And even if you don't want to say Obama did cause those things, it was at least a trend that came from the American economy. So I do think that it was from Obama's economy. But even if you don't want to say that it was from Obama's economy, it was still a trend that existed with the American economy prior to Trump. So he inherited a good economy, right, towards growth. The same thing would have happened if Hillary Clinton was president.
Same thing would have happened if Hillary Clinton was president.
Exact same thing.
So you, as a smart guy, is confident enough to say that Harris is the person for this job?
Yeah, because the two options are Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Clearly, in this scenario, I think it's a no-brainer, right?
Okay.
This is probably one of the easier elections to make a determination on.
Okay, so now question I have. Do you think, is there some type of things that are a red flag that you don't fully agree with Harris?
Yeah, I don't like how she funds Israel. I don't like the giving bombs to Israel to like kill innocents. But Trump wants Israel to finish the job.
Yeah.
Trump supports Israel more. He supports them, illegally annexing the Golan Heights. Appreciate the paper grant. Thank you so much. Like, there's a lot of things that
I'll
that
join
Trump
the list
supports
too by
related to that.
saying I found very early in her campaign and up until like a few weeks ago, like the fact that her campaign didn't put out any like policy statements on like a website or a white paper or something.
We have it now, but it took a while.
But it took far too long, and I was saying for a while like she needs to get it out there. But once again, I can compare that to Donald Trump and say, okay, she's kind of vague on her policies, but then Donald Trump is just as vague, if not more vague, because you ask him, okay, what's your solution to this issue? His number one go-to is always going to be tariffs. And you say, okay, well, how are you going to implement those tariffs? And then he just doesn't say it. He just says, I'm going to make China do it or something, right? Something that's completely off base.
Or he says, like, tariffs don't increase prices, which every economist basically disagrees with. Like, I'm talking left-wing and right-wing economists.
So again...
Right? We all agree on this.
Like, we're comparing, like, okay, this person might have something bad, but then
and Dakota, think of the $5. Thank you, Dakota. And Jen, think of the $2.22. Sorry, go for that, Matt. I apologize.
Oh, no, I'm done. That's all I'm going to say.
Question I have. Question I have. We don't have any crystal balls. We're not predicting the future, but you guys are educated. Tell me not the world, America in 4 years from now, guys. Tell me what do we expect? What do we expect if Harris is elected president, right? What do we expect good and not so good and bad in the next? Let's flash forward. Harris is president. She's at the near of the end of her term. What do we expect?
The good is, well, for one, and we have to be honest about this, both Trump and Harris' presidency will hinge on who's controlling Congress. So let's assume that if it's a Democrat-controlled Congress, if it is, then that means that you're going to get legislation to codify Roe. You're going to get more healthcare protections, such as a price negotiation with Medicare. You're going to get the reinstating of tax cuts for the middle and low classes. I mean, those type of things right there. And by the way, overall, just a better standing on the world stage because the countries that are on our side will not look down on us the way that they did with Donald Trump because they saw him as a buffoon that he was.
And now give me the Trump if Trump is voted president, and not being theatrical, no, all due respect or drama.
Just coming from his mouth. But just coming from his mouth. Yeah. Russia will go into negotiations with Ukraine, and what will happen is that Ukraine will have to give over a large portion of the land. Trump will let Israel do whatever the hell they want in Gaza, meaning that you're going to see more deaths and more suffering. Trump is going to try to pass tariffs and anything, and if it gets through, then you're going to see price increases and more inflation, or the overall Congress won't do it, so he'll get no economic things passed, so everything just stays on the basic status quo. So I mean, that's what or this one's the big one. He would put in some crackpot with the FDA or with the Health and Human Services, and they would go after vaccines. They would make a medical abortion now not available. Those types of things.
Okay, now question. I'm not against immigrants. You know, I'm a Romani gypsy. For anybody that knows what that is in this room, we're very, very unique culture, a Romani gypsy, okay? Here's what I could say. I'm against illegal invasion, illegal immigrants coming in, but in 4 years...
Wait, what did you just say, by the way? Did he just say a slur?
Who, me?
I think he just said a slur. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
No. I wasn't sure if I caught that.
Technically, it's not. It's a. Okay, can you not?
No, it's a culture. That's my nationality.
Yes, they call themselves that, but let's just not say that word. So
Sure.
let's say you're just Romani.
Yeah, Romani. It means, the other word means travelers. It's not a slur. Yeah.
Just
So I'm Romani, and I'm not against immigrants coming into America. That's a beautiful thing. I'm against them coming illegally. And 4 years from now, if we had to predict, do you think that Harris would do a better job of controlling the borders versus Trump?
So Trump.
Trump undermined the border bill. So objectively speaking, at this point, they are.
Yeah, Trump would pass a lot of short-term things that get short-term results, whereas Harris would try to pass long-term things through Congress. So that'd be a major difference. Trump would try to do things that would have kind of like a right-of-way impact that would impact a lot of people within this country, while Harris would do something similar, but her main focus would be on Congress, where the actual power lies.
Okay, so how do you think she would do meeting with the world leaders, guys?
Fine.
That's something that I'm not too.
She's done it already. She's met with dozens of leaders already. They already know who she is. They like her. I mean, the people who like her are allies, and those that don't like her are enemies. And she's not afraid to stand up to those who are enemies and give it to them straight. So I see no issue with it.
I seen Parker. You debated the guy. He's a big guy right now. I forgot his name. What is
Charlie
his name?
Kirk.
You did a phenomenal job because personally, I think Charlie Kirk is brilliant. And when you got there, well, I think he's brilliant in terms of just fast thinking and debating. He's pretty good. And when you got up there, you slam dunked it, and I was like, wow, this is one-sided at this point. But truthfully, let me ask you a question. Do you think Kirk has some knowledge, or is he just a Trump fanatic? Do you think he has some, you know what I mean? Is he just biasly voting for Trump?
Yeah, I think it is the case that he was a lot dumber than I expected.
Yes.
I'm not trying to say this is like an insult, but the reason why I'm saying this is because he specifically hyperfixates to debating only just college students,
right?
In those types of settings, and you don't really see him debate like people that can challenge his positions to a larger extent in plenty of scenarios. And even if they can, which actually I have seen some college students do that, he either doesn't post it, or he has such a cult of personality around him that it almost like doesn't affect him, right? Like I literally I heard like a debate recently, like you can listen to all those conversations. In some of them that he posts to his channel, he loses in, but the comment section, right, doesn't really understand that, right? And he has such a cult of personality around him that it just doesn't affect his reputation in that way, which is like kind of sad. Like these people pride themselves on facts and logic and being so intelligent, but then like you ask them the same questions that they asked other people, and like they can't answer them. That's like a really sad thing.
When Charlie Kirk was about to debate, you guys were about to debate. Honestly, with all due respect, I'm a Trump guy and I'm a Charlie Kirk guy, and I was like, Kirk is going to destroy this guy. So I was actually biased for him, and it was super evident that you won that debate at that point. Super evident. So keep it up, man. It was crazy. Super evident that you and Parker, with all due respect, you're a younger guy, so it's impressive seeing that, and it's fun seeing that because a lot of the younger generation could look up to you in politics and in policy, and have something in common and say, whoa, Parker did this. And instead of a lot of these older guys in politics that some people don't even want to associate with, it was pretty good. You know what I mean? It was, you guys got me really on the fence. What happened?
I appreciate that. Yeah, but Louis, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I talk to Matt about his concerns?
No, let's hear Matt, please.
For sure. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, is there anything else? So I can stay up if you'd like.
No, thank you.
You can also drop if you'd like. I do appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate you, Parker. Thank you for the time, and I really appreciate it. I'll be in your room again soon. Have a good day.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate it.
All right, Matt. Can you tell me one point Charlie won on?
It's not even the point that he won on. It was that you were just deflecting and just keep going back to Christianity. That's the point.
So no like actual like point
he asked you about abortion.
Thank you, Purdy.
And then you just deflected to Christianity and said, oh, if you were back in the late 1700s and there were pedos, would you...
That actually has nothing to do with Christianity. That has everything to do with
you brought it right back
Matt,
into
let me explain it to you. Evil Matt, let me explain that to you.
Oh, yeah, this I'm speaking. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So as it relates to like the argument that he was arguing that women shouldn't go to prison for getting abortions under his worldview, even though he thinks it's murder, because it is the case that they were mass propagandized into believing that it is the case that that this is okay. So I gave him an example in history of where people were mass propagandized into believing that child marriage was okay, but that doesn't justify child marriage or child P3DOs raping children, right? You'd still put them in prison if you could specifically go back in time and have the authority over that. But he said that he would not retroactively enforce laws in which were not actually illegal at that time. So he wouldn't have retroactively enforced it as it relates to child P3DOs, slavery, marital rape, many different things. I can bring up all of these instances. Now, that would be a wildly insane view. And he went back on that right after and said, oh, I would kill them myself. Okay, so he would retroactively enforce the laws given the authority. So he contradicted himself. So can you tell me how he won on the point in which he contradicted himself on?
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that once he asked the question, a simple yes or no, you simply deflected and went into Christianity, talked about a completely different topic.
What about
Somewhat
Christianity?
related.
Are you talking about in the church as a scam one?
I'm
That's a
talking
different
about
conversation.
No, I'm talking about when you were going, oh, if you could go back in time and do this, would you do that?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with
You
Christianity.
didn't give a yes or no. You didn't give a yes or no to his.
Wait, what was the question he asked me? What was the question he asked me that I didn't answer?
He said, "Why is an abortion?" I can't remember.
There was no question he asked me, Matt. I asked him this question because
He asked
it
you a
was
yes or no, though.
No, he didn't. I asked him this question right off the bat because I was playing off of Dean asking him if he thinks that all murderers should go to prison. And he said that women
I
shouldn't
remember
go
that.
to prison. So I was playing off of Dean's point. So the
Mhm.
first point was literally what I said.
Yeah, but you just kept deflecting back to
What was the
Christianity.
deflection? I didn't even talk. The only time I brought up Christianity was when I literally brought up that in the Old Testament it was also
Right.
something that existed. And then he
That-
brought up the conversation and asked for what the Levitical law was. I showed him and I told him I don't know what the Levitical law is, but the conditions specifically that exist, right, are physical and emotional maturity, which typically speaking has been interpreted to be met at puberty. He pivoted away from that, right? And then I asked him under your view, the age of consent, what should it be? He said 18. Right after I asked him that, I
Right.
asked him where in the Bible it was, and he didn't answer the question, and he pivoted back. So I don't think it was me that was deflecting and pivoting there. I think it was Charlie that was pivoting and deflecting.
I
But
think it
as it
was
relates to the
both.
college as a scam one, I asked him there if his criteria is that a scam is built upon you being deceived into doing something that right isn't actually fulfilled. What I'm saying is that given that definition, it would also, under his view, indicate church is a scam. And I gave a specific example of the LDS church, where people
Right.
have to pay money into it
Latter-day
based
Saints.
on social stigmas, right? And that they're deceived into believing that because it's a wrong denomination under his worldview. He doesn't believe that that's correct. So if it's a wrong denomination under his worldview, well, he believes that church is a scam.
Well, like him, I have the same opinion. I don't believe it's a scam. You don't need to go to church. You don't need to pay money.
In the context of the LDS church, you do. Life, I appreciate the description. There's heavy social stigmas that exist.
Okay, there's different religions that exist. I'm a
Yeah,
Catholic.
but I'm referencing.
go to
I was
church.
giving. So
The
I was
basket
asking.
goes around. I could put money in it if I want to, or I could just pass it around,
Yeah,
and
so
I
I was
could
just.
enjoy the mass.
Yeah, so I was just asking him if that met his criteria for being a scam. So that's not me changing the topic. It's called a reductio ad absurdum. I'm saying that if you consider this a scam, would you also consider this other thing that meets that exact same criteria also a scam? And
Referring-
oftentimes, examples that I bring up to do that, right, are things that they don't want to change their views on, right? So since they don't want to change their views on that, it shows them that they reject that reasoning in other scenarios. So why do they accept it in this scenario?
Referring to college, correct?
Yeah, like, so why would he consider college a scam based upon that criteria, but not church?
Well,
That's what I'm using. So I understand it sounds like I'm changing the topic, but just with a little bit of extra explanation,
I
it's
understand.
clearly not me changing the topic, and it's me applying just his particular conditions to another scenario.
Maybe it's just my culture environment that I've never been to a church or a synagogue or whatnot where I've had to pay to attend a mass or
Yeah, you could say that. But even
be
even
in
then,
there.
under his criteria, right? Even if someone didn't pay, he still thinks it's a scam.
Referring to college,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Like he thinks it's a scam, as it relates to people even who had scholarships there.
I could definitely side with you on that point, especially with students that, like in the Jubilee video, of course, with you, obviously, where they would get scholarships. That's not
Yeah,
a
that would be a
scam
scam
because
then
that's
under his
that's
view.
money. That's money just granted to the student,
Yeah, yeah. So
and
then it
so
wouldn't be a
it's
scam
no
for
money
him.
invested.
Also, when he's making an overall claim that college is a scam, right? That can't possibly be true, right? Like, was college a scam for me? Did I get scammed? Because I use my knowledge all the time. It's very relevant to my workplace. I use
Right,
my
right.
economics understanding all the time, right?
See,
For me, it wasn't a scam. It was absolutely worth it for me.
and this your day to day, and you obviously make good money off of it. You know your economics. You're obviously an economics major, so it obviously paid off for you. So I mean, I can't fully agree with him on that. That college is a scam. But
Also think about it this way: like, someone might go to like a school, right, and they get a degree that doesn't make them very much, but that makes them very happy engaging in that line of work. If that's true, and I
right,
wouldn't call it a scam, even if they didn't have the highest ROI, because you can gain more from college than just money. Okay, not only do people who have college degrees make more money on average, but you can gain more from college than just money.
no, you can sustain a much more happier life and a much more passionate career.
Yeah,
So
especially if you're
that's
really
part
into
where I'm
what you
drawing.
do, which college allows you to do. Now, could you say that people sometimes are unnecessarily socially pressured into going to college, and it can be bad for them? Yeah, that's a totally legitimate
Yeah.
thing to bring up, but that does not mean that college is a scam. How could it be a scam if over an entire lifetime, on average, a person who has a college degree makes $1 million more over their lifetime? Here's the subscription. Thank you so much. That doesn't sound like a scam to me. So what is he saying is a scam? Is he saying specific degrees are scams?
In
Well,
my
again, that's just
opinion, when I watch the video, I hate to say it, you know I don't think I'm following him on TikTok, but he comes up on my For You page and stuff. But I would definitely say like he leans towards like, oh, like, yeah, gender studies or uh, theater. Those are scams, or just some of the
Reason why probably that he holds that is because many conservatives, and this is borne out in like data and stuff, they don't see value in those types of activities. So they just don't see like any real inherent value in things that are not tied to money. And unfortunately, that's because they don't believe that knowledge sometimes is good just in its own sake. So people that study theater and might be making, $40,000 a year, they do it because they love it and it's what gives them passion in their life. And for many conservatives, they just can't understand how someone can have that kind of passion without making like buku's amount of money. And thank you to Paige and Jen for the two Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and it also was really nice that Jubilee had the fact checking inbound, especially when Parker, I hate to say it, even being a Trump supporter, when they fact checked, having a bachelor's degree increases your salary or hourly. Granted, if you do or do not have a high school diploma. It's like if you have a bachelor's in, anything that upgrades, whatever you're going to be making for whatever job you or career you go into.
I'm confused what you're trying. Wait, say that one more time.
I'm saying, like, if you just have a high school degree, right, and you try to go into a career or a job, sorry, you're going to get paid, like, let's say $50,000 a year. If you have a bachelor's degree and it doesn't even have to do with, whatever, like, let's say it was gender studies and you're going into finance. Since you got the bachelor's degree, they're going to pay you more because you went that extra length of going to college and getting that.
So you're just saying college is good for you.
Yeah, so like what's
essentially, yeah. I'm leaning more towards your side on that debate you had with Charlie.
Okay, yeah, okay. Good.
Because
all right.
And it was fact checked by Jubilee, I mean, in the video.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, it seems like a you agree with us then. So, I mean, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
I mean, I don't know. It's just, I am still a Trump supporter, but in that debate there, especially with college as a scam, I was definitely leaning more towards your side.
Okay. All right. Well, what is the reason why you're voting for Trump?
I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but the economy. And I know.
Okay. What about the economy?
Basically, pretty much what everybody's been saying whenever they bring up the economy. It was better under Trump. And then, you'll come out, you'll say, yeah, inflation has been going on with all the other third world countries.
Okay. So inflation has happened all around the world. So what makes you think that it was specifically caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I don't have a good reason for it.
Okay. So then what makes you think that they're better for the economy?
My fiscal years were better annually.
Okay. That's a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other.
Correct. I know. I've heard you say that before.
Okay. So what makes you think that then?
I just feel like it'll all go to hell if Kamala is elected. And about 2 or 3 months ago.
So that just sounds like political propaganda that you've believed without reason.
Okay, but do you want to talk about political propaganda? About 2 or 3 months ago, it used to be, I'm voting for Biden. Why are you voting Trump? And
okay. So that's not political propaganda. I argued for Joe Biden to step down. So did Matt. Yeah, we did. We advocated before he stepped down for him to step down.
On that debate night that went against the popular opinion and said that Joe Biden had a very bad debate night. Like people were not happy with me when I said that.
Right, but then it was 4 or 5 days, then he dropped?
No, it was
it was a lot more than that. It was a few weeks.
Yeah, it was 3.5 weeks.
I mean, but still, before even that debate night, you and Harry, I don't know about Dean, you and Harry were just all for Joe Biden.
Yeah,
I never said I was all for Joe Biden. What I said is that Joe Biden's a better candidate.
Because Joe Biden,
I still stand by that.
Yeah, Joe Biden has better policy and he has better character than Donald Trump does.
So if Kamala wasn't in and it was Trump versus Biden, you'd go with Biden.
It's not that hard to understand. I think Joe Biden's a better person and a better president than Donald Trump is. So,
but sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. I mean, I wouldn't be happy about it. I'm not happy that I'd have to vote for 2 aging zombies, but so be it. I mean, I'll vote for the one that's the better zombie.
All right, no, that makes sense to me. But cognitively, what were your views on him? Do you think he was all there, completely knowing everything? And
He was old. I mean, he's an old guy, just like Donald Trump's an old guy. They blabber sometimes.
That's
they
true.
ramble, they say things. I mean, Joe Biden is just an old man, but I think he was fit for the office, and I think he was able to do his job well. And I saw no evidence of him being diminished so much that couldn't do his job.
Okay, so you guys do judge Trump's character from his past and whatnot. What do you think about Biden with the sniffing children and the what do you think about all that?
We're not voting for Biden. Biden's not the candidate.
I know, but I'm just asking because two or 3 months ago you were.
Yeah, I think it's weird, but it's not comparable to Trump. Trump sexualized a 10-year-old girl, right? Trump specifically was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, said he walks into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place. Says he grabs women by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. Said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Calls his daughter voluptuous. Said he would be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. I mean, this guy is a creep, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Lance,
Joe Biden, sniffing children. Okay, yeah, it's weird, but
yeah,
compare
it's like
that
comparative
one
to Trump.
To Donald Trump, who has said so many gross and just creepy things about young girls and women and about his own daughter that it's not even a contest.
Okay, but what about
now? It's like he's not even the one running.
Yeah.
What about
Ship? I didn't see the 5 gifted, but I do appreciate that. Thank you, Ship.
what do you guys think about Donald Trump being a multi-billionaire and owning multi-million-dollar businesses, and when he was in office, running the country just as a business?
Fraud, inheritance.
Okay, because of the 34 felonies.
No, he's
he
been held
was found for fraud.
Business fraud.
Another case, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Ship, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much, Ship.
Don't you understand how bad it is?
Thank you, Ship. Thank you.
Over the fact that we can't even keep our various civil cases in order because there's just so goddamn many of them.
I know, right?
Was Trump ever convicted of this so-called sexual? What did you say?
He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of his peers.
Yeah, and he was convicted.
By the way, everyone, if we hit 10 million likes, we'll do a dance party at the end of the live. But yeah, so he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury, which means the jury thought he was guilty
unanimously,
in a civil court.
Right. And so, what was the punishment?
Millions of dollars of damages and payment.
So now I'm getting confused. Is this with the porn star or the?
No, this is with E. Jean Carroll.
I never thought in my life I'd be having this conversation about a president with a porn star or with somebody else that he sexually abused. My God.
Liz, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, cheating on his wife. Every single one of his wives. The last one with a porn star while his wife was pregnant.
Okay, but did you?
And then you guys talk about family values.
Did you guys even see the interview with Kamala and Oprah Winfrey?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
I saw
what she just said recently.
What about it?
Yeah.
Wait. What do you disagree with?
She's talking like Joe Biden.
Huh?
She's going. We need to make America proud again. We need to have freedom.
That's literally Trump. That was literally Trump. Trump literally said that. Trump has literally said that.
Go to Daily Mail.
Did you hear him start singing? He's like, "Make America proud again. Make America."
Hold on. Would you accept if I said go to MSNBC? Would you accept that as a source?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't really mind too much about. I don't really.
The Daily Mail, once again, is a right-wing source. I'm sorry. Yes, they are going to post whatever they can to make it look bad.
Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. Make America strong again. Make America proud again. Make America safe again.
Can you look up
America
Kamala
free
and Oprah?
again. We will make America great again.
Just type in Kamala Oprah word salad.
What was that? That was just played. You just said
Kamala Oprah word salad? That was Trump.
Proud again, and yet
You want to hear a word salad of Donald Trump?
No, I want to hear the word salad of Kamala and Oprah Winfrey.
I got you.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea.
I'll let you go on.
You know, did you see the other day? They just went, I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
All right, so that was
On the
probably
other hand,
about.
their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up and show. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving.
hey, and there's the whale. Hey, I think another whale. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Sending a whale right then was
Yeah, I
the
know, that's
perfect
funny.
fucking timing.
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Yeah, that guy's so much better, huh?
Okay, so he may sound senseless to you because you're a Democrat, but why don't you look up Oprah Winfrey and Kamala Harris, the most recent interview?
Go and play go on another device and play it for us. We're more than willing to listen.
I only got my phone. What do you want me to do? Do you go buy another Apple iPhone?
Sure. I mean, why not? No, I mean, no. Look, I watched the interview, or I watched it too, and I didn't see anything that was like word salad that like you're describing. Yes, she made some points, I think, but again, we're comparing that to Donald Trump, who is Mr. Word Salad.
Mr. Word Salad is crazy.
I have to disagree on that.
Well, then,
I mean,
how old are you, by the way?
I'm 23.
Okay, so you were a little bit young during his first term, but I remember him going all the way back to like 2010, 11, and he's always been this way. He's always been the guy who just rambles and says shit. It just foams from his mouth, and like it's just gotten worse with like the years. And I'm sorry, but like you cannot say that VP Harris is like going on like a word salad when Donald Trump has an entire buffet. Like it's just
Yo, Irish Acadian, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you for saying that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad that y'all can be here. I appreciate everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, go for it. I apologize for cutting off.
Think of the bubbles.
I just wanted to ask, can you guys compare what Trump has said all in the past and compare to what Kamala has said in the past about saying, I've grown in a middle-class family. My mom was a small business owner. She gives the same spiel every time.
So that's her.
How is that no different than Trump? How is it?
That has nothing. Her talking about a story in her life is not like incoherent.
That's just sympathy. That's just her begging. That's just give me sympathy.
You know why Donald Trump doesn't say that? Because that's not his story. Donald Trump can't go online and say, I was born in a huge mansion.
I agree with you.
I was born on a golden toilet. A golden toilet. It was so very big and tremendously great. You've never seen such good toilets. I promise you. So incredibly great.
People love the stories.
Appreciate the free trends. Incredible.
Growing up from the bottom up. Trump was already at the top when he was born.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
There's no story to tell.
Yeah, no. I mean, he inherited money, that's for sure. And then Kamala's playoff is just, I was born in a middle class family. My mom run a small.
I was born at the top of
shop.
Trump Tower.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's two different sides, and all she's
And I
playing
looked
off
down
of
at
is
all the
sympathy.
peasants. Cares of persistence.
All
I
she's
looked down
playing
at
off
all the
of is
peasants, all the very peasants at the very bottom of the tower.
And we're
very
gonna give
small,
a
incredibly
$4,000
small.
tax credit
Very
to all
small,
the
I promise
families.
you.
All the families. $4,000 tax credit.
Jessica, think of the $5. Thank you so much. Paige, think of the $1.
Politics 101.
You don't see that at all. You've only seen it once, where she talks about her middle class family and the small business her mom ran. Did you even see the little interview she did in that bakery?
Yeah, what about it?
How she goes on again
darkness, my
about the
old friend.
middle class family, and my mother used to be a small business owner, and she struggled really hard,
These
and that's
are
why
the
we're going to
fucking
be
things that
giving all the
they
Americans $4,000 in tax
worry
credits so
about.
they can afford a home, and we can get back
That's such
America.
a terrible fucking thing. Oh my God, she talked about how though she grew up in a middle class family.
A million
Jesus
times.
Christ, how could we recover?
A million times.
Oh,
Keep yapping, Parker. Keep yapping.
Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Luke,
Did you
I
major
appreciate
in,
it. Thank you so much.
in economics just for this
Louise,
job?
Thank you for the $2. Jessica, thank you for the $5. No, I was majoring in economics, and then I happened to people just join my live.
Get sponsored
And then
by Pallet Media.
I don't work with any business or any media or anything.
Really?
I thought this thing had died down.
I don't work with any business. Have no management company. Nothing. I'm a solo operation with Matt, with Dean.
Yep.
And then like some mods in the Discord. That's it. Like I'm actually not trolling.
I mean, it's public information.
Yeah, that I'm paid by the Palette Media.
Yeah.
Maddie, appreciate roses. Thank you so much. You just lied. No, it's not because I've never worked with Palette Media.
Okay.
Matt, you literally just made that up. Would you like to put $1 million on that?
Oh my God.
I'd like to put 2.
I thought you were
trolling.
talking to me at first. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, trolling because I'll go to court for that one.
I would too.
Yeah, well, we'll take wages for the rest of your life.
You want to DM me?
I'm just trolling. Yeah, actually, I'm not paid by Palette Media. I've never had any interactions with them. You wouldn't do that. 'Cause
okay.
You don't have 2 million.
Then-
Standard.
No, I could get it though. You want to DM me and then
You could get 2 million.
Yeah.
For standard. Matt, I don't actually believe you could get 2 million.
I definitely could. You literally go on fucking Google. Sorry, whoop, my bad. You go on Google. Palette Media.
Going on Google doesn't give you $2 million.
No, going on Google gets you the results that you're looking for.
Okay. Do you have a?
I've seen Harry on there. I haven't seen Dean on there. I haven't seen Dean. I've seen you and Harry.
You saw me?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you think my last name is?
I don't know. I
Thank you
looked
for the
this shit
subscription.
up
Thank you so
3
much.
months ago.
My last name is not James.
I didn't say James.
Okay, but I'm just telling you. Like I've heard, there's nothing on there that would show that I'm fucking paid.
So you just do this for fun every day.
It's a job.
People pay me through TikTok, through Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. That's it though. I've never made any money from any business or
all
any
proceeds go to
sponsorship
you?
or anything. Yeah.
Oh,
And
I thought they were all going through.
Where's the sunglasses? Thank you so much.
And the United Government.
DNC.
You thought they were going to the DNC?
Yeah.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not.
Jesus Christ, Matt.
Bruh. I mean, just the way you know.
Are you trolling, dude?
Why would the
I'm actually not.
DNC pay Parker when like part of Parker's content it's to like say that the DNC is like not left enough. Like he criticizes them.
I criticize them. I actively criticize them all the time. Why would I be paid by them if I actively criticize them?
Do you know Bryce Hall?
Terra Stocks, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah. Dean's about to box him.
Is he actually going to?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I'm not trolling.
Yeah.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're gonna debate after.
Well, did you see the one video where he got the Instagram DM from
Jules, thank you for the 16-month subscription. Thank you so much.
Kamala HQ?
Kamala?
Kamala, my bad.
Kamala HQ did not fucking DM him and
Dude,
fucking
go to his account.
pay him.
Go to his account. Scroll down a little bit.
What video? Please tell me.
Not DM. They probably tagged
I
him or
don't
something.
know
He
the
tagged.
exact video. I don't know the caption. I don't know what the thumbnail is.
Bruh.
Okay, let's scroll through the videos.
He's got a lot of...
Oh, that's Dean. Walter Masterson.
Yeah, no, further.
Ton of hate.
Gotta go further. Yep,
Christina,
that's
thank you
Bryce
for
on
$5.
stage with Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, that checks out.
It does. Nope, not that one. Nope. Jesus, he posts a lot. Okay.
Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Nah, not it.
Matt,
Yeah,
say
maybe I just had a fever dream.
how's that weather out there? So, chat, how's the weather out there where you guys are at? All over this big, beautiful world.
There's one video in there.
Boring, beautiful, cooling off in Arizona, nice. Rainy in Memphis, cold in Melbourne, nice. A little rainy and cool in Washington State.
I'm currently right now in July, by the way. So who was candidate in the candidate in July?
Bright Stars.
Steph, thank you for $5. Can you tell me who the candidate was in July? It was Biden? Oh, wait, so we've gone through every single one of Bryce Hall's videos since July, and we didn't see a single video that demonstrated what you were saying?
I guess so. Oh, that was a Walt Masterson take. That was
No, that was a date right stuff. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Do you want to hear date right stuff? Say something. You know, speaking of date right stuff, here, listen to this real quick. This is a really interesting thing that
I love him.
Hold up. You got to listen to this real quick. Just,
of course,
I love him.
Just 1 second. This is a really, really interesting thing.
I'm so ready.
I work for the Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
Is that from a TikTok video? Because that sounds AI generated as fuck.
On their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win.
Okay.
Last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
Okay, and?
Yeah.
So AI, yeah.
They just can't keep their mouth shut, can they? Like they had one job, which is just be quiet, and yet they just can't do it. Also, how's that date right stuff going? Seems like the Gen Z women are not out here looking to date right wing men.
I'm not even on there. But I think his videos are fucking fantastic. Walt Masterson just looks like he's on coke or.
Well, I got to go to the next person, man. You can't say that on live. All right, maybe I'll do one more person. I might just get off here and do Q&A or something like that. It might be time. Everyone's trying to get to 5 mil before I do get off. Everyone, I really would appreciate that, everyone.
5 milli.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Devin, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, they gone.
Okay.
Oh, God. Bryce.
So,
That is Bryce.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I feel like the Democrats got greedy.
How'd they get greedy?
They could have had a Trump-esque figure if they wanted to multiple times. This should be an easy layup for Trump, to be honest.
A Trump-esque figure, and who's that figure?
I mean, they had Andrew Yang, Bernie Sanders, RFK.
Well, you named at least one of them.
So much.
I mean, Yang is.
Yeah, and they all just kicked him off to the curb and just put in somebody who nobody voted for. That's the craziest part about it. And then
8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Kamala Harris being the president of the United
Are
States.
you?
Well, is 200 million Americans satisfied with it though?
I mean,
200 million
we'll see in
Americans
November.
don't vote. When is 200 million Americans
100
ever
million?
voted?
50 million?
Okay, well, getting closer. How many votes did Trump get last
70
election?
or 50 or 70 or something? I don't know. I'm the average
70,
American,
74
so,
million. How many votes did Biden get?
probably like, I don't know. He was the most popular president in the world.
Almost 82, right? So
Yeah,
like
most of all time.
So Trump lost, right?
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
So why has he been lying about the election, and why did he send falsely to the electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win?
That's a good pivot, but she still was just placed in there. So, and it's just crazy that she's
so if you
projects and then say that he's a threat to democracy
when he tried to coup the country,
nobody got a vote.
Hey,
so
Bryce.
we vote for delegates. Delegates vote on behalf of us. Go for it.
No, that's it. I'll say it, Bryce. Who voted the DNC?
I don't know. I'm not big into politics or anything. I'm just like the average person, to be honest.
Okay, they're called delegates. Who votes for the delegates?
See, here's one thing that I think the greatest thing that happened to Trump was losing the 2020 election. That's the greatest thing that happened to Trump because it completely destroyed the Democratic Party. It destroyed the huge what if that Biden had floating around with all his promises: free health care, free college, cure
The
cancer.
Democratic Party is more united now than it has ever been.
No.
Yes,
No.
it is.
We say that. I mean, it's a
We
facade.
are more
I mean,
united now than we were like 3 months ago. Like, what are you talking about?
and our economy is probably the greatest it's ever been, and all
Right
that.
now, it's actually doing pretty good. Yeah.
And everything's, you know what I mean? Everything's probably really amazing and perfect, but not everybody, like, the people, you guys look at your stat sheets and all that stuff or whatever, you look at, I'm laying down too, but yeah, you guys look at your stat sheets and everything like that, but the everyday American person, like, there's only a few 100 people of you guys, but there's millions of people like us.
I mean, there's 80 million more of us because they voted for Joe Biden.
I'm sorry, my brain is just not working today. I think I'm gonna call it then. I think I'm gonna call it everyone. We're gonna go do Q&A on the other account. You want to come join that?
Yeah,
You have
sure.
time?
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna go on Parker Needs a Job. We're just gonna go talk to everyone. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jesus Christ, dude. That was wild. Connor, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sage. I appreciate it. All right, everyone, go to Parker Needs a Job. I'll see y'all there in a second, everyone. Parker Needs a Job.
See you
I'll see you
later.
there.